आदमियों के शरीर जो डिफेक्टिव
सर morning. Welcome. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all present here offline and also those attending online for this national summit on building organized sheep and goat meat sector in India towards ensuring Atmanirbhar Bharat. This event is jointly conducted by ICAR-NRC and Meat, ICAR-NAARM, NAS, Hyderabad chapter, and Indian Meat Science Association. I request Dr. Srinivas Rao, Director NARM, Dr. S.B. Barbude, Director NRCM, and Dr. Venkateshwaralu, Joint Director NARM, to kindly occupy the seats. They are on the dais. We are honored to have Dr. Bhupendranath Tripathi, DDG Animal Science, and Dr. Praveen Malik, Animal Husbandry Commissioner, Department of Animal Husbandry Dairying, who are joining online. Sir, most welcome. Now, I would like to request all the dignitaries for lighting of the lamp before Master. It's not. Okay, fine. We are already done it. I consider it a great honor to welcome the chairman of today's function, Dr. Srinivas Rao, Director NARM, convener for NAS Hyderabad chapter. And I would like to request our director, Dr. S.P. Barbude, to present a flower bouquet to the respected chairman. I feel elated to welcome our director, Dr. S.P. Barbude. I request Srinivas Rao, sir, to kindly present a bouquet to. I request Dr. A.R. Sen to present a bouquet to Dr. Venkateshwaralu, Joint Director now. It's our privilege to welcome Honorable Dr. Bhupendranath Tripathi, Deputy Director General Animal Sciences, ICR Krishi Bhavan, New Delhi, and the chief guest of today's function. He is joining us online. Sir, please accept our flowers and our heartiest welcome, sir. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. Praveen Malik, Animal Husbandry Commissioner, Department of Animal Husbandry Dairying, Government of India, and the guest of honor who is joining us online. Sir, please accept our flowers and our heartiest welcome. I am privileged to welcome Dr. Amrish Kumar Tyagi, the Assistant Director General Animal Nutrition and Physiology, ICR, Dr. Arun Kumar Tomar, Director, ICR CSWRI, Abhikanagar, and Dr. B. Rai, Director, ICR CRG Maktoum, UP, who are joining us online. Sir, please accept our heartiest welcome, and we want your inputs all through this event, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you. Most welcome, sir. We will be joined by Dr. Ramchandar, the Managing Director, Sheep and Goat Cooperative Federation, Telangana, Dr. P. Srinivas, Managing Director, Karnataka Sheep and Wool Development Corporation, Dr. Avinash Anand, MD and CEO, Himalayan Goat Meat Uttarakhand, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Founder, Advisor, the Goat Trust, Lucknow, Dr. A. Narsim Rao, Deputy Director from Animal Husbandry Department, Telangana. They will be joining us, sir, very shortly. It is my honor to welcome our distinguished speakers, Dr. Chanda Nimbakar, Director, Animal Husbandry, Nimbakar Agriculture Research Institute, Maharashtra, Mr. Rajesh, Chief Quality and Sustainability Officer, Licious, Bangalore. He will be joining us very shortly. And Dr. Mr. Anshul Oja, Urmul Trust, Bikaner, Rajasthan. So they will be speaking in the forenoon session, sir. I would like to give my heartiest welcome to Dr. N. Kondaya, former Director, NRC and Meat, and presently Consultant, AMDIA, Dr. V.V. Kulkarni, former Director, NRC and Meat. So we wish both of them would have been here physically, sir. We miss you. And also I welcome Dr. S.K. Mendiratha, President, Indian Meat Science Association, and Head LPT IVRI, and all those officials from APEDA and Animal Husbandry Department who are joining. I would like to welcome participants from the Goat Trust, Lucknow, Urmul, Rajasthan, especially Ms. Tatsama Motilal, who has come all the way from Rajasthan physically, sir, to join this meeting. And also the participants from Pashu-Shala, One Star Consultant, Meat Mart, and several other participants from Sheep and Goat Federation. We heartily welcome all the working group members, many of them who are joining online, Dr. P.K. Mandal, Dr. Manish Kumar, Dr. Vikas Pathak, and those who are joining here physically, Mr. Rajesh, Chief Quality and Sustainability Officer, Alicious, Dr. A.R. Sen, Dr. Ganesh Kumar, Dr. Muthu Kumar, Dr. Baswareddy, Dr. Krishnan, who are joining in person. I'm delighted to welcome faculty members of NRC Meat, NARM, and all other faculty members who are joining from CRG Maktoum, CSWRI Kavanagar, and all the NAS fellows of Hyderabad chapter and other chapters. Our heartiest welcome to our entrepreneurs, Mr. Krishna Reddy, Mr. Abdul Basit, Venkat, who are joined here. Sir, you all have showed your courage to resist the corona and still decided to come to this event personally. So we are really grateful for that. Our heartiest greetings and warm welcome to all those who are attending this event online. So dear friends, just day before yesterday, I was listening to Dr. Krishna Ella Bharat Biotech MD, who was presenting during the foundation day of NAARM. Sir, one thing he said is, the farmers know how to produce. What they need is how to market their produce, how to add value to this produce. So the very crux of this summit is to link these sheep and goat farmers to the market, add value to their produce. Because over the last several years, we have been discussing a lot about the production aspect, and it stopped there. When it comes to value addition and linking to the farmers to the market, so that is what we required, and we have invited large number of stakeholders from Animal Husbandry Department, sheep and goat federations, APEDA, and various other institutions who will provide their inputs. Because sheep and goat sector in India, it is a 65,000 crore sector actually, and it has a potential to grow up to 1,50,000 crores while providing livelihood to millions of farmers who wants attention from all the stakeholders. Sir, the mutton is usually sold at 800 to 1,000 rupees per kg, sir. But the actual farmer who rears these animals, he gets a profit of around 500 to 1,000 rupees. That is a net profit what we get. So what need to be done to increase the income of the farmers? What need to be done to link these farmers to the market? What value addition we can do across this value chain? Where are the gaps in the supply chain or value chain? So those analysis will be done in this summit. So we want that ultimately it should be helpful to all the stakeholders, all the meat industry personnel, and all the sheep and goat farmers actually. So now this is the time to establish a forward linkages. And this summit is intended to identify the issues, opportunities, challenges, and policies to successfully link farmers, federations, cooperatives, farmer producer organizations, state animal husbandry department. We would like to extract the information from every stakeholders across the value chain, compile and submit to different state governments and policy makers. So with this brief, now I request our director, Dr. S.B. Barbude, to brief about this summit. So Dr. S.B. Barbude, please.
Thank you, Dr. Navina. Good morning to all of you. Honorable DDG, Animal Sciences, Director NAARM, Dr. Srinivas sir, my colleague, Dr. Praveen Malik, Animal Husbandry Commissioner, Government of India, Dr. G. Venkateswarlu, Joint Director NAARM, all the ICAR directors, institutes of the directors of the ICAR institutes who joined online, my colleagues from the faculty from NAARM and NRC meet, my colleague Dr. Navina, Dr. P. Krishnan, and all those who are the entrepreneurs and the students and all the former directors of NRC who have joined online. I welcome you all on behalf of the NRC and meet, on behalf of the organizers, also on behalf of the NAS chapter Hyderabad and Indian Meat Science Association. The National Summit on Organized Sheep and Goat Meat Sector in India towards ensuring Atmanirbhar Bharat. We found it is actually need of the hour to organize such type of summits to highlight some of the issues, particularly which are faced in the sheep and goat sector and promoting its actually benevolent in the meat sector. So as all you know, the sheep and goat are the primary sources of livelihood for landless and small landholders, also economically poor and socially backward population of the agrarian economy in India. And there is immense energy from all stakeholders to invest in initiatives for the development of this sector with potential with high impact from synergy resulting from that collaboration. And in absence of these integrated efforts, the small efforts by the various agencies are getting dissipated, resulting in suboptimal impact, developing a joint vision for future growth and development of the sector. That is the first step towards creating a desired future and also Atmanirbhar Bharat. So that critical assessment of all these issues particularly provides insights for critical assessment and identify the key challenges to be addressed. So this summit particularly we have organized such a way so that some of the issues of this in this analysis can be addressed. Also, overall framework of the approach to achieve this vision, which can be adapted as a specific needs of the states, also different regions of the country. Also, development of sheep and goat sector have the potential to impact the livelihood of more than 25 million rearers belonging to the resource poor and especially backward segments of the society living in economically vulnerable areas. What the statistics says actually around 83.4% goat rearers, particularly if we talk of the goat sector, holding belong to landless, small and marginal farmers category. Also around 84.4% belong to the lower stratum of the society. Also, goat rearing particularly is very dominated in the ecological vulnerable and drought-prone areas. Also, the doubling farmer income committee has also emphasized small ruminants as the important contributors to the poverty elevation. Also, the goat sector particularly has development is an important component of the rural national rural that livelihood mission. Also, the sustainable development goals recognize the goat sector or small ruminant sector can contribute towards the objective of poverty elevation, impacting nutrition, also women empowerment. Also, the ongoing projects of the United Nations agencies and also CGR under CGR Institute also and World Bank emphasizes the small ruminant sector development as the key development component. So therefore, the industry players, the entrepreneurs, which are engaged in this developing innovative models, focusing on all aspects of this value chain, particularly small ruminant value chain, developing innovative vaccines and medicine supply or breed development or innovative farming approaches, marketing, processing, retailing. So we wanted to bring them all in single platform and discuss the issues which can affect this sector. Also, we believe that the overall assessment of this sector will pave the way forward for a comprehensive growth and development of the sector, focusing on impacting livelihoods of smallholders. So robust and growing demand of this sheep and goat meat particularly have, and there is no social taboo or religious taboo for this goat meat. Also, there is conducive political environment to focus on improving the livelihoods of the poorest. Also, there is willingness from the multilateral agencies to invest in the sector. At our institute, we get a lot of entrepreneurs, and we are signing the agreements with us for technology transfer. Many are coming in the small ruminant sector, and they are willing to invest their actually multilateral agencies in this sector. They're also educated youth. They are interested to working in this sector. It's also enterprising entrepreneurs investing the processing of value-added products. So this opportunity has to be linked with the existing livelihood development projects, increasingly quality conscious consumers willing to pay for premium the quality. But there may be some issues, particularly health constraints or decreasing agricultural land or fallow land or grazing area or other changing social dynamics. So these issues also has to be taken care. Then also improving the meat processing and quality. We are working on this aspect. Our institute is also working on this aspect. So this summit particularly, the vision for comprehensive growth of the small ruminant sector with equal focus on developing the backyard and commercial farms, along with the focus on organized marketing and processing of products to ensure quality while ensuring the environmental sustainability will be addressed here. Also, the concerted efforts from the industry, policymakers, and other the farmers in the yield improvement, also market access. All these issues actually we want to discuss under this deep roundtable and session, also in the technical session of this summit. So once again, I welcome you all for this summit, and I hope all the deliberations of this summit will lead to the good policy, some decisions, also policy papers on this issue. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much for elaborating the objectives of this summit. Actually, we are very much elated and overwhelmed response. More than 75 participants as of now online. They are joining, sir, and almost 15 to 20 people are joining physically. Actually, so with this, now we would love to hear from Dr. Venkateshwarlu, Joint Director NRC. So who has joined NRC very recently, sir. You have a different experience. So please share your experience.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on dais in person and distinguished dignitaries online participating on virtual platform. So it's a great pleasure and honor to be associated with this national summit. If we look at in last 20 months, we have been doing mostly in virtual mode, online mode. And today it gives a pleasure. We are moving a step forward, conducting this meeting in hybrid mode and having in person and also having many dignitaries online. So we look forward and wish to have next step completely in normal mode. So the most important point here I would like to mention, certainly it is a privilege to NRC to host this national summit for several reasons. We take pleasure, we take pride, and we are privileged for that. being an academy, having experience and expertise to develop policy initiatives and policy briefs, and we have been working on that. And having that, and in association with NRC meet, and also joining hands with the National Academy of Agriculture Science, and also Indian Meat Science Association, hosting in Hyderabad. That's more important, I see. Hyderabad, everybody knows, it is a capital for non-veg, and Telangana is the most non-veg state of the country. So I think that's a additional feeling and pleasure to have to host this particular summit in the academy. And as I mentioned, we have been working on several policy initiatives, and especially we also initiated a research program, in-house research program on mainstreaming the small ruminant farmers into the value chain in India. As Dr. Navina mentioned, we have already initiated a project on the value chain and importance of small ruminants and all. So that gives an added advantage for us. Along with our in-house project, this consultation, this summit certainly adds, and we will be able to contribute to the summit and come out with a very purposeful and fruitful exercise. And regarding the importance of subject, I think already Dr. Navina mentioned about a reference from Dr. Krishna Ella talk on the National Foundation Day. But I would like to add one more element of what Dr. Krishna Ella told. He gave a classical example why no farmer suicide in Kolar district compared to several farmer suicides in Nagpur district. That doesn't require any big modeling and analysis and all. A simple reason he told, Kolar is having a allied activities, animal husbandry, several other allied activities that made Kolar completely free from any farmer suicide. So that indicates the importance of today's subject. So the small ruminants and having a component, very important component in the entire integrated farming. So taking that strength in this subject, I think this particular exercise will be really helpful for us. But I would like to share, while building organized sector, just I would like to tell, we have to be little cautious also. Definitely cautious. We have already organized sectors in other allied activity. Take dairy, take poultry, take fisheries. Certainly compared to this goat and sheep farming, they are well organized, reaching wonderful levels in production, productivity, and all those contribution. No one can undermine that. But reaching pinnacle in those organized sector, today we are witnessing some concern. Having so much achieved in poultry, today consumer is asking, Deshi murgi hai kya aapke paas? Having achieved so much in the poultry sector, the consumer is expecting Deshi murgi. And he is asking, not asking other eggs, he is asking Desi egg. So that is little side effect of this organized sector, what my understanding. So today, definitely compared to other sectors, we are in the beginning in the small ruminants. So we need to really look at the experience of other organized sector, the lessons from those sector, and consider well while formulating, while discussing, while building the organized sector for goat and sheep. And another example, you all know, definitely you are more familiar and acquainted with animal husbandry. Now we are seeing, particularly in milk, organic milk, even USDA saying the animal should graze for 120 days. And now advertisements are coming, buy grass-fed milk. What does it mean? Where we are going? We are advertising grass-fed milk. That means we are talking about now our animal is going for grazing. So that has become so much organized. and it has completely moved away from its natural farming. So from grazing, it is moving to farming to industry status. So that organized sector has got certain elements of this component. We need to understand that. Even several research programs are coming. Instead of confining these many animals in this particular space, you enhance by 20%, so your output will be this much. So we are calculating only input and output and all, but leaving its natural behavior, natural phenomena, completely keeping aside, and we are developing all. So my point here, we need to understand those elements. Why consumer is looking for desi murgi when we have billions of bred poultry? So all these things we need to really see and integrate into our discussion. And with it, I wish a good program of today, and we'll be very happy to contribute in further. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you for highlighting the role of NAARM and also different allied sectors and throwing some light on different issues, sir. Definitely we'll be discussing all those things. So now it is time to listen to our guest of honor, Dr. Praveen Malik, who always says yes whenever we contact him for any activity, sir. So he always says yes, I will be available. So I'm profusely elated to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Praveen Malik, Honorable Animal Husbandry Commissioner, Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying, Government of India. Sir, we really appreciate your keen interest to interact with the stakeholders on different occasions, sir. I request you to deliver your address, please. Dr. Praveen Malik, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Navina. Thank you very much. मैंने बताया बिल्कुल खाली हूँ मैं सर. Always available. Definitely for such programs, I am always there. So good morning, everybody. Honorable DDG Animal Sciences, Dr. B.N. Tripathi, Dr. Srinivas Rao, Director NAARM, Director NRC Meet, Dr. Barbude, Joint Director NAARM, Dr. Venkateshwaralu. बहुत सारे ICR के हमारे colleagues, scientists and directors, ADGs are here. So सबको नमस्कार और प्रणाम. Apart from the ICR stakeholders, we have got stakeholders from the field, stakeholders from different places, and who have joined online in this wonderful program conceived by NRC Meet. So first of all, I would like to compliment the organizers for conceiving such a wonderful program. Generally, ये जो full day long आप लोगों ने एक national summit के लिए plan किया है, this is quite unique and really wonderful, because generally what we feel is from the ICR institutions or sometimes from the academicians, we generally expect more of kind of academic support. But this kind of support going further from just academics into the application of the science into something very useful. Numbers की अगर बात करें, probably most of you are going to talk on this when we have been talking on the livestock sector. बहुत ही वैरायटी का सेक्टर है, बहुत बड़ा नंबर हमारे पास है. We need to organize in a vast geographical area, like more than 530 million animals overall, जिसमें आज के टॉपिक के हिसाब से we have got around like 75 million sheep, 150 million goats available throughout. सबसे important बात है कि the two animals which we are talking about, they are actually the animals belonging to the poorest of the poor. और हमारे former cabinet minister used to say like this is the ATM for the poorest farmer. अभी शायद इससे सस्ता और easy source money का उनके पास नहीं है. अभी Dr. Navina was telling about Dr. Venkateshwaralu was telling about referring to Dr. Ella's lecture. वहाँ जहाँ इस तरह के animals हैं, farmers do not have the tendency to go into the suicidal modes or depression because of some issues in the agriculture sector. सो इतने बड़े सेक्टर में when we are talking about this big sector of like sheep and goat combined around 225 the 230 millions of these animals, सबसे बड़ा इशू क्या है इस सेक्टर में? कैटल और बफलो में फिर भी देयर आर सर्टेन ऑर्गेनाइज्ड सिस्टम्स, बट इस सेक्टर में इट्स मेनली अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड। आज जो हम बात कर रहे हैं बिल्डिंग दिस सेक्टर इनटू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, और अगर हम इसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में ले पाए तो शायद हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा इस सेक्टर के लिए बूस्ट होगा। जहां हम जाना चाहते हैं वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए बहुत बड़ा बूस्ट होगा। सो मेरा अपना मानना ऐसा है कि जिस तरह का जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन है 2 लाख करोड़ से ऊपर, शायद एक फिगर में कहीं देख रहा था, प्रिसाइजली आई थिंक इट इज 2,18,000 करोड़ रुपीस नेशनल जीडीपी में 2 साल पहले, बढ़ने की बहुत बड़ी गुंजाइश है। अगर हम बात करते हैं कि ये सेक्टर में अभी शीप एंड गोट का कितना जीडीपी में रोल है, तो आज की डेट में करीब 67,000 करोड़ के आसपास से ये निकल के आता है, और पोटेंशियल बहुत है, डबल से ज्यादा जाने का पोटेंशियल है। और अगर हम इसे ऑर्गेनाइज्ड में ला पाए तो प्रोबेबली वी कैन रीच टू दैट टारगेट the potential which is available in this sector। अब इसे ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में लाने के लिए हमारे पास बहुत सारे इसमें फैक्टर्स रहेंगे, बहुत सारे पिलर्स होंगे जिस पे हमें काम करना है। ये सारे सेक्टर्स में मैं आज के प्रोग्राम में देख रहा हूँ। आफ्टर दिस टेक्निकल सेशन people will be talking on different things, and then there is a round table discussions on breeding, production, health, marketing, transportation, supply chain, slaughtering, processing, entrepreneurship development and policy issues as well। जनरली हम लोग जब इस सेक्टर की बात करते थे ट्रेडिशनली और कन्वेंशनली, we used to talk on the production factors only, we used to talk on breeding and production। जनरली हेल्थ भी उसमें बाद में छूट जाता था। सो वी यूज्ड टू टॉक ओनली ऑन ब्रीडिंग। न्यूट्रिशन इस सेक्टर में बिल्कुल टच नहीं किया गया, बिकॉज कभी इन्हें स्टॉल फैट की तरह देखा नहीं गया इन दोनों एनिमल्स को। सो प्रोबेबली इफ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ब्रीडिंग प्रोडक्शन, वी नीड टू टॉक ऑन द स्टॉल फीडिंग ऑफ दीज एनिमल्स एंड द न्यूट्रिशनल एस्पेक्ट्स एज वेल। हेल्थ के एस्पेक्ट पे भी बहुत रिक्वायरमेंट है। बहुत सारी डिजीज हैं जो प्रिवेंटेबल हैं, जिसमें इम्यूनाइजेशन पॉसिबल है। कुछ का चल रहा है, कुछ को अब हम सेंट्रल लेवल पे टेकअप करने की बात कर रहे हैं। वी हैव बीन ऑलरेडी इनटू नेशनल एनिमल डिजीज कंट्रोल प्रोग्राम ऑन एफएमडी एंड ब्रुसेलोसिस। सो ब्रुसेलोसिस तो अभी शीप एंड गोट में हमने टच नहीं किया, बट एफएमडी का डेफिनेटली वी आर टेकिंग अप। वी आर कमिंग अप विद अनदर प्रोग्राम ऑन नेशनल कंट्रोल एंड इरेडिकेशन प्रोग्राम ऑन पीपीआर। वो भी हमारा सेंट्रल फंडेड है, जो 100% सेंट्रल फंडिंग से रहेगा, और उसका भी कवरेज कंप्लीट सभी स्टेट्स में 100% एनिमल्स में करने की हम बात कर रहे हैं। एंड दिस विल बी अ कॉर्पोरेट वैक्सीनेशन काइंड ऑफ थिंग। सो दिस बिग प्रोग्राम्स दे आर गोइंग टू सपोर्ट द हेल्थ एस्पेक्ट। ब्रीडिंग में भी हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने अपने नए नेशनल लाइवस्टॉक मिशन के एक नए स्वरूप के अंदर कोशिश किया है कि इसके जितने एस्पेक्ट्स सेंटर्स थे वो सारे कवर हों, और उसमें हम एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप मॉडल की हम बात करते हैं और उसे प्रमोट करने की बात करते हैं कि अगर हम उस एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप मॉडल को ला सके और हम कुछ ब्रीडिंग फार्म्स एस्टेब्लिश कर सके, हब एंड स्पोक मॉडल में हम काम करने की बात करते हैं। इफ एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कैन ब्रिंग इन मोर फार्मर्स सिमिलर टू समथिंग लाइक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग व्हिच हैज बीन इंडिकेटेड हियर, बट अगर उस फॉर्मेट में ला सकें तो शायद हम इसे ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में ले जाने की बात करेंगे। सबसे बड़ा मुश्किल पार्ट होता है जब हम इसे ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में लाने की भी बात करें, ब्रीडिंग फार्म्स की भी बात करें, तो उसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट हमारे पास मुद्दा होता है कि मार्केट कहाँ है, और मार्केट है भी तो क्या हम उतने रेट्स फैच कर पा रहे हैं जितने की एक्सपेक्टेशन है। वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड दीज इंट्रिकेसीज, और उस चीज के सॉल्यूशन के लिए शायद हमें रिक्वायरमेंट होगी कुछ जो हमारे कन्वेंशनल मीन्स है उनसे थोड़ा ऊपर उठकर एक चीज हम बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो डिपार्टमेंट से हम यहाँ भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वो है ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन की। अगर मीट में ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन कर पाए, और जिस तरीके से एक बहुत अच्छा एग्जाम्पल उत्तराखंड में लिया है, वहाँ के सीईओ डॉक्टर अविनाश आनंद इस मीटिंग में हैं और शायद डिटेल में आपको अपने बकरा प्रोजेक्ट की बात बताएंगे, जो जिसमें हिमालयन गोट मीट का रॉ मीट ऑन व्हील्स दे आर सप्लाइंग, इवन दे हैव स्टार्टेड एक्सपोर्टिंग दिस। और वैल्यू कहाँ से आ रही है? दो चीजों से निकल के आती है। पहली चीज कि प्रोडक्शन सिस्टम क्या है, और दूसरी चीज कितना डिजीज फ्री है। तो अगर हम डिजीज फ्री के लिए कुछ कंपार्टमेंट्स पैदा कर सकें, कुछ मैकेनिज्म पैदा कर सकें, और अगर हम इसे ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन में ले जा सकें, तो शायद हमारे लिए मार्केट्स कुछ ज्यादा अच्छे बनेंगे, और इसमें वैल्यू जो हमें रिटर्न में मिलनी है रियरिंग के लिए, I think we will be able to fetch much better returns in that. अगर हम ट्रेसेबिलिटी का एक मैकेनिज्म की हम आजकल बात कर रहे हैं, और हम इसमें डायरेक्टर NRC डॉक्टर बारबुदे सर के साथ भी, और डॉक्टर कोंडैया इसमें हमारे साथ हैं, साथ में हम लोग इसमें और भी कुछ मैकेनिज्म है, जिसमें नेशनल डिजिटल लाइवस्टॉक मिशन की हम एक बात कर रहे हैं, जिसमें हम ट्रेसेबिलिटी लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अभी तक मीट सेक्टर में जो सबसे बड़ा इशू था कि आपके प्रोसेसिंग से, स्लॉटरिंग से आगे मार्केटिंग तक की ट्रेसेबिलिटी शायद पॉसिबल थी, बट जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट हमें ट्रेसेबिलिटी चाहिए थी, वो चाहिए थी फार्मर से, फील्ड से, और स्लॉटर हाउस तक। उसे भी हम टैगिंग के माध्यम से कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि विल फिल अप दैट गैप। In this, we have already started on the tagging process, the central creating a central database with NDDB in the name of enough. Right now, जो उसमें availability है वो cattle और buffalo की है, but very soon with the start of our PPR program, we are going to initiate the tagging on sheep and goat, as well as their entry into the central database with complete information. So, अगर हम उस mechanism को एक digital mode से प्रोड्यूस कर पाएं और आगे तक पहुंचा पाएं, प्रोबेबली इट्स गोइंग टू सपोर्ट। एक ट्रेसेबिलिटी पे डॉक्यूमेंट भी NRC मीट ने कुछ इसमें लिखा है, एंड इट्स रियली अ वंडरफुल डॉक्यूमेंट, एंड वी हैव बीन वर्किंग विद देम क्लोजली इन जनरेटिंग दिस ट्रेसेबिलिटी मैकेनिज्म फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ द फार्मर्स। इसमें मैं ये जरूर कहूँगा कि हमारे पास जो मैकेनिज्म है इस मार्केटिंग के, इसमें हम जनरली बात करते हैं हमारे गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस के। कुछ स्टार्टअप्स हैं जो ई मार्केटिंग में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, एंड वी शुड टेक दैट काइंड ऑफ आइडिया एंड वी शुड ब्रिंग दोज स्टार्टअप्स आल्सो इनटू आवर ओन सिस्टम, so that we can actually extend the benefits which we are perceiving here to the actual farmers who are rearing these animals, sheep and goat. एक बहुत अच्छा प्रयास ICAR की तरफ से शुरू हुआ है। NBAGR डॉक्टर BP मिश्रा ने ज्वाइन करने के बाद काफी जोरों शोरों से इस पे किया है। उन्होंने कहा कि मिशन जीरो नॉन डिस्क्रिप्ट ब्रीड एनिमल। सो जो हमारी नॉन डिस्क्रिप्ट ब्रीड्स हैं, ऑलरेडी हम करीब करीब 44 शीप की, 34 गोट की ब्रीड्स रजिस्टर्ड हैं। इन्हें आगे बढ़ाने के लिए भी प्रयासरत हैं। उन्होंने कोशिश किया है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल कमेटीज तक बन जाएं, so that everybody is aware of what genetic germplasm they have got, and whether this germplasm can be taken up as a separate breed. अगर हम कुछ अच्छी ब्रीड्स को और पहचान पाएं, उन्हें आगे बढ़ा पाएं, तो मुझे लगता है कि फार्मर्स को भी एक रिकॉग्निशन की चीजें महसूस होंगी, और वो इस जो हमारी एक एफर्ट्स हैं टुवर्ड्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ द होल सेक्टर, इस हमारे एफर्ट में हमें कंट्रीब्यूट करेगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये एक ऐसे एफर्ट्स हैं जिसमें कोई एक पर्टिकुलर इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं, एक पर्टिकुलर पार्टनर नहीं, हम सबको एक शेयर्ड रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के तहत शायद इकट्ठे होकर काम करना होगा, और इस तरीके से आगे बढ़ना होगा कि जिसमें हम फार्मर के अंदर एक कॉन्फिडेंस पैदा कर सकें। Yes, this is a very good sector. It's a sector where we are not, we have been talking about alleviating poverty, but now you can take up this sector as a sector for prosperity. तो ये एक जो बड़ा बदलाव हम देखते हैं जो पॉसिबल है, और शायद जब हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करते हैं, डबलिंग द फार्मर्स इनकम की बात करते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि these sectors are very very important and which can really contribute to these missions of the government of India. So with these things, I hope the national summit, the day-long program today is going to yield some good recommendations and practical roadmap to go ahead in future, so that this particular sector can grow and utilize its full potential. Thank you very much, Dr. Barbude, for inviting me to this particular platform and conveying what I say, the mindset of the department, where we say that we'll be fully committed to support your efforts from the research side, from the policy side, whatever is possible. We'll definitely take your guidance and we'll be implementing this in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You highlighted various aspects of diseases, breeding, organic farming, traceability, startup production, sir. And also you have mentioned how to organize this sector. We have both the Honorable DDG Animal Sciences and also Animal Husbandry Commissioner and various MDs of different state boards. Sir, one thing I would like to highlight here, sir, when it comes to milk, we have a National Dairy Development Board. When it comes to fish, we have a National Fisheries Development Board. So these boards are helping to take care of the sector actually. So when it comes to livestock, the buffalo is taken care by most of the export meat plant. The poultry is taken care by poultry industry. It's a big industry, completely integrated. But when it comes to sheep and goat, there is no board or there is no agency who take care of the interest of these farmers actually. Sir, here I would like to stress, sir, we need a separate meat board which can take care of, which can protect the interest of all the meat processing community and which will finally help the share. I mean, all the livestock owners actually. So we'll also take it as a recommendation and we'll also send, please see that now the government has created a separate Ministry of Fisheries Animal Husbandry. So the objective should be to support all the activities. Unless we have a separate board, there are various central schemes. Those schemes are not percolating into the small and medium scale farmer. They are not percolating, even though we have state sheep and goat federations or cooperatives, they are understaffed or they don't have enough funding, because of which we are not able to use the central schemes in all these activities. So here we are stressing for a separate meat and poultry board which can take up all these activities, sir, unlike NFDB or NDDB. So that's our one request, sir. So thank you very much, sir, once again for highlighting various aspects of this value chain.
Thank you, Dr. Navina. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I am happy to mention that, sir, with the constant support and encouragement from Dr. Srinivas Rao, convener, NAS Hyderabad chapter, and also the director of NRC and Meat, sir, and director NAARM. So both NRCM and NAARM in the last 1 year, even though in spite of all this corona pandemic, we could able to organize 2 national workshops, or one on meat sector issues and another on especially on policy issues in the buffalo meat sector. And we also organized one activity exclusively for the students actually. Now, the collaborative efforts of NRCM and NAARM has also helped us to come out with a policy document on policy issues and stakeholder requirements in Indian meat sector. We already submitted this policy document to Niti Aayog, to APEDA, Animal Husbandry Department, and various other things wherein we are asking them to consider the slaughter policies, especially on the buffaloes actually. So in this also we'll be working together to come out with the policy documents, sir, actually, because we feel honored to conduct this event at the prestigious NAARM. Sir, you have been extending your helping hand and promoting smaller institutes like NRC and Meat to join hand with the NAARM to make bigger impact among the stakeholders, which is helping us to create win-win situations, sir, actually. Sir, I take this opportunity to invite you to bless us with your ideas and inspire our
Thank you, Dr. Navina, and good morning, everyone. And today we have been joined with Dr. Tripathi, DDG Animal Sciences, Dr. Barbude, Director NRC Meat. Very happy to see Dr. Praveen Malik, Animal Husbandry Commissioner, Government of India, and several ADGs, several directors of ICR institutes, and many policymakers and process agri startups and entrepreneurs. And particularly, I would like to take and a special welcome to Sheep Goat Cooperation Federation, Telangana, and Karnataka Sheep Wool Development Corporation, Himalayan Goat Meat, the Goat Trust. Similarly, so I'm taking, not taking all the things, but this is a good aggregation of scientists, technocrats, and policymakers, and especially startups, agri entrepreneurs, and state level people who are looking on processing, value addition, and all the things. And this particular national summit we are taking under the National Academy of Agriculture, NAS, National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, NAS Hyderabad chapter, and also Azadika Amrit Mahotsav. We are also taking this activity, Azadika Amrit Mahotsav, and in association with NAARM, NRC Meat, and also very happy see that getting association with Indian Meat Science Association on how to building the roadmap, particularly in sheep and goat meat sector. Earlier, we had similar kind of discussions on overall meat sector, developed a policy paper, and those policy paper, in fact, some of the messages out of those policy papers have been taken by government of Telangana, and in that several departmental officials also joined in that meeting, and some policy changes have happened based on that policy paper. So today, after deliberations and discussions, especially Malik ji also joined, and we wanted to take a policy paper so that we can impact, we can reach to the central government and various state government, and also several federations, APIDA, and several other stakeholders of sheep and goat sector. Because this goat sector is very, very important. That represents smallholder farmers, that represents migrants. Though we have 11 lakh crore worth of the overall animal sector, but these shepherds are some kind of migratory nature. They are contributing to, in fact, directly or indirectly contributing to 65,000 crores. But how to see much value out of the sheep and goat sector is very, very important. And if we do better technologies, better slaughterhouses, better traceability, better organic farming, better quality meat, and better drinking water facility, clean drinking water, better vaccination, and the one side, these are the technology, one side, then how to build the startups, entrepreneurs, a business model can be created to the sheep goat sector, because this can contribute to not only the meat, but it is a wool, it is also some type of skin, and also some of the medicinal elements also in that in sheep and sheep milk. The issue is that and also see that there is a lot of value for sheep manuring. And one of the important ITK, which our forefathers and grandfathers used to follow in the farms, is that sheep penning, important one of the ITK. And then it also, for example, any leftover residue, crop residue, which is used to be now is being burned in the field conditions. And what they used to make, even in my field, my father and other people, my village people used to do, whatever residue is there, and they hire the sheep and goat for 3 days, 4 days, and while consuming this residue, and also it contributes to manure, and it decomposes and contributes to manure, and also urine, and a lot of value it improves the overall residue plus manure that the sheep and goat dung together becomes manure with value added manure. And when we add this manure to the soil, and that becomes lot of improved microbial properties, that really improves that native nutrient mobilization. And that again enters when we enters into the fodder. When safe fodder comes, safe meat comes. Safe meat comes, safe health. So that in life cycle analysis, these things will enter. So, but at the same time, basically one of the key, there are so many strengths in seeing that the sheep and goes towards the organized sector. And it is not easy because that overall the sheep growers, goat growers are basically migratory nature, and bringing them into the organized sector is a little bit challenge, and particularly in India. But we have to do organized and semi-organized and non-organized. We have to go together. We don't want to see that the sheep and goat sector completely organized and completely it is a shepherd migratory nature. And if with the completely migratory nature, technology implementation is difficult. We can't provide that vaccination, clean drinking water, and fodder. And now the important challenge for sheep and goat, basically they feed on common resources in the villages, common resources. That resources in the villages are really vanishing, and some buildings are coming up, and peri-urban issues all are occupied by somebody else, and where they feed. So there is a necessary to move that at least a hybrid mode or towards that organized sheep and goat sector with better technology, better startup culture, better agri-entrepreneurship skill development, and processing and evaluation is very, very important. There are many, the numericals were said by Dr. Barbude and also Dr. Malik, how many millions of sheep and goat are in the country, how much sheep, goat meat is produced in India. And Hyderabad, why we are organizing under Hyderabad chapter of NAS and part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And because we have done, NAARM has done one study, what is the food consumption pattern of Telangana. 98 to 99% of the people, as our joint director said, it is non-vegetarian. And another important aspect is that, and a lot of meat lovers are there. Not only chicken, we have poultry institute here locally. Besides that, we have meat lovers here. And another important point is that a combined state of Andhra Pradesh, Andhra and Telangana together contributing to more than 50% of small ruminants, sheep and goat. And these two governments have come with a new sheep policy, goat policy recently. They want to distribute to improve the livelihoods. They want to distribute a few sheep and goats so that livelihoods other than traditional agriculture, the incomes, livelihoods are enhanced. So stress, I think a lot of suicides were there earlier, few years back, now also. But how to reduce the purely crop-based income towards that continuous other than crop-based income. So that is the endeavor. These two governments are bringing the policy on sheep and goat distribution to the, especially the landless laborers and the small farmers. I believe that, and also Government of India is contributing a mega into everywhere. I was strongly associated as a convener for National Mission for Integrate Sustainable Agriculture. And one of the important aspect which we have implemented is National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture Integrated Farming System. So the important critical component of IFSC is that to bring some animal component in this, particularly location specific sheep and goat or some other components, so that along with the field crops, along with horticulture. There should be a farm pond. So when the water, even typical, and more importantly, the sheep and goat and these, wherever these large population are there, all these locations are dryland regions. And maybe it is Telangana, maybe Andhra Pradesh, maybe in Maharashtra, maybe North Karnataka or Rajasthan. And these are all where typically low rainfall regions, and drinking water, and especially when it is reaching months are reaching to April and May, and drinking water, even human beings drinking water is the problem in Chennai, in Maharashtra, some places. So how to provide a safe drinking water to animal, so which really contribute to the less diseases. For example, important disease, we talk and in the animal sector, foot and mouth disease. And we also speak about blue tongue disease in sheep. Blue tongue disease. How to, in fact, when we are sheep and goat is not organized sector, how to go vaccination program to the ground level, because they are not stable at one village, seasonally they are migrating. So that is though we have vaccination, even technology is arrived, and how to take the vaccination, very, very important aspect. And any viral disease which comes to the sheep, and then unknowingly if they are moving same water bodies they are taking, same feed mechanism, then any viral disease is very, very quickly to one animal to another animal. So how to, when one side it is a migratory nature, how to take the technologies like vaccination, and also a clean shelter. Whenever the shelter is, their shelter is very, very important. And also all our colleagues are doing several ICAR Institute, a breeding program, a tolerant breed, we say. We want to feed that some green fodder, some concentrate, some dry fodder together. That is the best picture. As a climate scientist, I believe that always we suggest to all the animals around 15 to 20% of combination of green and dry fodder, which results in lesser methane emission, because 62% of methane is coming livestock sector. Honorable Prime Minister has committed to reduce the larger, in fact, among 200 countries, India is committed larger amount of greenhouse gas emission reduction. So livestock sector, agriculture sector has to contribute, and also livestock sector has to contribute to reduce methane emissions along with the paddy fields. There is a plenty of opportunities for sheep and goat sector to take it to the organized and semi-organized, so that we get a quality meat, and at the same time, lot of market innovations are required. And a lot of market innovations are required. And people wanted to, as our Dr. Venkateshwarlu was telling, that though chicken eaters wanted to have deshi now, in fact, the world is running around again, coming back to traditional foods like millets and traditional jowar and other crops, and also desi bird, and perhaps while keeping the traditional features, virtues intact, simultaneously how we can move forward to the semi-organized, organized sheep and goat sector. There are many challenges in this sheep and goat sector, not only technical challenges, of course, ICR, veterinary universities, and also animal universities, they are working. There are commercial challenges. There are other socio-economic challenges. I will take socio-economic challenges, which it was explained by migratory nature, how to bring back, so that how these people can we have some policy issues, perhaps, so that these shepherds, migratory nature of sheep and goat can come together. Just like we are talking about NAARM is very, very strong in now farmer producing organizations. Very often we talk farmer producing organizations means some of the majorly it is a horticulture sector, it is a crop based sector, some other agriculture based, but farmer producers together, even animal related farmers also can rope in, so that if not any policy, for example, farmer producing organization, now we can say that 2000 farmers can join. Recently on NRC Foundation, we have given best FPO awards, best startup awards we have given. So 50 to 2000 people. Even in the animal sector, you want to go for FPO with the 10 farmers, there should be a policy. And you want to suggest to Mr. Malik, so that even FPO can be, and 5 farmers are coming together, so that still they can have together, so that technology can be implemented. Otherwise, if it is technology is not implemented, same problems of blue tongue or PPR diseases can be management is very, very difficult, and clean drinking water is animal drinking water is difficult, and concentrate good feed is provision is difficult. And also, and these animals are feeding with some of the fodder, and also drinking with the heavy metal contaminated water. Water is a heavy metal, and also the food fodder which is grown. For example, in Musi River is nothing but heavy metals, and the most of the fodder nearby peri-urban areas which is coming, and Musi fodder is grown. And whatever that we have big festivals in Hyderabad, where I think Ramja, some other festivals are there. Maybe some lakhs of animals they this one, but the feed the fodder is coming from Musi River only. And the Musi River, you know that all the soap water and plastic and everything is entered. That is the way I think Mr. Malik has spoken about traceability. So overall, I believe that these one-day national summit will yield very, very important deliberations and negotiations, where what to take and what are the where we can put boundaries for Indian conditions. I was told that in Europe, sheep and goat sector is more organized in Europe, and compared to other continents. And but how to make that when large number of farmers or stakeholders from India are associated with the sheep and goat, how to see that sheep goat farming as a business model, so that we can, our India can harness the 65,000 crores of the income which we generated out of sheep and goat can be enhanced to 1,000, maybe 1 lakh crore, maybe 2 lakh crores in future. When we put valuation, we put processing, when we put organized form of sheep and goat with strong technologies and strong innovations at rural level, with the government support and policy support. So this today National Summit is endeavor to come out regional level policy paper we would like to take under National Academy of Agriculture Sciences along with our partner institute. We are very happy to meet, to be associated with the NRC meet, and Dr. Navina and Dr. Krishnan. These are the 2 young NAS fellows are associated in organizing this important national summit. Congratulations to both of you. Recently, you have received NAS fellows. And I think our endeavor should be through this policy once developed to reach to the state governments, to the various stakeholders, government federations, so that some of the at least 2-3 of the policy interventions can be implemented at the state level, at the business corporate levels, and also central government. And this also will bring the canvassing the scientists, technocrats to work with the various stakeholders. So my best wishes, and also many NAS fellows also joined today. And we have 45 national NAS fellows and 5 NAS associates in Hyderabad chapter. Some of them have joined and eagerly related to this subject. Particularly, I see that Kondayaji and also Kulkarni Saab and our former colleague, former director of NRC meet, and several others have joined. my best wishes for very good, productive and constructive contributions for the deliberations, so that it can yield to the policy paper which reaches to the all the stakeholders. Best wishes to each one of you. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. You highlighted the various issues in the sheep and goat sector, especially the traditional pastoral system, the IT case, the technological involvement, startups, agri-entrepreneurship, sustainable agriculture, diseases, vaccinations, then greenhouse gas emission, market innovations, various aspects you have touched, sir. You highlighted the very important point, sir, considering that we have 2 presentations after this inaugural session, sir. One will be delivered by Mr. Anshul Oja. So he is associated with the Urmul Trust from Rajasthan, sir, where they are working with lakhs of goat farmers. So he will be highlighting how they are transforming the traditional pastoral goat production in the state of Rajasthan. We also have Mr. Rajesh from Licious. So he will be talking about the technological innovations for marketing or retailing of meat and meat products. We also have 2 more presentations, sir, which will touch upon many issues which you have highlighted in your presentation. So thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful speech. So now it's a time we all will be waiting to listen to our chief guest, Dr. Bhupendranath Tripathi. Sir, we feel honored to have with us the Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Bhupendranath Tripathi, a Deputy Director General, Animal Sciences, Krishi Bhavan, New Delhi, who has the experience of working in various institutes in various capacities, sir. Actually, I take this opportunity to invite you to bless us with your words and inspire our zeal, sir. Dr. Bhupendranath Tripathi, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Nandina. I think I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So very good morning to each and every one of you. My esteemed colleague, Dr. Parveen Malik, Honorable Environmental Commissioner, Government of India, GSD, very dynamic director of NAARM, Dr. Srinivas Rao, Dr. Barbudhe, Director of NRC on meat, very esteemed colleague from headquarters, ADG Dr. Amrish Tyagi and Dr. Vasin, and maybe others also from headquarters they have joined. My esteemed colleague ICR directors, especially director from the CHRI, Dr. Arun Tomar, and from CRG, Dr. Rai, and many other directors I can see. There are also state directors and senior officers associated with animal husbandry and also from Sheep and Wool Development Board. There are many NGOs also, and former directors of NRC, Dr. Kulkarni and Dr. Kundaya. And I'm also I'm very glad to see that by this National Summit, we organized sheep and goat meat sector in India towards Sanshod Bharat. I congratulate Dr. Barbudhe and Director of NAARM, Dr. Srinivas Rao. Both know all directors at Hyderabad, they have been very dynamic. All 3 directors, which I know, have been interacting with them, Dr. Rao, Dr. Barbudhe, and Dr. Chatterjee. And they have got a very good collaboration and cooperation with each other and addressing the issues of animal husbandry, animal sector, and poultry sector together. And that's the great, it's very, very delighted to see all these things happening. And today they have called everybody, all those people who really matters with sheep and goat husbandry sector. They are all here, including progressive farmers, sheep and goat development boards of different states, animal husbandry departments, exporters, NGOs, e-commerce business ventures, better students, entrepreneurs, and all those, and a lot of faculty is also present here. We have been, will be giving their input for the development of a policy paper or a roadmap, how and how we should go along. All the previous speakers have very elaborately have described the importance and significance of sector as such, and also its weakness and strength. And bringing this opportunity to all of us, all those stakeholders at one platform in a, of course, in a hybrid mode. It's good to see that this is being managed in a hybrid mode, where many of stakeholders, scientists are there itself at NRC meet headquarters. So I have not visited that institute yet. And also many, close to 100 people that are joining this now and listening to this very important summit. And one of the most neglected sector, the husbandry, though it constitutes roughly more than 41% population of Indian livestock as such, out of 536 million. And also, if you see this potential, very large potential it has. Since last census itself, sheep has increased around more than 14%. Goat has increased in population about more than 10%. And together they constitute around 225 million sheep and goat. And in spite of the fact that this sector has not got the kind of attention, the magnitude of attention that it should have been got, in spite of the fact that this is the only sector which belongs to very poor, marginal, landless farmers, and where agriculture sector or even those feed and fodder availability is very less, rain-fed areas, there this sector is flourishing and converting low quality feed and fodder to high quality protein. And that is why we see that this sector, meat sector is increasing, annual increase more than 15%. With the formation of new ministry, absolutely there has been a greater attention to investment as such, fishery as such, and also other than cattle and buffalo. Now we are all schemes now, if you look into that, they're all diverted or funded towards dairy production. And unfortunately, we have not taken goat and sheep as a dairy also, only for the meat purposes. Now, we're also paying some attention that it can, other than meat, it can also go for the milk production also. Because overall, at least 3% milk contribution is from goat. So that sector also needs to be taken care of. So it's not only meat, milk, wool, fiber, skin, everything. And if you see the potential, the large potential. And only thing that I have when I was at Malpur ICAR-NAARM, the major setback, I've seen farmers who are very interested to open their farm, organized farm, but disease has always come into their main weakness. We have not been able to provide proper health care services. That is also that I will discuss later. But even all these things, India is called as the highest meat exporter from sheep and goat. And we're exporting hardly, more than 14,000 ton of sheep and goat. And our GDP contribution currently is more than 65,000 crore. And it has the capacity to go even beyond that 150,000 crore. So can we make some target? And our meat contribution from goat is roughly 13%, and from sheep around 11% or so. How we can further increase the contribution of meat was total milk production in the country, which is around more than 8 million. How we can address these problems, where 90% of entire sector is unorganized. Fresh milk and fresh meat, it is being handled. Only 3 to 4% of meat sector is organized. So friend, that is the issues before the scientist, before the development agency, state government, NGOs, and policymakers. So how we should make a roadmap where we cannot know, it is well proven that we cannot divert entire, as Dr. Malik is here, cannot direct the entire thing, but can we make a roadmap to this summit, to this national summit, where all the stakeholders are there? We'll come up with some policy document, and that become a kind of guideline and a reference material for the government to see that how we can increase this potential use and doubling the farmers' income. And the availability of meat is still very less as per our ICAR standard, which would get 30 grams of animal protein through meat per day, per capita. And our availability is hard, so it comes around 11 to 12 kg per year. And our current availability is hardly 5 to 6 kilograms per annum, per capita. That is why, that Navina was telling about that, what is the cost of mutton and shaman production in this? Very, very, very costly meat of sheep and goat. And especially in South, there's a tremendous scope of sheep development. A lot of sheep are going from Rajasthan to the South of India, and still that demand is not being met with. So, and another thing that we have got a huge population. So our productivity is not up to the mark. So as a scientist, as an ICAR institution, while they have been working on the increasing the productivity through breeding, nutrition, reproduction technology, health management, we have to also see that our huge population of sheep and goat that is still uncharacterized. We cannot take all good breeds, characterized breeds to every region. We have to also see that those region-specific or state-specific breeds, they also have to be conserved. They also have to see that through selection process that the productivity has to be increased. Jamnapari and Beetle, they cannot go everywhere. Sirohi cannot go everywhere. So the conservation effort and also the propagation and selection and meeting the sustainable development goals should be there. It is not only that we go on producing, we are targeting only the production. We have to see that our animal production, sheep and goat production should be sustainable. It should be able to sustain the climatic changes that has been taking place very fast nowadays. And today itself, there's a ICAR meeting going on. I'll be attending this meeting after that. So friends, the challenges are different. And Dr. Malik has told that how NBGR is now taken a mission mode program. How to characterize, inventorize entire non-discrete population of this country in next 5 to 6 years. And every partner, state government, central government, NGOs, universities, every stakeholders has to take part in this mission so that we should know that what livestock treasury we have in our country, how we are going to conserve them. So that is one part. And second thing, that breeding technology. Breeding, we have in sheep, we have developed quite a sum of breed by CSWRI, marvelous work they have done. And the current breed development in the form of Avishan, which has been 3 breed cross of Garol, Patanwadi, and Malpura. That is on great demand. How state government can take this technology, how central government take this breed and further multiply, proliferate using sustainable or using the reproductive technology, artificial insemination, by synchronization of heat, stress. So state government will have the demand also, and I request Director CWRI that how they should plan his work so that he can meet the demand of people. Through AI, one ram can cover only 20. Why not to use AI technology? It developed, as the Dr. Rao was mentioning, that in a European country, sheep and goat are very organized farm. And I have seen it, how they're organized. On day old lambs and kids are separated from mother. They have got a nursing facility. They have got sheep societies in every city. Sheep societies, all rams are at the buck, which are of greater quality and they have got good genetic potential. They are made as a pool, From there, the semen is being supplied to our farmers. And precision livestock farming is the mainstay now. 3-4 people, one family of husband, wife, and 2 children, they're managing the farm of 2,000 sheep alone. So those kind of things now should come in India also. So my request, and this is all this responsibility lies on the scientists. So this, and also the extension agencies of the government to take this technology to the field and see how they are being being multiplied and adopted by our stakeholders, our farmers. But also you have to keep in mind at the same time that our farmers are very poor. They're marginal, small farmers. Nomadic, that are migratory sheep. They're just going out. Grazing lands are decreasing. Extensive system of farming is also decreasing now. So we also to take care of a management system in the country. We have also to show that our institution, to show that how we can also now go for the intensive farming, stall feeding. And if we are going for the stall feeding, what are the possibility of getting the pattern of diseases, pattern of management, physiological or other problems? Because they are the browser animals. They always like to go out. And the time will come, we'll have to think also in the intensive farming also. Semi-intensive farming are already doing it. Range system is also farmers are doing. So friends, the responsibility of sheep and goat issued are multiple. And along with that, I wish that those entrepreneurs, farmers, private players, they should come forward and take this technology and make as Dr. Rao was mentioning, the farmers producer organization and society's development. There are 2 main pillars now that will have to be there in our country as well. I do not see that there are any sheep society in this country where the farmers are there meeting together. So I think this is again responsibility. I'll hand over to the Sheep and Goat Institute to at least make some sheep society. People have made Murrah society, some Saiwal society, and so on and so forth. And making such society as such, they become part of your endeavor, scientists' endeavor. They are a very good source of data, phenotypic data that you have. You can also run your genotypic selection also. Because our problem is that we don't have a proper data, even for the cattle and buffalo. And in other European countries, in America, you find that lakhs of data are available to compare with the phenotype and genotype. And that's why they are all following the genotype, genomic selection of animals. We have also, ICAR also developed all those genomic selection methods. They have SNP chips, high density and even low density chips have been developed by NVIDIA. Those technologies have to be used as early as possible, so that we can able to realize that from day one, from within a month, we should be able to know that which ram and which male and female sheep are going to be a good animal, so that their rearing itself start from day one, so that they can become a good germplasm, superior germplasm that can be further multiplied by technologies available with us. Still, AI is not being followed in sheep and goat. And when I say that, they will say this problem, that problem, they are doing it at some farm, but Tomar is listening very carefully. So I wish that we have to show this to farmers itself, that how by synchronizing stress and then doing AI on the same farm, you can get a desirable number of sheep at the time of year, whatever you want. So friend, that is one of the things that we have to take care of. Nutrition technology. Again, there are many technologies that have been developed by the ICAR Institute. We have to provide feed to animals, proper feed to animals. We have to increase biomass in that area if they are in an extensive system of farming. And CWI is doing for that. Goat Institute is also doing. And also we have to look feed formulations. Memna process has already been developed by CWI, and that has increased the weight by 10 to 15% if we are going to follow that. Similarly, specific minerals have been produced by NINP Bangalore also and by CWI also. And there are many feed formulations that are coming up. You have to go for the unconventional feed. You have to look at those sources. You have to analyze the proximate principle of those sources, so that you can recommend to the farmers, to recommend to the entrepreneurs that if you are using this feed formulation, you can have a better economic production of sheep and goat. Robotic technology again, coming in a big way. That has to be no robotic technology being used in sheep and goat sector. So again, we have to see that how this technology is going to field. Are they going to adopt it? Basra Veterinary College is doing a lot on AI in goats. And also I request CID director to look into that. Further to popularize this technology, AI technology now. So that if we have got a limited number of superior germplasm, that can be multiplied faster than by the natural service. Health is another issue. That's a big issue in sheep and goat. Many farmers I have met, they have opened a wonderful farm, but they have come up with a problem. Every farm will have contagious thyma, sheep pox, goat pox, blue tongue. Leave aside the most important disease, PPR. With the government has now planning, has already government program already going on, state government. Now it is by centrally. Now it is by centrally funded scheme, full scheme. And ICAR is participating with that, and perhaps in the next 5 years we will have that PPR going to be zero. But similarly, there are many diseases also, which state government are taking care of, like blue tongue. New serotypes are coming up, and the vaccine produced is not working very well against serotypes. We've got a pentavalent vaccine. But again, we are looking after that, how we can replace those serotypes quickly and give a better formulation of vaccine. Similarly, goat and sheep pox vaccine. Enterotoxemia is always a problem in the new farmers when they set up the infection. Brucellosis is another disease that is not only in the sheep and goat, but it's also a problem in the humans. So these are some of the issues that in animal health we have to go for the combined vaccination. It's very difficult to do individual vaccination. if I've got a combined vaccine, sound like that is ICAR is developing also. Perhaps in next few years it will come as a combined vaccine. CSII has made a very good time-tested for decades. They developed a very good animal health calendar. And they have demonstrated not only at the farm, they have demonstrated at the field also, how from 25% mortality, they have reduced it to around 5% in the field. I'm not talking about the farm. So those are health technologies, those management practices in the good practices in the health, that should go to farmers, entrepreneurs. And health is the most important impediment, along with other food chain and the marketing, etc., are not available with the farmers. So there are a lot of scopes. I do not say that why not veterinarians makes a group. No, they provide veterinary care services. Why veterinarians are not coming in a very a very nationwide as a private sector. Why not they cannot make a society or a cooperative where the farmers can be registered for the minimum amount of fees they can pay and veterinary care is given to them. मैं बहुत दिनों से मैं लोगों से कह रहा हूँ ये 2-4-6 वेटरनरियन मिल करके एक ऐसी चेन बना सकते हैं देश में जो कि नॉट शीप एंड गोट के नहीं ये पूरे जो है कंट्री में एक चेन बना सकते हैं और unless we get this services is going to the hands of private veterinarians providing services and very good services they can provide. They can earn also. Entrepreneurship also is kind of thing that is going to be a big boost in the sheep and goat sector. So those things that we have to really look into those aspects. I think I'll not take much time. We're already delayed. And one thing that I was asking everybody. Now, we should also develop some breed as a mixed breed of goats. It is contributing. Some of the breeds like Jamnapari or Sirohi, that's a good breed. Have you had any record of last working for 30-40 years that earlier we had got this milk, now we have got 1.5 kg or 2 kg milk? You will surprise the sheep produces 6 kg up to 6 liter of milk in Europe. Goat also similarly. We have to also work on the milk of sheep and goat as such. And especially goat milk has got nutraceutical values, health benefits. I don't know that. How we can prove that? When it comes to prove that is the health benefits, at least if it works against the dengue fever, I was an otherwise. Let us find out what are the factors which is responsible for antiviral activity. I think I have given the project also, and NRC is taking lead in that. Sheep, goat, camel, and all institutes are collaborating with each other. I see that how non-bovine milk has also got some values coming forward, and that value addition will increase the farmers' income. Sheep milk similarly. And then of course meat sector, NRC meat is itself is working efficiently on the meat sector itself, giving different kind of slaughterhouse model and mobile model they're developing, and especially their technology to detect adulteration in meat. That's a great problem. And their development technology. And so many molecular technologies available with them also. Food safety itself is a problem. We have to see that our meats should be safe. It shouldn't contain any antibiotic, pesticide, or other residues. For that, we should develop facility for that. And also, this technology should not be laboratory intensive only. It should go to field. It should go to farmers can use it. Why don't you develop some LFA-like test where people can do it? If anybody want to test in meat, whether it is a buffalo meat or it is a cow's meat or a sheep or a goat meat, they should check it. So such a technology should come forward from the scientists and should be popularized also. Unless it reaches to farmers or the veterinarian, the stakeholders level, then your technology will not be, will be used for the purpose. No, every farmers or entrepreneurs cannot come every time to your laboratory and send samples. And you will have a process and so many, compliance burden, all sort of things. You have to see that how this technology should be easily adopted by the farmer. Then they can do it also. So friends, I'm very happy to be part of this. I think I should not speak more than this. And this national summit, I am telling you, this is going to prove as a milestone. Come up with a very good document, and in this you will find that all stakeholders are not here. Call another summit, call another meeting, and make a beautiful document roadmap. And that roadmap, I always say for everything, for all the such like matters, make a proper roadmap. What should be the standard? What should be there? How many of them are able to follow the ICR Institute or the government of India able to follow it? There's a finance crunch also, budget problem also. We also have a problem of finance also, budget also. But let there be a system, let there be a roadmap. उसमें से हम जितना भी कर पाएंगे 10% करें 20% करें लेकिन उसको सिस्टमेटिकली करें अपने जल प्लान को ना खराब करें देश में जो हमारा लोकल जल प्लान है उसके सबके अपने अपने खास विशिष्टताएं हैं they are all specific characteristics they are region specific हम गवर्नमेंट को सजेस्ट करें that is the best option keeping always the sustainable development goals in mind. We have to see also that greenhouse gases, there are so many things that has been talked about. So those like documents would come forward from this summit. I'll be glad, and I think Dr. Malik will be glad, and all stakeholders, those NGOs, and how we further make a very good system for the NGOs, entrepreneurs, non-government organizations to follow our technology, take our technology. So that is very important nowadays, which the government has been doing a lot. So with this, thank you very much, Dr. Bhargute and Dr. Rao for having given this opportunity to just interact and share my views on that. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much for your elaborate and comprehensive address, sir. Actually, you have flagged various issues and you have given us the way forward. Actually, you highlighted about the ministry role and the various schemes, the per capita consumption, productivity, the demand, breeds, conservation, reproduction and selection process. So you also spoke about the free range, intensive versus stall feeding, the sustainability, especially the sustainable development goals, the best rearing practices, the feed formulation, animal health calendar, and one best thing you told is combined vaccination, sir. That is the one thing I think we need to stress more on combined vaccination and multiple vaccines addressing different diseases in one stroke. So that is a very important thing, sir. We will take your message, sir. We'll be discussing many of the issues which you highlighted. Even in our program schedule, almost 80% of the presentations and interaction will be by stakeholders. We call a lot of stakeholders from the private industries, entrepreneurs, sheep and goat boards, animal husbandry department, because we want to listen to them, sir. We want to understand what is their problem actually, so that some solutions can be evolved. And even in the document preparation, we have formed an advisory group, core group, and a working group. Within the working group, we have divided into 4 different parts. One will be discussing on the feed, the production aspect. The second will be discussing about animal transportation, animal welfare. And the third group will be discussing as a slaughter, byproducts utilization, and waste management, sir. And the fourth group will be discussing about the entrepreneurship, e-commerce, and the policy issues. So the inputs given by all these 4 working groups will be drafted, will be edited by us, then it will go to the advisory group and the core group, and then it will be approved by the advisory group, sir. So we hope to come out with a very good document at the end of this day, sir. We assure you that all your concerns, all your issues will be addressed through this summit, sir. Thank you very much once again for your kind consent. We wish to have you in Hyderabad, sir, physically. We have been trying to get you physically for our meeting, but so far we are not successful. Hope in the coming days you will visit our institute, NRC, and meet, and you will bless us, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now, before we go for vote of thanks from Krishnan, Dr. Krishnan said it's my duty to thank the entire NAARM, especially Director Dr. Srinivas Rao, is always constant support and encouragement to organize the programs through the NAS Hyderabad chapter, and also as a NAARM think tank, sir. We are very fortunate that we are creating a win-win situation between NAARM, NRC meet. I'm very glad that we are creating that win-win situation, which will ultimately help the stakeholders. Sir, I just request our director to present a memento as a mark of our gesture to Dr. Srinivas Rao. So I also request our director to present a memento to Dr. Venkateshwarlu, Joint Director, NAARM. Sir. I request Dr. Srinivas Rao, sir, to present a memento to our director, Dr. Barbu. So with this, we have come to an end of our inauguration program. So I request all the participants to be online because after this, within 10 minutes, we'll have 4 wonderful presentations from people from different fields. One from Licious, Mr. Rajesh will be presenting, and we invited Mr. Anshul Voja from Goat Urmul Trust from Rajasthan, and Dr. Chanda Nimbalkar. She's a director of Nimbalkar Agricultural Research Institute from Maharashtra, and our director, Dr. S.B. Barbude. So we have 4 good presentations after this inaugural session. I request all the participants to be online, please. Now I request Dr. Krishnan for vote of thanks.
Very, very good morning to all the dignitaries on and off the dais, in the conference room and off the conference room. Very, very good morning to all. And I'm pleased to propose a vote of thanks to the entire team over here, and then who are behind the screen working for this entire program. Like, first of all, we thank, it is really a proud moment that we have the 2 top heads for the sector, like one representing the research wing in terms of our DDG who is here, and who represents the entire administration and governance of the animal husbandry sector, representing the government of India. Both are here. Like, so it adds a significant value to this entire conference. First of all, I thank our DDG Animal Science, Dr. B.N. Tripathi sir, for being for sparing his entire time for this entire program, for guiding, for being the guiding force for the conduct of this national summit. Sir, because of your presence, actually this program has been elevated. Like, it is no longer a program between NRC meet and then NAARM. So we will synthesize this and then present it as a unified view of the ICR. So we'll come out with an ICR policy document at the end of this, following the due process, and then we'll take your input, sir. Thank you for your time and then guidance. And special thanks to the Animal Husbandry Commissioner, Dr. Praveen Malik, and his overview and his interest in this program, right? Even in the earlier program as well, in this program also, it shows that how much the government is willing to listen to the scientists in shaping and framing its policies, so that the benefit reaches to the right stakeholders. So we'll take your guidance, sir. Thank you so much for your sparing your time. And beyond this program also, we'll share the draft and take your inputs, address all the concerns, so that the document becomes a kind of a ready roadmap and then actionable material, so that it can be implemented in the right earnest. Thank you for your time and guidance. And very special thanks to Director NRC Meet, Dr. Barbude, and ever since he took over, within the first month itself, we had a national seminar jointly with the NAARM. And this is the second national summit we are organizing with NAARM. And thanks to the director, Dr. Naveen, and the entire team NRC Meet, who have been working tirelessly in conceiving and organizing this entire event. And it's very special thanks that this sets a kind of a model that we can take such deliberations at the national level, And true to the spirit of NAARM being the think tank and then you being the technical institution representing the particular wing of science. So we shall just see that how we can contribute to the sector. Thank you so much to the entire team NRC Meet led by the director. And very special thanks to our director. He is sitting here with a dual role, like as the chairman and convener of the NAS Hyderabad chapter and as the director of NAARM. And special thanks to him for inspiring us to take such programs and also to giving this overarching leadership. Thanks to our director and as well as our joint director, at least those of you who have been hearing both of them, you should have seen that they don't no longer look like they have seamlessly transformed into kind of animal scientist. So almost every program, true to the spirit of NAARM being the think tank, like one day we discuss on organic farming, another on climate change, then biodiversity, meat. In any sector, they give a kind of overarching leadership and then inputs that has been truly inspiring. Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance and the inputs, both our director and the joint director. And we recognize there are a large number of participants, almost over close to 90 at a point of time. We had experts representing that is retired and serving DDGs, ADGs, directors of various animal science institutions, academicians, researchers, even deans and vice chancellors. We thank all of you for taking out your time and then showing interest in this. And we also had, we are having members and representatives from the central and state government departments and corporations, various farmer federations, and we have members, some of them are physically here, those representing the industry and then entrepreneurs and then startups. Thanks to all of you who have made it to attend physically, traveling from different parts of the country. Thank you so much. And also those who have taken out time to attend this inaugural function. So we hope that this summit will have the active inputs. And we also thank all the other experts representing various other ICR institutions, NARAS, NAS, NASI, and various other academic and then academic members and then researchers, and from all walks of the sector who have been interested in contributing to this sector. And we also thank all the faculty members, heads of the divisions and faculty members and the entire team NAARM who have made here physically and also in who have been helping in organizing this event. Thanks to one and all. And with this, we come to an end for the inaugural session. We request that all of you kindly, those who are physically here, may please join in the photo stand for a group photo. And following that, we'll be having high tea. And we shall break for 10 minutes. So 12:30, we shall start the next technical session. As Dr. Naveen said, it is lined up with the 4 very interesting sessions. I also request the speakers to factor the kind of time slot that we have been slipped and manage in their presentation so that we can catch up with the schedule. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
सर ये मंगवा लेते हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
And
thank you, sir.
All the guests who have joined virtually, we request you to have tea, remembering now. NRC meet. Thank you so much, sir. We'll break for 10 minutes. We'll join at 12:30.
Thank you, Dr. Rao and Dr. Barbude. और मैं डीलिंग कर रहा हूँ, मेरे दूसरी मीटिंग है. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
और डॉक्टर फैज क्या हाल है भाई? डॉक्टर फैज क्या हाल है भाई?
అనే టాటా స్టీల్ పెరుగుతా ఉంది.
Yeah, good morning, participants. I hope you're all online and available for the presentation. So welcome back once again. So now to start the first session, I would like to request the chairman of the first session, Dr. Ambrish Kumar Tyagi, Assistant Director General, Animal Nutrition and Physiology, ICAR, New Delhi, to please join. He has already joined. And we also have Dr. Arun Kumar Tomar, Director, ICAR, CSWRI, Avikanagar. At the co-chairman. I also request Dr. A.R. Sen, Principal Scientist, NRC and Meat, another co-chairman for this session. He is physically joining. So I request Dr. Ambrish Kumar Tyagi, sir, ADG, AMP, and the chairman of this session for his initial remarks before we start the session.
Dr. Tyagi, namaskar. Namaskar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Barbade, and my friend Dr. Arun, Dr. Barbade, Dr. Sahu, and others, Dr. Fayed. Good morning, all of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Barbade, to give me the chance to be a part of this conference. And I think I mean another meeting, Dr. Arun Tomar will take care of all these things because he is my close friend. And because of the poor performance of India in 2020, Global Hunger Index gave the importance to meat because we are the less meat eater and egg eater. And there is less consumption of the meat and eggs in India as compared to the global. Because in India it is only 5.5 kg and 79 eggs per annum, as compared to the global where it is 40 kg and 200 eggs. So there is necessary to increase the consumption of meat and eggs because the higher biological value of the net, protein, and etc. We should go for the meat consumption. And otherwise, also as our Prime Minister and Government of India also emphasize the double the income of the farmers. I think this is the best. I think this is the best sector where our farmer can go even more than double the income. So, but we have to take how we can enhance the nutrition value. We can go for the as a functional food of the meat and sheep and meat through nutritional modification or through fortification. All these things we can discuss. Dr. Tomar will take care of all these things. And moreover, we have to take the hygienic slaughterhouse condition, etc. So I gave the charge to Dr. Arun Tomar. Please take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagi. All honorable, all respected participants, as we know that we are hearing our dignitaries from since morning. So I think we are late and let us start our presentation. So first presentation, I may invite Dr. Barbade. And after presentation, we will have some interaction on the presentation. Dr. Barbade, please.
Yeah, thank you. The chairman of this session, Dr. Ambrish Kumar Tyagi, co-chairman, Dr. A.K. Tomar, my colleague, Dr. A.R. Sen, all the participants. I will just give narration about this, what is the roadmap in the sheep and goat meat production. So as you, in the inaugural session, we have seen many speakers, actually, they have highlighted the role of this sheep and particular livestock sector, and in particular the sheep and goat sector in the livelihood security. So already you have mentioned that they act as one of the ATM, we call them ATM of this rural poor. Then also pivotal role in the Indian that rural economy plays. Also the small and all marginal farmers, also nutrition and food security. So all these issues actually are this sheep and goat sector. It contributes enormously to this all this. So coming to this small ruminant that resources in India, during this recent 20th livestock census, we have seen that apart from all the other animal species, sheep and goat, they have shown the healthy trend of growth. And the population, particularly, this has increased around 10 to 14%, 10% around annual growth in the last census, and also around 14% in the sheep. So this is a healthy trend. Also, it implies that these growers, particularly the farmers and all the livestock owners, they see the economics actually, and which are the species actually which they grow, they can get maximum input. So sheep and goat sector, particularly, they have very healthy trend. If you consider other like cattle, hardly 1%, or buffalo around 1% growth. Also, pig, it has shown the downward trend. But sheep and goat, particularly, they have shown the upward trend, and that is a very healthy sign for this. So coming to this meat production as a whole in our country, 2018-19, it was around total 8.1 million tons of the meat was that is produced. So, and sheep and goat, again, if you consider, so around 1.09 million tons, and sheep 0.68 million tons. Of course, 50% of the meat that production comes from the poultry sector itself. And these again, during the last three census, right from 2012 to 2019. So among the goats, actually, if you see, Rajasthan, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Madhya Pradesh, they are the 5 top goat producing goat having this maximum population. Among sheep, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Rajasthan, and Tamil Nadu, they are having much they have the sheep population among the Indian states. So the top 5 mutton and chavan producing Indian states are Telangana among sheep meat, that is mutton, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, and Karnataka. Also, if you consider the goat meat production, West Bengal, Maharashtra, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and Rajasthan, these are the top meat producing goat meat producing states in India. Then coming to the overall the growth of the Indian meat sector, if you see over the years, now the latest figures are around 8.4 million tons of the meat production. But you see the annual growth, if you consider the annual agriculture growth is around 4%, but the meat sector now it is going around 6% annually, that is CRG, which has the compounded annual growth rate. But if you see again the meat, this value-added meat products in India, it grows more than 20%. That is a very healthy sign again. Sorry. If you use the species-wide meat production 2018-19, 50% of the goat meat production has come from poultry, and followed by the from buffaloes. But buffalo meat mainly goes it for particularly export purposes. And this sheep and goat sector, they contribute around 21% of the meat production in India, and pig production, meat production is less. Then percentage share of top meat producing, if you again consider, so Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, West Bengal, and Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, these are the 5 states in India which contribute to the more than 50% of the total meat production in India. So this is the overall scenario of this meat sector in our country. Now I was mentioning about the percent change, but always last census only the problem was with the downward trend of the sheep and goat population. But now in this latest census, 10 to 14% of the growth has been recorded. So then again, this as far as the export is concerned, maximum exports, if you consider around 25,000 crores meat export from India, maximum comes from the buffalo meat, and the sheep and goat sector, it contributes very less to the export earnings from our country. And the again, the meat consumption pattern, already in the inaugural session we have mentioned, southern states, they have more than 70 to 80% of the people which are meat consumers as compared to the particular western part of this country. But on an average in the country, if you see, more than 70% of the meat consumers. But the per capita meat consumption, if you consider, it's very less, hardly 5 kg as compared to around 30 kg or 40 kg world average. So now what are the issues actually that comes actually here? Increase in the per capita consumption of any product is expected to increase in the developing countries. Now it is the trend from the global, if you see, global trends in the meat production and meat consumption. Also, global sheep and goat meat consumption has been increased by 8% from 1.7 to 9 kg per head, or that is in India, you can see. Then protein supply from animal products, which is recommended by ICMR around 30 gram, but hardly we get around 13 gram per day. Then there is marginal rise in the annual per capita availability of the meat in India from 3.7 kg in 1961 to hardly 4.2 kg in 2011, and around now I say 5 kg per that is kg. So, but the global demand again, that projected demand, it will increase very healthy situation again over the 2050 global demand. It will also increase, and also the mutton or other type of species also. Then domestic demand also, it is that projected as per ICAR vision document. We are also shown the healthy trend where the global that domestic demand of the meat and meat products also will increase by 2050. Then meat processing, there are some issues again here. Cold chain facility, then slaughterhouses and meat processing plants. Also public-private investment, particularly why we see the growth in poultry sector. A lot of private players are there, investment is there, downward and backward and forward linkages with the marketing, other things. So such things are lacking, particularly in the sheep and goat sector. But the Ministry of Food Processing, APIDA, and also Export Inspection Agency, and also other that Government of India and ICAR Institute, they are shouldering the responsibility for rapid growth in meat sector. Also, small entrepreneurs entering into meat processing and catering. These are also they are meeting the needs of the consumers. So, a lot of healthy trends in this also. And then most of the mutton, chicken, and produce is consumed as a fresh, and hardly less of the part goes as a particularly value addition. And then promotional programs need to be launched actually at public sector. So that will be discussed also in the whole day, that program also. Then what are different strategies actually? The meat production in small ruminants. So I will just narrate, because of the time constraint, I will narrate some of the highlights only. So improving the reproductive efficiency, our institutes, sister institutes at CRG, Magdum, and also CSWI, they are working on this aspect in sheep and goats. Also introduction of sheep and goat breeds with extraordinary growth and prime price in the market. Then nutrition and feeding, and also disease aspects. So coming to this reproductive efficiency, so improving the prolification in sheep. Already that work is going on, fake bee gene in sheep, and then triple breeds that Avishan already that is developed by our institute at that ICAR institutes. So these are already initiatives already are there. Apart from that, reducing the breeding age of the sheep and goats by optimum feeding, different feeding practices, and then during post-weaning also many of the diseases and concentrate feeding. So already a lot of work is going on in our ICAR institutes, also some of the universities. Then accelerated lambing system that is also been developed at different type of different institutes. So that is also that work is they're going on. Then stress synchronization. Our DDG was mentioning about this also. So stress synchronization, particularly our goat institute, and also CSWRI, they are already working on this aspect. Then supplementation of study, particularly feeding strategies. So because lot of the sheep and goats, particularly they are raised in actually wild grazing only, but semi-stall, some of the stall feeding and semi-intensive system can add to the growth weight and other things also. So that is also work is going on. Then introduction of the sheep and goats with extraordinary growth, particularly fat tail or rump sheep, that is a large body weight, and they get premium price also. A lot of also the fat is reportedly rump as a tail and as a both. So CSWRI is evaluating their performance under also stall feeding. Then coming to the also Dorper sheep embryos, they are also interested by J&K government. Another southern states also, they are working on this sheep breed. So a lot of initiatives already been taken to work on this aspect by these our ICAR institutes also, and also state sheep and goat development boards. Then feeding, nutrition and feeding, these are our DG also was mentioning. So a lot of work is already going on this aspect also, but still this larger intensive farming. In that cases, actually, we need to work on this aspect also, particularly nutrition and feeding. And then also desirable body weights, because the carcass weight, particularly what we get at the body weight of particular sheep and goat, hardly 10 to 20 kg. So we have to work on those aspects also, where the body weights at for slaughter at early age. So nutrition and feeding practices also needed on this aspect also. Then some of the other work also done at the CIRG Magdum, also at CSW RI. They are already highlighted, results highlight, and they are working on this aspect also. Then designer meat production. Our institute also work on particularly selenium supplementation, also different type of feeding practices to get the designer meat, also carcass composition and fatty acid profiles manipulation by nutritional interventions. So this also is on our agenda, and we will be working on this aspect also. And our Animal Husbandry Commission mentioning about organic meat production. So already the NRC meat has developed the protocols for organic sheep production that need to be popularized. So this is one aspect. Then different feeding practices can be done so that this designer meat and functional meat or other type of things also can be developed. Then disease aspects. This is most important. So already FMD program, Animal Husbandry Commission has mentioned about the FMD program in sheep and goat also. Then besides that, PPR vaccine and other type of enterotoxemia, other type of vaccines also already available. So it is one of the major issues that reducing the mortality in kids and lambs during the pre-weaning stage. So more and more focus need. This is also one of the point we have to take in the developing the sheep and goat that roadmap. Then coming to the particularly most important is the marketing now. Small ruminants. There is no organized markets. All it is unorganized. We see in Hyderabad also a lot of slaughterhouses there, but there is no organized markets. The people they are coming, the middleman gets maximum benefit from that. So that intermediary people and traders earning more money than the farmers. So this is one of the biggest issue. Actually, we have to find go for the organized marketing or some thing. Then farmers cooperatives and other issues are farmers are goat banks, other things actually which are coming in India now at many states that will help in this aspect. Then this can be different type of marketing strategies like assembling markets or distribution markets or weekly markets, where actually some sort of facility need to be created for particularly small ruminant sheep and goat. Then apart from that, maximum support price, which is not there actually now. That's why the different state we find different prices. Then subsidy on inputs from the sheep and goat rearing, or e-mandis concept, also bank credit and insurance covers, or organized marketing and infrastructure development, also farmer cooperatives. These are all of the issues actually need to be addressed under this one. But now good situation is many of the private players, particularly we mentioned Lee CS, he's also happened to be our entrepreneur, and so many other online market farmers, they are coming. So these are not only the revolutionize the meat sector, but the people they get hygienic and also authentic meat supply. That is the good thing which is coming up. And I think in the time to come, more and more private players, they are coming with their own slaughtering facilities, processing facilities, and marketing facilities that will create make a lot of difference. Then at NRC and meat, we are having agri-business incubator. So we promote this entrepreneurship developments and capacity development, incubation services, business services, also technology portfolios, and also we help them to get the regulatory that services also. So anybody, the entrepreneurs particularly, they can come forward to join hand holding with NRC on meat or other agri-business incubators under ICAR system. So they are ready to help with this entrepreneurship development also. If you don't have facility for processing or other things, actually, we can join hand, you can use the facilities at ICAR institutes and come forward with these entrepreneurship programs. And besides that, we have developed some of the marketing like meat on wheels that NRC meat has developed, and this has been already implemented in big way in the state of Karnataka. We also developed a small e-cart like thing, which is costing hardly 2 lakhs rupees electric vehicle. So such thing actually for marketing from going from one place to another place also, or having minimum processing equipment equipments. That also the techniques are available, technology available at NRC on meet. Besides that, recently we have developed one portable meat slaughtering unit and retailing unit. So that now we are validating and popularizing also different stakeholders. I hope this also small scale processing, maybe around 10 to 12 sheep and goat. So that facility also we have developed at our institute. So any entrepreneur, they want to come forward, actually, they can take the facility of this availability also. Then what are the actually different, there are opportunities, there are strengths or weaknesses and the threat of this particularly sheep and goat sector. But I will talk about the opportunities only. Of course, strength I told about population, then religious taboo, nothing is there. But there are a lot of opportunities, increasing demand, then naturally grown animals, because we hardly take at wild grazing. Then growth in fast food centers and restaurants, growth in semi-intensive and intensive farms, and also increasing awareness about health and nutrition. All these opportunities you have to capitalize and to grow this sector in a big way. Of course, threats particularly in the form of disease and shrinking grazing resources, and also low carcass weight. These are the actually things that are there. Actually, we can say as a weakness also, but this can be overcome easily by the joining hand with all the sectors. Now, one story just I want to highlight here. There is one goat bank established at Karkeda in Akola district of Maharashtra. So their concept actually one farmer, innovative farmer, Sri Naresh Deshmukh. In 2018, he has now with a loan. Now, how this concept actually, such concept actually, there may be many breed associations, but this unique concept of the goat bank, particularly giving with minimal cost to the and all the facilities to the goat entrepreneurs, particularly who want to take the goat farming. So such things actually have to be replicated in other states of other parts of India. So that will also help to promote this sector. Then Government of India, particularly Ministry of Food Processing, they have come with many of the schemes actually, even production linked incentive scheme for food processing. Also PMFME, that is PM formalization for micro food processing enterprises scheme. Then another one district ODOP, one district, one program. Such programs are already in time, and lot of money, more than 20,000 crore is being pumped in this sector, particularly food processing sector. So the entrepreneurs, even MSME, they are coming forward with this actually, and a lot of trainings are already, capacity building programs are being done, and also they are now coming to this actually incubation services also through MSME. Our institute also one of the host institute for under MSME. So any entrepreneur coming from the whole value chain, from the rearing to the marketing, anytime you have some ideas, they can come to us or join any agribusiness incubator in ICAR system. Then this is what I am mentioning about the Ministry of MSME. They have with financial support, they are also giving, and it is also helping the entrepreneurs to come forward in this sector. Then also APIDA, they also helped in establish the cold chain enterprises. Also, they are also helping the getting the licenses for the export inspection agency and APIDA. They help in this such aspects also. Then now different issues. What I wanted further roadmap actually, provision of super germplasm or goat bank already I mentioned. Then empowering the sheep and goat rearing families by organizing them in collectives, particularly farmer APOs and other type of organizations. Then feed and fodder nutrition, that has to be now looked into actually, because of that only this carcass weight and other issues can be solved. Then health services already I mentioned. Then insurance, actually it is very unpopular in sheep and goat rearing. So that has to be actually also policy level, that has to be need to be seen. Then organized market for small ruminants so that the farmer can get the maximum benefit. And then encouraging the youth, particularly attracting agriculture area scheme already in ICR is there. So encouraging youth to come as a entrepreneurs. So it will help in employment generation as well as the improved income. Then also we have to support these commercial and industrial farms, small farms actually, maybe from private investment or government sector. Then strengthening of the farmer producer organizations, entrepreneurship development. Then investment in modern abattoirs. This is required actually, because in because the buffalo sector has increased and exports, because the private investment has come and the people, they have constructed, private people, big slaughterhouses and for export purpose. But such thing actually, if you see the municipal municipal corporations or municipalities, they don't have much developed slaughterhouses for the small ruminants. So we have technologies at NRC Meet. We can help anybody, any municipality or sheep and goat board to develop their small abattoirs for the small ruminants. And also dedicated cold chain whenever actually excess products or something is there actually. So this has to be also developed, and a lot of entrepreneurship opportunities also exist in the cold chain development. So to just to conclude actually the roadmap, what we need to do actually. So though the role of the small ruminants in the meat industry is vital, but this sector has not taken the shape as the poultry industry, or we get a lot of export earning from the buffalo meat also. But though the population is higher actually, still if you see in the market, you will not get the sheep or goat meat less than 700 rupees per kg. So this you have to see what are the different issues. Then the prospects of small ruminant meat business is very bright. So then improving the per animal productivity, better feeding, management practices, and also adoption of latest technologies pertaining to small ruminants. That is the need of the hour. Then the declining grazing lands and extensive grazing system. This has to be substituted by intensive commercial systems. Even actually at urban, peri-urban areas, actually now many small sheep and goat farms, particularly for they are coming up. But because of the grazing land, they cannot increase the strength of their farms actually. So semi-intensive or commercial farms with primary investment, that is also required. Then to establish direct tie-up with the farmers, with processors and the consumers in order to get the remunerative prices for their produce. So I mentioned about the organized markets, also tie-ups with the processors. So this is also will be required in time to come. Then small market would be further increased to profit margin, also get remunerative milk prices. So under different schemes, already Animal Husbandry Commissioner has mentioned about, because different schemes are also coming on small ruminants. But unless these entrepreneurs or private investment or industry people, they don't come forward actually, this linkage, particularly we say backward or forward linkage, will not be fulfilled. So this is what I wanted to share about the roadmap, and we'll have a different discussion in the round table also, and with the stakeholders. So some issues will come definitely. So thank you, Ms. very much for your patience sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. for a very nice presentation on roadmap or present status of small ruminant in India. We can take 2-3 suggestions or query from Dr. Barbude. If there is some query or some suggestions, otherwise we will invite next speaker. If there is no query, so we may invite next speaker.
Yes, sir. We'll have a next presentation by Dr. Mr. Rajesh from Leashes.
She is Chanda Nimkar. No, Rajesh.
This by Rajesh, yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, all. Thanks, NRC.
Dr. Rajesh, please try to finish your presentation within given time.
Sure. I will not go through the entire slide as well.
Go ahead.
You can ring the bell, and I will stop.
Go ahead. Actually, I am not having this bell.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, sir. So I'm representing industry. So even though it is a technical session, I'm not so technical to give any insights into sheep and goat. But I would like to give some insights representing the consumers and the industry. So this is about, I'm not going to details of the synopsis, but we can go one by one into the things. Doctor is already in the first session gave the numbers and figures of where we stand in the current scenario of sheep and goat industry. So I'm not going through detailing that again and again, but this is what the sheep and goat ecosystem, wherein or the looking forward, we are looking into this kind of ecosystem wherein the quality control, government policies, logistics, marketing, and the role of private and government processing centers, even the farmers and the producers are working in kind of a port system wherein the collaboration and associations will give more and more benefit to the nation. One point I would like to talk about here is from since morning, I think, or in all literature, we used to hear about that, no, our livestock, we are number 1 or number 2 in livestock numbers. But I feel this is equivalent to what we got in last Olympics, like 138 crore people, but only 1 gold medal. Like that, I feel this is the same situation. We have the numbers or head counts, but we don't have sheep and goat with the right meat quality. When I would say this is about like, we don't have a meat grade of a prime or a royal like that US or the Europe have, or the Australian meat industry is having. Our meat grade is of average or satisfactory level only. We don't have the superior quality meat. So it is equivalent to that 138 crore people have only 1 gold medal. So this is the current scenario of, there are 2, we can see that now in the last 2 to 3 years, the meat industry is getting evolved, and there are 2 types of ecosystem existing as of now, wherein the widely existing system is not scalable, that I would say, because it's depends on the village or the district level work style, wherein each farmers may be rearing 2 or 3 of number of animals, and it depends on the primary or a secondary trader and the local butcher shops, wherein it is unlikely to get safe meat. I would say the safe meat, it is not just about the quality, but quality for organized sector and unorganized sector both depends on the availability of the animal or what type of animals that we are having. But again, even within the available resource, we can arrive at more safe meat. I'm talking about the food safety, which is not possible in the normal existing system in the wet market where we are handling the meat. And as scientists, you might be knowing that no, it is not the meat, but the meat need to have some sort of ecological environmental conditions of right temperature, right humidity, and a right time to pass the rigor mortis to become the muscles to an edible meat. That is not happening in butcher shop, but unfortunately, we Indians don't know what is right meat. So we are thinking what is getting slaughtered in front of our eyes are the fresh meat. And we know that is not the fresh meat. Fresh meat is something beyond that. And when we are talking about organizing this sector, I would say we need to organize the consumer awareness as well. We need to cater the good meat, right meat, and talking about what are the science behind this good meat. And it is just not to increase the per capita consumption from so and so kg to the world or ICMR recommendation of that, but it should be nutritious, it should be safe. And this is the evolving or the emerging supply chain wherein we stand as the last right hand top where in the modern consumer market or e-commerce. The Solicious cater all the non-vegetarian category, the chicken, poultry, and the red meat. In red meat, we are catering lamb and goat. We are not catering any other red meat category, and fish and seafood. And lamb and goat stands around 20 to 25% of our total business. And we operate all metros. And recent past, we moved to the tier 2 cities as well. We do have our processing plants in Bangalore, Hyderabad, NCR, Gurgaon, and in Mumbai, Taloja, wherein we are having around per day, as of now, around 1 lakh orders, of which 25,000 orders are of exclusively for the red meat, which is lamb and goat. So the market is getting day by day, the demand is increasing, but we are unable to give the right quality of meat. That is the only crisis that as an industry we are facing as of now. So this is not as much complicated, but the one major change in this evolving emerging supply chain is like that the quality standards taking place important role wherein I think after this pandemic as well, the pandemics give more opportunity for the consumer or public, and they're talking about more about health and safety. So that is what not even e-commerce is considered as something for convenience, because it will get delivered at your doorstep. But it's not like that for when it comes to food. I think it is not just the convenience. The consumers are looking for the health and safety as well. So I think I will keep some time more on these two slides, because I would like to put these challenges in front of the private sector and the opportunities in front of the private sector, because I think today's session is mainly intended for arriving at some sort of consensus for the future roadmap, or to arrive at a policy. So while we are making some sort of policy, I think we need to address these challenges that the private sector is facing as of today. So the major challenge is nothing but, as we know, it is an unorganized sector. It is 90 or 95% remains unorganized, and it just represent the remaining 5% of organized sector. And as I said, the education and training, we used to talk about only for the academicians or the students or the farmers and all, but we need continuous training, not only for the farmers, but for the consumers as well, for choosing the right meat. And the research and development, I think it is like the livestock headcount. We do have a lot of institutions and academic sections, but we need to bridge the gap between the lab and the land. And the goat and sheep health, as yes, the zoonotic diseases and other things also. So far, still, even we know that even though we're having this livestock in this much numbers, 80% of the total export that is happening across the globe is from two countries, New Zealand and Australia. And the Africa and Asia, who is having the number of livestock, is just catering 20% of the total export requirement to the developed nations. So we need to overcome these kind of disease outbreaks and the possibilities of that. Then only we can move to this export, or we can back these export markets. And efficiency improvement in the industry. Herein, it is not about the yield or the efficiency, but how fast we can cater these things. Cold chain requirement is one of the most important things, because being in highly perishable in nature, that efficiency we need to have. And technology of AI or IoT, wherein we can track the continuous transportation or distribution chain, and even we can communicate that to the consumer, like that, no, your meat is safe, or meat was safe throughout the distribution chain. And then we can build the confidence among the consumers. And obviously the government regulations and legal formalities, I would request, I don't know whether FSSAI or some other representatives are over here. So my humble request is, it is still we are unable to harmonize many of these regulations, and especially in the meat sector. Each municipality, each panchayat, each district, each state have different versions of the same objective. But it is too late to arrive at some sort of more and more harmonization among the authorities to have a single law under the single umbrella to safeguard the interest of both the farmers and consumers and the middlemen who are involved in this. And lack of knowledge and awareness about the sustainable production. I think now in every seminar or in every sessions, people used to talk more about sustainability. And even I represent the sustainability aspects in my organizations, which is not just a fancy word forever, like what we used to have for many other reasons, other things. This is going to be a very important thing, even in this 2030 targets, to many things as a nation, and even the private entrepreneurs are also forced to, or I won't say it is forced to, but we are committed to do many sustainable aspects. The investor world is now, it is not your financial disclosure matters. Till yesterday, the financial disclosure was the one of the, or the most important criteria to invite investments. But today we are not in that world. Even the financial institutions looking for non-financial disclosures, and it is becoming, I think, mandatory from next year. And it's already mandatory for listed companies, and for non-listed companies, or who are willing to list in near future, should consider all these sustainable aspects, wherein we need to ensure there won't be any kind of impact due to throughout our value chain. It is not just what we are doing, but we need to look into what is happening at our back end and what is happening at our front end. So we need to build the gap between all the food chain or the supply chain to ensure there is no climate impact because of our activities. So it is not about maintaining the livestock in large numbers, but it is about optimize the use of resources with maximum efficiency and productivity. That is establishing resource management system, and GHG emissions to energy and water management. Land use is very, very critical thing for lamb and sheep as well. And we know that now across the world now there is a lot of noise and initiatives around alternate meat. It is either it's a plant-based meat or it is a lab meat. But I don't know whether we need to replicate all these things in India as of now, but we need to understand the threat behind that. This is because of all these what you call high level of resource utilization, and we need to move to a more eco-friendly and with less resource, high production. So these are opportunities in front of the private sector, where the changing trend in customer perspective, where in meat quality, I think till today we don't have any grading system in meat, but today the people food habit has changed, like cosmopolitan habits are coming up. So people are searching for the prime meat or whatever the higher grade meat, and they are demanding. And one good thing is that people are ready to pay. You are ready to pay for if you are able to cater the higher quality meat. So that is one opportunities in front of us. And animal welfare issues. This is also part of the sustainability. The animal welfare is another talk across the globe, like even not in the animal sector, even it is the fish and seafood. There are a lot of certifications like Friend of the Sea, Marine Stewardship, and Red Tractor, and many are there. And recently, I think you will get one or two commitment, which no one has done in India, but we are going to do that with animal protection group, like the better quality chicken. We will get in public domain by Wednesday. So Licious is going to be the first industry, for private industry, going to commit. There are written 5 criteria. So we are going to have that, get it done through enforcing our vendors by 2030, in line with, as of now, only the QSR segments in Europe and West only made that commitment, but Licious is going to be the first organization going to commit for that, for the animal welfare as well. So then ESG is what I spoke about in sustainability. It is actually the environmental, social, and governance, wherein a lot of initiatives are coming, a lot of voluntary requirements are there in place now, but it may become mandatory in future. So the what policies that we are going to make today should address the ESG aspects. Wide acceptance of e-commerce, that we know, that is why I got this opportunity to stand over here today. And the breed and germplasm diversity, I think you guys know better than me, but we need to have a good meat. We need to have farming that is only for meat purpose. And direct integration, a lot of cooperative societies, FPOs, etc. we need to have, and there are opportunities that the current generations or the educated youth are coming forward, or they are expressing their interest in farming. That is also a good sign. And the business volume, this is the requirement of quantity or the value that sheep and goat can arrive at. And the one good thing is like that the goat meat is free from religious taboos. In Indian context, this is an important thing. So there is no any those kind of hindrance in this. And strategic location of India, you know that better than me. And willingness of the multilateral agencies to invest in the sector, FDI is there. So all these are the opportunities in front of the private sector. So as the conclusion, I would say the future supply chains will evolve to meet the demands for quality and premium products in domestic and export markets. We need to grab the Australian and New Zealand standards in our meat quality. Parallel to the traditional system, supply chain for quality raw materials and products catering to high value markets is emerging, as we know, and many modifications and modernization or automations are happening, but most are on papers, but we need to translate that into reality. That is the challenge in front of us. And last but not least, the adoption of ESG, environmental, social, and governance as part of the vision and mission policy for this sector is an emerging priority. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. We may take 2-3 suggestions or any suggestions from audience. Any respected participant?
Dr. Tomar, can I just put one small question?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. You have gave a very clean insight of the goat as a business. One of the important thing, actually, take home point for all the researcher in meat science is the grading system. One of the important point he highlighted that we don't have proper grading system for our animals. That is why we are not able to project the good meat qualities of our sheep and goat, when especially we go for domestic sector or we go for some export opportunities. I think this is a very good takeaway point for all the researchers, that some grading system should be evolved for different breeds, popular breeds of goat or sheep in India. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that is what I also meant like that, because people are ready to pay for that grade. So you need to have, so there is no scarcity for demand.
Yes.
The supply is what challenge.
I think Dr. Barbude, Director NRC Meat, will take care of this suggestion. Sure, it is need of the hour.
Yeah.
Any other suggestion or any question from Mr. Rajesh? Any query?
I think for Indian consumers, no, still everything is mutton for them. So many don't know how to differentiate lamb and goat. But I think the urban communities are more preferring lamb because of its tenderness and easy to consume. And when it comes to the regular meat lovers or meat eaters, they like goat meat because the gammy flavor or gammy taste they prefer. But the current generation, like it's the same like in seafood. In 5-star hotels and other hotels, we used to get now this basa, which is not having any characteristic taste or smell or something of the fish. But young generation prefer that because it's very easy to consume. It is very tender, no spines, no bone. So that is there for lamb meat, who loves the fat and other things. But the real meat lovers always prefer goat meat, according to my person. Yeah. Especially, yes. Right. But again, sustainability will come with this eco-friendly packaging we need to adopt. But which is more eco-friendly, whether it is paper or the plastic, that is again a controversial thing, because the plastic lobby is having their data showcasing that now for a particular tonnage of paper, we are ruining that much of trees, that much of water, and plastic we need to recycle or something like that. So it is not just eliminating the plastic, like we can't live without antibiotic now. So it is like plastic neutral is our policy in case of sustainable packaging.
Washroom
Yeah, I request all participants to please put your question in the chat box. Due to the shortage of time, we'll not be able to take too many questions. Please put your question in the chat box. We'll take up and the concerned speakers will respond. Sir, Chairman, sir, I request you to go for the next speaker.
Yeah, why not? Please invite next speaker, Uji. Dr. Navina, please introduce him.
Yeah, no, it's not here. He will come online. He will come. From that side, yeah, we cannot stop sharing. Yeah, our next speaker is Mr. Anshul Oja, sir. So he is from Urmul Trust, Rajasthan.
Yeah.
So they have a network of more than 50,000 goat farmers in the Rajasthan, and they are working towards transforming the traditional pastoral system actually. So we want to listen to him actually, how it works with a large network of farmers in the Rajasthan. So Mr. Anshul Oja, please, you can share your slides, sir, and you may speak.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me today at this very important discussion. And since morning, very insightful discussions, that we have been having. I would like to, divide the presentation in two segments. First, I'm going to use around 10 minutes for the presentation, and then I have a small video. So, with Dr. Tomar's approval, if I could play that video just to set a context of, one of the interventions, that we are undertaking. I am now sharing my screen.
Please.
Just yeah. I hope this is visible. Thank you again. I'm Anshul, and I'm representing the Desert Resource Center Urmul, which is working in the entire Western Rajasthan for the last 3 decades, and comprehensively, working on the land, life, and living issues. Be it working with pastoralists or farmers or artisans. A quick context for many who may not be aware with the desert. Of course, there are many esteemed dignitaries who are very well aware of the desert. It is a very extreme temperature zone, very harsh physical realities. If you look at the rainfall, you're talking about very unreliable, erratic nature. Drought is a recurrence. In this larger context, food, fodder, water, livelihood remains a big challenge, and of course that tops with the social challenges of low education, difficulties in accessing the basic health. It sets a very unique challenge in which the community finds a very important, opportunity in the space of pastoralism. Pastoralism is the backbone of living, livelihood in the desert, and especially in the 8 districts of the Thar. Urmul has been working in all of these issues: livelihood, health, child rights, disability education. And in livelihoods, we have major work in crafts or textile based value chain, where we work with around 5,000 artisans in the remote areas. And as I was introduced, in the pastoral or agroecological spaces, again, we are working with a very sort of massive number of farmers across these 8 districts, almost covering the area equal to the size of Germany. 2 key programs in the space of pastoralism. I don't want to talk about all the things, but I would like to focus on pastoralism. 2 key programs. One is around goat and sheep value chain or ecosystem enhancement, where we are focusing on wool, meat, milk production systems. Here we are working, with a very big number of herders. We are working towards formation of FPOs, market linkages, a comprehensive socio-economic support, breed improvement, financial linkages for the value chain enhancement, and similarly around camel milk. We are developing camel ecosystem for textile and camel milk value chain. Today, I'm going to focus on the goat and sheep interventions, and particularly a program where we are attempting to revive the pastoral, traditional pastoral routes. This is a pastoral map, so to say, of India, and you would see, Rajasthan hosts one
Sir,
of the
1 minute. Sir, Anshu,
Yes.
sir, your slide, you are not moving your slides. Just see that your slides are moving. Actually.
It
We are
is.
able
It
to
is
see only
moving.
the first
Okay, let me restart. It is moving, but I think there's some challenge. Okay. Is this visible now?
Yeah, now it is visible. Yes, sir. Go ahead now.
Right. Yeah. So, Rajasthan hosts a very diverse pastoral population, pastoral practices, and it is a very important sort of hotbed for the interventions, for the support system, for the value chains, which are directly linked with the pastoralism. In the last 50 years, significant work has happened in the space of cattle. Rajasthan is the second highest milk producer. In the meat, there is it has a major export. But the challenge remains that except milk, there is very little work which has happened or has gone into the ecosystem development of pastoralists in the other spaces, be it the meat, be it the goat milk, camel, and these have really now started facing the brunt of that missing ecosystem support. Just to give you further context, these are the major sheep and goat breeds, and similarly the communities or the groups who have been involved historically in the pastoral practices of goat or sheep or camel rearing. I hope the slide is moving, Dr. Navina.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's moving.
Right, thank you. Just to quickly sort of run through the pastoralism context, and I wanted to highlight because it very directly links with some of the earlier discussions. Dr. Tripathi earlier in the previous session talked about sustainability, or a friend from Mauritius talked about the standardization, organic meat. These are very important contexts to sort of underline, because most often we sort of restrict our discussions to the volumes, to the quantities, but the deeper layer of how livestock is the second or the most important subsistent farming subsector, or the kind of contribution pastoralists have in land improvement, the free manuring which they do for hundreds and thousands of acres of land when they walk, hundreds of kilometers, or how these, people are the, perhaps the best breeders, without any scientific sort of deep understanding. They still are able to, maintain, wonderful animals. These are some very important aspects, and what it ultimately leads to in the global or in the contemporary global context is this is perhaps the most resilient community. The pastoralists is the most resilient community in the climate change discourse. They still, be it the extreme summers, be it the extreme winters, they are traveling 800,000 kilometers every year one way, and ensuring that their animals are fed. The kind of contribution which means they provide to the national economy, it'll be immense. It will be unimaginable to sort of arrange for the feed if these people are not there. If we have to buy or put our money on, economy has to put its resource on feeding these many animals, it'll be a very sort of different scenario than this, or than these numbers, because suddenly then it'll change. So the argument is the pastoralist has to be in the center of the picture. I'll come to that part in a bit, but just to give you a quick sort of a snapshot. These are, if you could see on the screen, these are some of the numbers, of the contribution of pastoralists. Milk is often talked a lot, but then if you look into other things, these are some very astonishing and promising numbers. Similarly, in the context of breed management, very important, interesting numbers, especially in the context of extremely low input costs. Even if we now consider maintaining a stalled cattle, the input costs have significantly increased in the last decade or so, whereas the input costs in this particular segment have largely remained unchanged, despite the growing demand, despite the growing standards and all of those things. Here you see some interesting trends of increasing exports or increasing valuation, or the species which are primarily consumed in the meat. Now you see it towards the end part, starting 17, 18, there's certainly a rise, there's certainly an increase, but there is a certain dip going in. And more concerning than dip is the promise this industry holds for the future. If we have to plan for the next decade or two, then we need to look at what are the ecosystem enablers. Tomorrow, if Licious or other entrepreneurs like Licious, want to expand and export, then where is the ecosystem? Where is the supporting infrastructure at the grassroots, which could provide? And again, continuing a very important point, which was raised in the previous discussion, is the standardization and the grading. So where are those infrastructure or processes which could really have this curve going up steep? So these are some important points which this gathering needs to sort of look into. Urmul and the kind of work Urmul has been doing in the pastoral space remains centered to this person, not literally, but metaphorically. And this person is a herder. And in the decades of the growth story of Indian economy, this person, this pastoralist, has remained unchanged. You see a relatively younger pastoralist with the same kind of stake, the same body language, the dress, and on the back side, on the right of your screen, you see a similar old age man, and you can keep on juxtaposing another old man, and it'll be the same. My humble submission to this gathering and to the chair of this session is, we need to really ask, where has pastoralism gone in the last 30-40 years? All these discussions and the future projections that we are having about the growth of industry and so on and so forth, this person is the key to all of those things. And this person has not seen any literal growth in the last 3, 4, 5 decades. They are still living in the same poor conditions. They're still walking in the same way, the same routes, without any support infrastructure. So our hopes and our excitement would be significantly challenged if suddenly in the next 5 years we see a severe dip in the pastoral practices. If we see that there are lesser and lesser youngsters who are interested in taking their animals, walking with them, we'll see a sudden dip in the quality of meat or in the quality of wool. Wool is, Dr. Tomar, would agree with me that we have already faced that brunt. Bikaner, which used to be the Asia's biggest mandi, is now importing wool. So there is a changing undercurrent in the ecosystem at the grassroots and the ground, and we are in our limited capacity, in our humble space. We are trying to do things which could hopefully enhance, but if one has to sort of categorize the challenges the pastoral communities or pastoral households today are facing, is access to services, the basic services we are talking about, the government services. We have brilliant programs by ministries, GST, but the challenge is the communities at the end, at the grassroots, which is walking. is not able to access those. They're not even able to access the simple basic vaccination. Forget about the social security, etc. The ecological symbiosis, where there was a generational, centuries old practices, systems of ethno-veterinary practices, the communities, etc. All of that has gone. The livelihood remains a big challenge, because every passing day, the return to their efforts is now decreasing. The cost, the input cost is going high, but there is no return, or reducing return in the livelihood space, be it meat, be it milk, or wool. And a newer challenge which is coming up is the social insecurity. So earlier, when these people used to travel, there was a support ecosystem, they were welcome. Now that has changed. Uh, if you go deep into these challenges, we have all sorts of challenges. Water availability, food availability, farming has increased, enhanced, and therefore the spaces are reduced for pastoralists. Health or other welfare services, common pasture lands or common property resources, they are shrinking, both in terms of their area and the quality of the vegetation which is available, which is directly going to affect, or which has already started affecting, the quality of the produce. We are talking a lot about the marketing and the value chain deepening, but the challenge remains that end of the chain person, these people are still largely in the same slot. And of course, then there are wonderful policies, enabling policies, but then how they are reaching is a big space we all sort of need to look into. We substantiate this, with some of the data. We carried a survey of all these sort of big bold statements that we are giving. We carried a survey, and these were some interesting or alarming findings. 98% people are saying that they don't get, the just price for their produce, or 90% of people are saying they self-vaccinate. So there is certainly a gap in our health delivery, veterinary delivery system. 91% are saying the basics like water isn't there when they are moving on their pastoral routes. So these are some big issues which is very important and pertinent in the overall ecosystem the discussions we are having, and the industry creation that we are talking about. So this was a sort of a context setting for the kind of work we are attempting to do, and we are looking forward to this esteemed gathering to sort of input and collectively enable the pastoral communities, the pastoralists. Animals are important, but these pastoralists are equally important, and they need to be in the center of the discussions for all these deliberations. We collaborated with FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, and National Rain-Fed Area Authority, Ministry of Agriculture, and we designed 2 years back a program towards attempting to revive the pastoral routes, and at least developing a pilot model which then could be replicated and then could be adopted by the government as a policy mandate. Dr. B.S. Prakash, the erstwhile ADG, was very instrumental when he was with the NARA in designing this program. And collectively, all these three agencies, FAO, NARA, and URMUL, with support of more agencies like CELCO, have developed a very unique model which we hope can quantitatively and qualitatively enhance the value chains. So this is the desert. On the left bottom of the screen, you see the Barmer and Jaisalmer areas, and on the north, on the right top of the screen, you see towards Punjab, and you see a clear-cut distinction the sandy desert, and then the greener pastures of Punjab. What you see on the plotted lines is the map, is the routes of the pastoralists. This is one of the important routes, pastoralists from Barmer or Jaisalmer taking, routes via Bikaner districts going in, towards Suratgarh, Ganganagar, Punjab, towards greener pastures. And on this route, we identified one cluster in Loon Karansar, which is one of the blocks in Bikaner district. And we are, we developed a program where we focused on a comprehensive ecosystem development. The comprehensive ecosystem development included developing water facilities, improving the common property resources in that cluster, identified mapped common property resources in that cluster, developing a common facility center, which can work as a multi-facility center for pastoralists, be it, be it sheep rearing or shearing, bathing, be it providing the veterinary services, be it providing the resting space for pastoralists who are walking, providing the water, fodder, providing the space for training, etc., or providing the possibly the space for trading opportunities, for meat or for wool. So these centers are visualized at 2 locations and are developed. I'll come to that, and I'll also be playing a short video talking about that, and of course green fodder. So this was a program, and I wanted to sort of focus on this program in this discussion. So the broad impact, envisaged is, how we could enhance the resilience and sustainability of pastoral livelihood in this area through a very comprehensive ecosystem support approach. And as I said earlier, the idea is to develop a model, a pilot, which could then be taken up by various agencies to be replicated and then eventually also adopted by the government to be replicated at the wider pastoral corridors. Those corridors could be Karnataka Maharashtra corridor. Those corridors could be Himachal, could be Jammu Kashmir. So how those common facility centers could be developed as a multi-facility center. Broadly, 3 spaces that we are looking into. We are talking about basic support services and infrastructure, where we, as I talked about, we are looking into fodder, green and dry. We are setting up hydroponics. We are talking about resting spaces, vaccines, trading, etc. Then we are looking at enhancing capability of pastoralists in the overall, value chain. So a lot of work we are doing in the training, in the best practices, animal management, etc. And then a similar, or the build-up is how the policies would be, informed about this information, about this intervention. Policymakers be informed about this intervention. So these are the 3 key outcomes. These are the locations which, we are. Just to give you the impact of this one particular program, we have been able to, in just 3 or 4 locations, we've been able to enhance the water capacity for these pastoralists by almost 1 crore liter. We were able to, we have initiated, almost 98 hectare of land improvement in the form of diverse or rich common property resources, which would have, savern or other important indigenous varieties. More than 15,000 animals were provided and are continuously monitored and provided veterinary services in the most remote areas where the organized veterinary or healthcare system is for various reasons is not able to reach, be it the lockdown, be it the COVID or other issues. So we are directly ensuring that these animals are provided, vaccines, and we are doing so for the last 2 years continuously. Similarly, around 1,700 pastoralists have been provided a diverse set of trainings ranging from health, nutrition, business, etc. And the most important aspect of this intervention is how these 2 common facility centers are developed and how now they are being used by the community as their own spaces. a very important mindset shift which has happened in because of this is earlier these people literally had nowhere to go, and the traditional practices of farmers hosting these is also facing a challenge. So suddenly a new space like this is encouraging the pastoralists, and we are seeing several pastoralists accessing these centers. This was not a very exclusive kind of program, a very sort of vibrant convergence or partnership with various stakeholders. So how Rajasthan government, provided the support through NREGA, or other foundations. IKEA provided support, for the wool value chain. FAO provided support, not only the financial resources, but also technical and policy support. So very interesting multi-stakeholder partnership. The lesson is how a vibrant multi-stakeholder partnerships could enable good models for change in the pastoral production systems. This is one of the two common facility centers, which is developed literally nowhere in the desert. What you see on the front is a water kund with fairly large volume, and then it's a slightly old photo, so now it's all complete and finished and is being practiced. And these are some of the practices or interventions which we have clubbed around these, which includes reviving the CPRs or animal health or water structures, food and nursery, common facility center. Within the common facility center, advanced machinery for shearing, bathing, etc. Hydroponics, which is something we are experimenting at a fairly large size to provide round the year green food or availability. So, well, you see, the idea is, as I started my presentation, how to really bring the pastoralist in the center stage of the discussions and enable these pastoralists with services, tools, and opportunities to avail the opportunities which are emerging, or to stay connected with the interesting areas which are emerging, be it in the space of meat or wool value chains.
Anshul sir.
Yes.
So please make it faster. Can you finish?
I'm just finishing here. I'm just pausing here. And then I just wanted to, if the chair allows, I have just 4-minute video. If I could play that, if it is okay.
We will see the video in the afternoon group discussion, sir. Probably we'll get a time in the afternoon after the lunch, actually. So we'll see the video in the afternoon, sir. You can conclude this presentation.
All right, all right. So this is where I wanted to stop. And yeah, thank you very much for your time, for your patient listening, and looking forward to your inputs and to your comments. My colleague is physically present in the conference, so you could have we could continue these discussions offline. Thank you again very much.
Thank you for wonderful presentations. We enjoyed it.
Thank you, Mr. Anshul Ojaji. And if there is some suggestion or some query from Mr. Oja, if not, Mr. Oja, please visit CSWRI Vikanagar.
Absolutely, sir.
As we both are working for same region, we will work together.
Absolutely, sir. We have been looking forward to getting in touch with you, and
we have one regional station at Bikaner also.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Yes. It will be better to visit CSWRI Vikanagar. And if you want to note my number, mobile number, contact number,
please do.
9828.
Right, sir.
1416.
Right, sir.
99.
Most certainly. Thank you. We look forward to taking this at advancing this with you.
Mr. Anshul, please also join our working group discussion in the afternoon. So if there are any queries, we'll take up in the afternoon also. So your colleague Katsuma is also here. She and both of you will be able to answer. Thank you very much once again. Now I request the chairman to invite the next speaker, sir.
Why not?
please.
Who is she or who is he?
No, the madam is Dr. Chanda Nimbakar, sir. She is a director. Chanda Nimbakar, Director, Animal Husbandry Department,
Yes, I know her.
Research
I
Institute,
know her.
Maharashtra. Madam, please, we
Madam.
invite you to give the presentation, madam, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for
Namaskar.
inviting me to this summit, so that at least some gender balance can be maintained among the people addressing the audience. So I'll just share my screen.
Please.
Yeah.
मैडम ये तो आपका चेहरा आ गया, स्क्रीन नहीं आई.
Okay, can you see the screen now?
No, it's
Yes,
you
madam.
only.
Yeah, we are not able to see your slides. Are you sharing the slides, madam?
Yes, I thought I was sharing my slides, but sorry.
It is not coming, ma'am.
Sorry, obviously I'm doing something wrong.
Okay.
Dr. Navina, please guide her from there only.
Madam, just click on the share screen.
Yeah.
Okay, we got it, madam, please.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, so my topic is breeding policies and genetic improvement for enhancing sheep and goat meat production in India. So enhancing sheep and goat meat production. So first of all, I would like to talk about what are the genetic opportunities available for enhancing the sheep and goat meat production. So the first thing, or the first important characteristic which we can improve for enhancing sheep and goat meat production is to improve the reproductive performance. And the heritability for reproductive performance is usually quite low. So as has been mentioned, the reproductive performance has been improved in two important instances by the CSWRI with the Avishan sheep by the introduction of the FECB gene, and by our institute also in introducing the FECB gene into the Nari Suvarna sheep. Now, the second characteristic for enhancing meat production, which we can improve through genetic means, is the weight at a particular age or the growth rate of the animal. And this has a moderate heritability. The third important characteristic which we can improve is to improve the survival and adaptation. And again, we know that these characteristics have a low heritability. So there are less opportunities available for improving these characteristics through selection. But we already know, and we also found out from Mr. Anshul's presentation before mine, that we have animals that are reared in harsh circumstances, and so the natural selection is acting on them, and they are already adapted to the various really harsh circumstances, such as shortage of feed and fodder or climate extremes. So we do have the option of improving these animals for the production characteristics, so already adapted animals. And the fourth important characteristic to improve are the carcass attributes, such as dressing percentage, the bone to meat ratio, and the lean meat content. because as has been presented by Mr. Rajesh from Licious, now we have a discerning consumer who is looking for a better meat quality. And we, of course, these attributes include meat quantity also, and they have a reasonably high heritability. So we have excellent potential for improving these carcass attributes. And the fifth important characteristic is improving the feed conversion efficiency. And this is very important for cost-effective meat production. But here again, this characteristic has a low heritability. So as has been presented by Mr. Rajesh, in India, there is now a very large and growing market of affluent, discerning urban consumers. And as he said, that these consumers have high disposable incomes, and they are willing to pay a high price for good quality meat. And good quality meat is being sold mostly online, but also through supermarkets at rupees 1,000 to 1,200 per kilo. But what we are finding is that the price received by most producers is about rupees 300 per kilo live weight only, or even less than that sometimes. So what we need urgently is a direct link between the producer and the processor or seller of meat and meat products. And I would urge those people who are designing the roadmap for this particular summit to concentrate or to emphasize this area of enhancing sheep and goat meat production in India. And I think the challenge in front of us is to build links between the largest proportion of sheep and goat producers who are definitely unorganized. A lot of them are pastoralists, but how we can create these bridges so that pasture-fed lamb and goat, which is organically produced, can be made available for these processors and sellers so that the buyers can get good quality meat, and the producers can also benefit from the higher prices. So what are the prerequisites for developing genetic improvement programs? There has to be a good understanding of the targeted farming system. And so we need to decide whether we are carrying out genetic improvement for the unorganized sector, where the sheep and goats are either taken grazing 100%, or it is a semi-stall fed system, or if we are looking at a more organized producer who has a stall fed farm and where most of the requirements of the animals are provided on the spot, and the management and nutrition and health standards are very high. So we need to have a good understanding of the farming system before we establish genetic improvement programs. And the second thing that we need to take care of is we need to address the constraints. So there are three, the constraints can be classified into three different categories. One is ecological, such as land and climate. The second one is biological, which is the quantity and quality of feed, drinking water, disease prevalence, and the perceived poor genetic potential of the existing animals. Then there are socio-economic constraints such as labor availability, the animal husbandry skills, the taste preference and buying power of consumers, the cost and availability of credit, marketing infrastructure, and the government policies on commodity prices and trade. So there are three important pathways of genetic improvement, which I think almost all of us know. And one pathway is the selection among breeds or populations. And by populations here, I mean they might be different strains within a breed. And after selecting the appropriate breed, there can be breed substitution if necessary. The second pathway is of selection within breeds. And the third pathway is crossbreeding, which is designed to exploit heterosis and or combine the merits of different breeds. And for crossbreeding, I have written two names here of the two breeds, and I'm sorry that I ran out of time. Otherwise, I would have put nice photographs of these two breeds. So these two breeds are already in India, and they are known as excellent or perhaps the best sheep and goat breeds for meat production all over the world. And the boar goat breed was brought into India for the first time by our institute in the early 1990s. And the Dorper sheep has been brought into India more recently during the last decade or so by individual sheep and goat sheep keepers in Karnataka and Telangana or Andhra Pradesh. And with both these breeds, the results are excellent. And with the boar goat, especially, a lot of young agricultural entrepreneurs now have stall-fed boar goat farms, and they are benefiting from the higher growth rates of the boar goat, as well as there are some indigenous nondescript goat owners who keep their indigenous goats, and then they do crossbreeding with the boar goat as a terminal cross. So the crossbred animals are all sold for slaughter because they are the higher growth animals, and they keep the indigenous goats for reproduction. Similarly, with Dorper sheep, I have heard from some progressive young sheep owners, entrepreneurs in Maharashtra, that they are getting weights of about 40 kilos at the age of 6 to 8 months from Dorper crossbred sheep. And they are also able to sell these sheep at a very high price per kilo live weight. Now, another very important aspect of genetic improvement is what kind of an industry structure do we have first of all, for carrying out the genetic improvement and then the dissemination of the genetically improved animals. So normally the genetic improvement is carried out by either nucleus breeding flocks or a private registered stud industry, and neither of these have been really developed on a large scale in India yet in the sheep and goat sector. So that is a lacuna, and that will have to be addressed if we want to enhance sheep and goat meat production. Now, the second important means of carrying out genetic improvement is community-based breeding programs, which may be implemented by non-government organizations or by state governments. And this aspect also has generally been not developed on a large scale in India. And later on in this presentation, I am going to talk about one community-based goat breeding program that I am associated with. And the third model for this carrying out genetic improvement is that of a vertically integrated corporate entity supplying breeding animals or semen or embryos and buying back the animals or meat. And this also has not been developed in India. So here we do have the example in the poultry sector of various private companies, and Venkateshwara Hatcheries is the name that comes to the mind first of all. And we know how they carry on their business, and it is a very successful model that they carry out the genetic improvement. So they decide the breeding objectives and selection criteria, and they produce the genetically improved breeding animals. They supply these day-old chicks to the producers or contract farmers, and then they buy back the birds or the meat, so that they are assured of the quantity and the quality that they require for the processing. So this would happen if a company, say like Licious or others that are in the private processing or in the marketing sector, they start this kind of a business, then this kind of a model will also be very successful. So this is just a graphic depiction of how the genetic improvement is organized, and usually the genetic improvement takes place in the nucleus, where there is a concentrated effort to make genetic progress. Then the elite bucks or rams from the nucleus are supplied to the multiplier herds, and the multiplier herds then disseminate the bucks, breeding bucks or rams, to the communities. So the improved genetics finally reaches the community of the actual producers. And one of the means of supplying this could also be artificial insemination, especially in the case of goats. So this is a photograph of the Nari Suvarna breed that we have developed at our institute. So they have the FECB gene, and again, the average litter size is around 1.8. So there is a very high proportion of twin lambs. And some of the advantages of having such a prolific breed of sheep is that the Nari Suvarna sheep, especially that we have developed, they are adapted to the harsh conditions of grazing, and one can find a 50 to 70% increase in the number of lambs available for sale and the total weight of lambs produced per ewe. So this is a comparison between single born lambs and twin born lambs. So actually now with selection, this is an old slide. And now with selection, these weights have increased in our own farm by about 2 kilos. So we have single born lambs that weigh around 17 kilos and twin born lambs that weigh around 16 kilos. And therefore, and this benefit can again be maximized with a little expenditure on supplementary feeding. So these are just photographs from sheep farmers flock in Tumkur district in Karnataka, and with 5 heterozygous and 5 homozygous ewes for the FECB gene. In his flock, there were 23 lambs that were born, out of which 20 survived. And that means that he got 2 lambs per ewe. And so far, we have disseminated about 800 plus breeding rams and 1300 plus breeding ewes of this Nari Suvarna breed. So that is has been our contribution to enhancing the sheep meat production. Now I would like to give you an example of, as I said, a community goat breeding program. And I do believe that this is really the way forward for us, especially for those systems that Mr. Ojha was talking about, that if we want to start genetic improvement in those sorts of conditions, this is probably perhaps the only way to go. So this is a project called Project Mesha. So Mesha means sheep actually in Sanskrit, but this is actually a goat project. So that's just the name of it. So the objective of this project is to transform the lives of the rural poor by improving their local Black Bengal goat production. This project is being implemented by the Aga Khan Foundation in India, and it is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So they are basically providing, they are training Pashu Sakhis, and they are providing services like nutrition, health, shelter, marketing, and then a community-based goat breeding program has started for the genetic improvement of these Black Bengal goats. So basically, this is a graphic that is showing how the genetic improvement is being carried out, that there are performance records are kept on these goats. Basically, out of about 200 villages that the project is working in Muzaffarpur district in Bihar, 16 villages have been designated as breeding villages, where there is ear tagging, or for the kids, there is neck tagging, and there's data collection, then data analysis, and the results are used for ranking of the male kids or the buck kids, and the buck kids are then selected, and then they are placed in the different villages for breeding. So this is how the genetic improvement is being carried out. And here I would like to mention the DTREO data platform that we are using. And this data platform has been supplied by Abacus Bio Limited from New Zealand. And it is a cloud-based data platform. And it is being used to store, analyze, and retrieve data. And it has the facility for using both English and Hindi languages. So currently the data is entered by the project personnel in the villages using the Hindi language. And then I can be sitting in Paltan, Maharashtra, or the Abacus Bio scientist, Dr. Amer, who is associated with this project, can be in New Zealand, and we can analyze the data. So we gave training to the project Mesha staff on the use of DTREO, and it allows the project Mesha team to select the bucks based on objective recorded selection criteria that are combined in an overall score for every buck kid. So basically with the database, the performance records are converted into this overall score. So the team actually can do the selection themselves now. And the DTREO allows the advisors like myself to monitor and analyze the data. So here I've just given an example. Again, this is an old slide. So now there are close to 1,000 entries in the DTREO database. And here you can see how we select the bucks that are in the most superior category according to the overall index. And to give you an example at NAARI again, it is a community-based goat breeding program, but it is slightly different, where at NAARI we are carrying out performance recording of Usmanabadi goats. And actually this number has now increased to about 16,000 goats. And this is under the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, AICRP on goat improvement. And here we are selecting bucks and disseminating them for breeding in the villages, and including artificial insemination. Since we have established buck semen freezing laboratory under a grant from the government of India. So this is all my presentation, and I again wish to thank you for inviting me to give this presentation.
Thank you very much, madam. Yeah, Chairman sir, please.
Thank you, madam. You have a vast working experience with small ruminant. Is there any suggestions or query or from audience? We can take one or two as we are very late in our presentation as per our schedule. If not, Dr. Navina?
Yeah.
What is next then? So I will take 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll break for a lunch. Once again, here I would like to highlight, sir, Chairman, sir, actually, Nimbakar ma'am, just last week, she lost her father actually, but in spite of that, she agreed. She agreed to give a presentation, and she was to give a presentation at 12 noon. She said, Honorable MP Sharad Pawarji is visiting her family to express the condolence. She asked me to postpone by 20 minutes. So in spite of all this, you gave wonderful presentation, madam. Thank you very much from the organizers.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And
we really appreciate your passion for the science what you have, madam.
Very sad news for us.
Yeah, thank you,
Take
Chairman,
care, ma'am.
sir.
Take care.
Yeah, with this, we will end this session, sir. We'll break for the lunch. And I request all the participants to please come back by 3 o'clock. We'll be back by 3 o'clock. So the next session, 3 to 4:30, the third session, and 4:30 to 5:30, the last session. So we'll be starting the next session by 3 o'clock. Please come back. I request all the participants to please come back by 3 o'clock. Thank you. We'll break for lunch.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chairman and Co-Chairman. I thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, all of you. Yeah, I request all those who are joining here to join us for the lunch, please. I forget. All. Yeah. Yeah, we have a bus. We'll take you to the guest house. We'll have lunch and come back, please. So we'll not leave you all till 6 o'clock today. Okay. Yeah, yeah, please come.
चालू आवाज जातोय का मध्ये? चालू आहे का? अनम्यूट आहे.
कोशिश करेंगे कि वे बोलते हैं वहाँ की जमीन पे, और आप अपने स्टेट की, आप अपने स्टेट की वहाँ पे बात करें, तो आने वाले साल का आंदोलन कैसे चलेगा उसके बाद आपके कुछ प्रोजेक्ट तो खड़े हो गए आप।
अनम्यूट करून टाकायचं नाही.
हा आता हे
त्यांनी अनम्यूट केलं होतं. हा
फुल लेवल बॅक
back.
करू का? बॅकच करू.
बॅक कर, जब बॅक आपण Gilata.
Hello, Dr. Navina.
Hello, sir. We are starting, sir, now.
Stop share. Sir, good afternoon. Kulkarni sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So welcome back, participants. Good to see Dr. NKS Gowda, Kulkarni sir. Then Mandal sir, are you online?
Yes, I am there. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. We want Dr. Vikas Pathak sir is joining. Dr. Manish Kumar sir, are you online, sir? Welcome back after the lunch, sir. So now thing is, we got a 4 working group. the first working group. In each working group, Chairman sir, in each working group, one person, the first person who is the chairman of the group, will give a presentation for 5 to 6 minutes. Only the first chairman will give the presentation just to flag the issues, and other members will only speak for 4 to 5 minutes. So please restrict the timing. So now I'll pass on the mic to Dr. Kulkarni sir, the chairman of this session. And we also have Dr. B. Roy, Director CARG. Sir, are you online, sir? Dr. B. Roy, Director CARG. Yes, sir, you are online. Yeah, we want Dr. B. Roy, Director CARG. He is joining as a co-chairman of this session. And we are yet to be joined by Dr. Ramchandar, MD Sheep and Goat Board. Once he joins, we will invite him, sir. So now I will hand over the mic to Dr. V.V. Kulkarni and Dr. B. Roy, Director CARG. Sir, please. So
Thank
Kulkarni,
you.
sir, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Navina. Hello.
Yeah,
Thank
please.
you, Dr. Navina. And one small thing in this is there are 4 chapters you have given, and for each you have given 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
Only the first person in the group will present through a PowerPoint.
Yes, sir. Only the first person will present through the PowerPoint. Okay. He will flag the issues, and all the remaining members will only speak actually. So there is no PPT slides for others. They will only speak.
Do
they
you
will only
want to
address
give
anything. Yeah.
1 hour for this entire session?
Yeah, because many
Time
members.
is 1 hour for the entire session.
Yes, sir. Some members are not joining actually. They are not available. Some members are not available. So whoever is available,
okay.
Go ahead with them, and we hope to.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Navina. I would like to start the session. Respected Director NRCM and all the dignitaries joining me for this roundtable discussion is Dr. B. Rai, Director CIRG Magdoom, and Dr. Ramachandran. I think he is yet to join, MD Sheep and Goat Cooperative Federation Telangana. And I really welcome all the participants here in this roundtable discussion. And as you have heard Dr. Navina telling that the time restrictions are there. So I request the leading member of each group to take some 4 to 5 slides only, just flagging the issue, and then the other would react in 2 to 3 minutes. So again, I welcome all the chairman, co-chairman, and all the members in the roundtable discussion, as well as the members in the audience, offline, online. And let us start this roundtable discussion. So I invite the first group leader, Dr. A.R. Sen, Principal Scientist, NRC with Hyderabad, to give us big presentation on the breeding, production, and health of the sheep and goat sector. Dr. Sen, please.
Thank you, Kulkarni sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected chairman, co-chairman, rapporteur, and our director, Dr. Barbhude, and all the participants. Though I'll be presenting, but actually I got all the informations from my members, honorable members, esteemed members like Gowda Sahab, Dr. Reddy Garu, Kullan Kole. They have contributed and they have provided the input for the policy to make recommendations and policy issues. Those I will be presenting. Maybe I have left 2-3 points which I could not understand or which I could not feel it is important. Those will be actually we will be discussing after my presentation with all the members, so that we can finalize the roadmap for sheep and goat production as far as breeding, nutrition, and health is concerned. First of all, I would like to tell you that I am basically not a production fellow, sheep and goat production fellow. I am a basically meat technologist, but I had little experience when I joined at CSWR, Central Sheep and Wool Research Institute, in 1996. 5 years I served there. So during that time, I did so many experiments with sheep and goat, because there was a AICRP goat also at Vikanagar. And in my last 3 years experience, from 2017 to 22, I had an opportunity to serve at the place in northern Bihar, in Motihari, in East Champaran, where Dr. Nimkar, Dr. Madam was telling that they had a project at Muzaffarpur. That is the region where Eastern region in North Bihar, where almost you will find more than 150 goats per square kilometer area. So that is your goat rich area, and people are very fond of meat curry and chawal. Let me start with, we all know that this small dominant sector, those are very significant, having a significant role in the livelihood of small marginal and landless laborers. And these small dominants act as a lifeline, sometimes due to climatic disastrous conditions like drought or flood, and they will act as a lifeline for the your small landholders, and it will also give some self-employment. It is reported that almost 180 to 320 days employment is generated for the landlord laborers and smallholders from the small dominant sector. We know that sheep and goat is multi-purposely used for meat, wool, and though we don't have any sheep milk breed, sheep dairy breed, but we have, as in the morning, our Honorable DDG was telling that there are so many like your Jamnapuri, Barbary beetle, dairy breeds, dairy goat breeds are there. And dairy, your goat milk is having some added advantage, like your it's due to its fat globules size, it is more digestible to the consumers. Mostly 90%, 90 to 95%, the small ruminants are dependent on our grazing land. Very few commercial farms are there. So that sector needs to be in organized form to make a vibrant enterprise, this small ruminant sector. Mostly we have 44 your sheep breeds from the NBGR registered breed and 34 goat breeds. And those breeds are having different purposes, different objectives. And as far as sheep is concerned, mostly it is concentrated in the western side of our country, and some northern, your hilly region, and southern, because almost more than 50% of the sheep population you will find in Telangana, Andhra, and your Karnataka region. Others are in Rajasthan mainly, and in your Himalayan region. Already we have discussed regarding the population. Sheep contributes almost your 8.36% and 13.53% by goat, and we have 74 million sheep and your 148 million goats. If you see the distribution of sheep population, you see only Telangana, Andhra, Karnataka, most of the 70-80% sheep populations are there. But if you see the goat population dynamics as compared to 2012 and 2019, it's mostly widely distributed from our western, except northeastern region. But Sikkim, they are doing good business in your goat meat sector. In eastern part, of course, and southern and northern. Every part of the country, we have our goat population. And this is already, I think, in the morning, many issues, many population dynamics we have discussed. So it has become easier to make the roadmap. And as our Tripathi sir was telling that, yes, goat meat is also contributing in 3% of the total milk production of our country. Different system we have, like our tethering system. For goats, tethering is there, and mostly extensive system of management. Semi-intensive is also there. But today's need some commercial farming with intensive intensive system of management. But sheep, as far as sheep is concerned, mostly they are on the migratory system by our nomadic groups, and somebody presented pastoral system in Rajasthan area also. As far as our target is concerned, by 2022, if we want to double the farmers' income, now the present production of 0.9 million ton of chivan, we have to go with 1.2 million ton, because our population by 2050, it will be almost 1.7 billion. And to meet the ICAR-NAARM recommendation of protein requirement, we have to produce by 2050 at least 2.5 times more meat as compared to the present production, because 8.22, at least 18 million ton we have to produce. So there is a significant role of the small dominant in this sector. Now, these are the strengths and opportunities already we have discussed, but the main features of the small ruminants, they are very hardy and adapted to different agroclimatic regions of our country. Then lower startup cost. We can start our sheep and goat business with a very lower your investment. Then potentiality native breeds. Yes, we have several breeds in goat eastern region. There are certain breeds which they are prolific also in your sheep also. Some breeds are prolific of eastern region, like your Garol, and untapped potential for the export. Yes, we have a potential for the export for this sector also. And demand of products, and there is no religious taboo. Day by day, demand is being increasing, and your consumers are going towards that red meat also, that almost 700, 800, 850 rupees kilo in most of the metro cities. And we have large number of animals. But the main problem, main issues, I will be coming from the next slides, that these are the issues, and there are some technical strategies are there, and some are your commercial issues. Number first is the lower productivity. We have 535 million of animals. We have 220 million of sheep and goat. But if you see the average productivity, it's very less. There are so many issues where this low productivity is coming. But initially, if we see, say for example, you take the example of the goat, Black Bengal. Initially, it was almost average body weight was 20 to 30 kilo. But now you can see only 10 to 15 kilo. There are reasons that indiscriminate breeding or inbreeding depression, that may be the negative way that is affecting the body weight of the animals. Then unavailability of high genetic potential elite germplasm. Yes, this is the main issue. Because when I was there at Motihari, I made couple of DPR for the goat production, and they got the NABARD sanction also, financially sanctions for starting of the goat farm. But the main problem, the availability of the purebred germplasm of Black Bengal. Now they had to take from West Bengal. That means that there was a big transportation charges also. So that will add some added unnecessary expenditure to start the business for the entrepreneur. Then lack of scientific feeding practices. We have several technologies. We have your region-based mineral mixture. We have produced the technology for your kid starter, milk replacer. Then we have developed some vaccines, but the availability of the vaccines and health services, if you see in the ground root level, there is very poor veterinary services. If farmers want to purchase your PPR vaccine or other ET vaccine, that is not readily available nearby any towns or city. He has to go to either Calcutta or Patna or big cities to bring those vaccines. Then high kid mortality, because that is the main reason, because this is more important commercial features, the number of the kids. So that is major issue, high kid mortality. Market facilities, of course, we have separate session for the marketing. Dr. Mondal will be discussing. I will not be going in that marketing facility. Feed supply chain, of course, we have developed the mineral specific, your region specifics, your mineral mixture. Okay. Now, IVRA has developed, NP Bangalore has developed, our ICAR complex partner has developed, but that commercialization of those, what we are doing, we are developing, then sometimes we are giving free of cost to the farmers. But that entrepreneurship for the supply feed chain is very lacking. So that way, we have to go in that area. Then natural resources. Yes, because most of these small ruminants, they are dependent on grazing. But grazing land, if you see the average land holding, in 2015-16, one study told that almost your 1.2 hectare, that means 2 acres of land, average land holdings. But slowly, due to the shrinkage of the land, due to urbanization, that average land holding is being reduced. So water resources and land resources, these are the most limitations for the small ruminant production system. So we have to go some improved system. Then what the strategies we can take to solve this problem? First one is the breed improvement. Already our
Dr. Sen.
Yes, sir. Time.
Dr.
Okay,
Sen,
sir.
thoda you have to slightly hurry up. Please.
Actually, what we have seen in the village level, only one stay back will be there, and within surrounding 3-4 villages, that single buck will be using. So after 2-3 years, due to so many inbreeding, that body weight will also be reduced and animals will be more stressed to the diseases. So that is the main issue. And in ICAR-NAARM project, we did there also in that surrounding 7-8 villages, that we replace the kids every 1 year or 2 years. And for the breed development, for genetic improvement, already madam has discussed the nucleus-based system, breeding system, open nucleus breeding system, that means screening of our existing population, then multiplication and generation of elite buck or your ram for distribution to the farmers, so that the genetic improvement of our local breeds we can do. We have so many public institute also, where we are doing so many initiatives like your Sheep Institute, Goat Institute. We have a ICAR-NAARM project, about 22 centers are there. We have network projects, central breeding farm, cooperative federation, NEBARDIS for financing agencies, government of India. Even though this sector is not going in a big way, these are some policy recommendations we made from our group, and Dr. Reddy Garu and our Gowda Sahib and Kollan, they have given some inputs, and I have also some experience I've given, like your breeding policy and private participations that madam was telling, that integration in the farmers level, need-based research set up to address the local issues. Sheep and goat, so many local problems are there, local breed problems. So the technology which will be useful for Telangana may not be useful for West Bengal, or may not be useful for Rajasthan. So local need-based research you have to address. Reduction of kid mortality, most important, integrated project with paramedical and AI support. Already in some states that has been started, we have recruited Posumitra, Pranimitra is there, Posumitra, but so many staffs we have to recruit, and we have to integrate with the local, local villagers, so that this program can be successful. Then buyback policy, already we had discussed like your contract farming in poultry, what they are following, we can try for the sheep and goat farming, promoting commercial and organic farming. Already discussed insurance and cooperative setup. Yes, that is also very much important for any farmers group, or insurance for their sheep and goat. And so I think I have made all the points clear here, but our honorable esteemed members are there, and they can add something in those points so that we can finalize your roadmap or policy issues. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sen. You covered some of the policy issues and all. I require of you only add 1 or 2 points in just 5 minutes. You just add what he has not covered. If you want, you can just highlight those points in 5 minutes, please. Dr. Shivakumar Gowda. Anybody who wants to highlight or add to some of the points?
Yeah, Dr. Gowda, sir, please unmute yourself, sir. Dr. NKS Gowda, please unmute.
Yeah, done. Yes.
Please
go
ahead.
Unmuted. Yeah.
Sure.
Shall I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please make your point.
Good evening, Chairman and respected members. At the outset, I thank the organizers of NRC meet and the NAARM for inviting me to share my views, and also an opportunity to see my old colleagues on the virtual platform. So Dr. Sen has highlighted the major issues. So just I will highlight some of the major nutritional issues pertaining to sheep and goat husbandry. So since time is limited, I will not give any introduction. Just I will highlight the issue and just give a brief background, so that in the policy paper that can be detailed out. So first issue, I think in the sheep and goat husbandry should start with the care of the small one, that the newborn young one. So the mortality is a big problem in sheep and goat, the lamb and the kid. So you should take care of them, particularly the soon after the birth. So milk is a major problem, particularly the twin and triplets and quadruplets. So the concept of a milk replacer, when the milk is inadequate from the mother, so concept of milk replacer is come. Avikanagar, NNP and CRG, many institutes have worked and they have the commercial product. In fact, CSWR and NNP were selling the milk replacer is like going like a hot cake in Karnataka now. So Dr. Anandan and team, they have refined and they have developed our own formula for milk replacer. So many farmers are purchasing and they have found it very useful. So such technology should be adopted, particularly when you talk of these farmers and the commercial intensive farming. So the milk replacer is very, very important. So apart from the kid and lamb management, the management of the mother is also very important for giving the nursing the kids and the lambs. So very important, like dairy cows, the early lactation concept. So should start with the like protected fat in a small quantity, bypass protein. So all this definitely will help. There are studies to show that these concepts will help. Maybe small amount of 100 gram or 150 gram of concentrated mixture, having very, very quality nutrients, quality diet is very important. So that also will help in nurturing the mother. So second is a creation, the manage of the young one. So as you know that the maximum FCR, the feed conversion ratio and the growth occurs between within 4 months of age. So we should exploit this physiological condition and we should give a quality feed, particularly when you talk of commercial or intensive feeding. So this is very, very important. Even studies have shown that within 6 months, we can attain the body weight of up to 30-35 kilo. So this is not possible in the extensive system or semi-intensive system, but possible in intensive system, but it's always not practical with all the farmers. So we have to have a different model for extensive system. What the model, what supplementary nutrition we can give. So intensive system, what is possible? Maybe intensive system like 60% concentrate, 30% fodder. So we can achieve good growth within 6 months. Maybe within 8 months, they can market it. So such models you have to develop, different models you have to develop for the farmers, depending on the region and the type of farmers. So second is the crux of this all discussion, particularly nutrition, is the fodder. Very, very important. Until any ruminant, whether a cattle, dairy, or a sheep, goat, fodder is very, very important. So government is giving much importance to the fodder. So still, I think we have to augment our efforts for the fodder seed availability, the type of fodder, climate resilient fodder, the region-based requirement of the fodder varieties, like multi-cut fodder, cereal fodder like bajra or the sorghum. So they are the future for the fodder. So they are climate resilient. I think we have to promote such kind of fodders. So the other thing is the hay. So particularly goat and sheep, rather than the green fodder, they release the hay. So we can preserve it as a hay, and the fodder suited for hay making, like particularly roads or gingiva grass. So they'll be very much released by the goat and sheep. So they should promote such kind of fodder resources. And the other thing is the tree fodder. So I think fodder tree goes synonymous with the sheep and goat husbandry. They are browsers and the grazers. So fodder tree is a very, very important component. Maybe local based fodder trees like Sesbania or Kaliandra. So maybe Rajasthan may be a different variety. So based on the region, you have to promote the fodder trees. Very, very important for a supplementary feeding, so that we can lessen the dependence on the concentrated mixture, even in the organized intensive system. So fodder trees plays a very, very important role. So other important component is the legumes. So difficult because there is a water requirement is more for legume cultivation, but still there are some legume varieties like lucerne or the head lucerne, stylo, xanthus. So some legumes has to be a part of the feeding system for the small ruminant, so that there is a value addition of protein to the fiber, the green fodder. So otherwise, you have to depend on the concentrated mixture, which will be expensive, particularly under intensive system. It's not possible. So farmer has to grow some fodder. At least 30% should be the legumes. So then only the protein requirement can be met, and you can achieve the good FCR. So this is again the conservation. Whenever
I think you should limit.
Yeah, maybe 30 seconds. I'll finish. Yeah, this is
just make 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, conservation of the fodder is important. Whenever there is a surplus fodder, we can preserve the silage or a hay. So this concept also we have to promote by providing the drums or the pits, all the materials required for silage making, so that for the lean season they can be used. So again, the supplementary feeding of the concentrated mixture, we need to have at least 1 or 2 category of concentrated mixture for a creep for the younger ones, and the lactating eve or the doi. So have at least 2-3 varieties of concentrated mixture to make as a supplementary feed. So other thing is the mineral mixture. So rightly Dr. Sen told, so mineral deworming and mineral mixture are very, very important for the sheep and goat husbandry. So NNP and many ICAR institutes, CSWRI have developed, and in fact we have commercialized with the 5 firms. So our NNP sheep and goat mineral mixture is available with 5 companies in India. So they're doing well. So commercially is available. So farmers should make use of mineral mixture also. So in nutshell of this about the nutrition. So if the chairman permits, I have some general points to make in the husbandry production aspect is concerned. One is the regular deworming and the
Please,
vaccination.
Dr. Gowda.
Yeah.
Dr. Gowda, please.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gowda,
Yes,
the
sir.
time limit is there, and there are about 20 speakers in this particular session.
Okay.
And we have to cover it in 1 hour.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm
sir.
sorry, but you may contribute your thoughts to your group leader so that will go into the please.
Yeah, I have sent it
Thank you
already.
so
I have
much.
sent it.
Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. Sujit K. Datta of DADS New Delhi to highlight some of the important points only, bulleted points only. Okay, please. Dr. Sujit Gupta. Please unmute yourself.
Sir,
please unmute.
Please unmute, sir. Dr.
Okay.
Sujit Datta, please unmute.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes, you are audible.
Now I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am Dr.
Yes, yes.
Sujit Kumar Datta. I am Joint Commissioner Animal Husbandry. I am looking after the sheep, goat, poultry, and specifically the National Livestock Mission. I want to highlight this. I was listening this one because I joined late because I had a meeting with the Cabinet Secretariat. Yes, it's a very good discussion. This government is thinking exactly on this line and how to promote and how to increase the production of the sheep and goat meat in the country as well as in the others, dairy, goat also. So in this regard, just I want to highlight, I am not going to the problematic area. This problematic area already it is under discussion. But some of the issues I just want to highlight because here all the scientific communities are present there for your consideration. What we have studied earlier while we are preparing various types of schemes and projects, what we have seen is we are the country having the highest population of goat in our country and second in the sheep population. So what have we seen this per capita production of the animal, what is the yield is coming up, whether it is a meat, whether it is in milk. It is not at par the international standard. Rather, we can say we should look forward for increase in the per animal production from the, I had said this carcass yield production. As on date, it is 11 or 12 kg, and in some of the breeds, it's much lesser. So with this per animal carcass yields, it's a limiting factor for increasing the production of the meat in our country. Now, goat meat is now taking this sheep and goat farming is now taking up, and the farmers are interested in sheep and goat farming because this cattle farming is now a little bit difficult because of its various reasons in our country. So farmers are coming forward to take up the sheep and goat farming in a big way. So what we have seen in our country, there is very hardly 500 and 600 farms are there where is large number of animals are maintained and the large good quality of germplasm is available for the farmers, which have the which are producing more this having the good carcass yield and the milk yield. So in this regard, this government has thought this entire sector, this government has funded the state governments and government sector funding was done in a in previous year also. We have not received much value of this in our society. So government has decided to go to the entrepreneur mode of production, and government is directly funding the establishment of the large farm. Recently, we have launched a scheme, National Livestock Mission, and we are going to fund 50% of the total cost. Whosoever is coming to establish the goat farm or sheep farm of 500 plus number. So this more and more entrepreneurs will come forward because government is investing and the government is opening up the various channels for getting them credit from the bank for the sheep and goat farming. So therefore, being a scientific community, I would suggest that we should come forward this modern technology and technology-based sheep and goat farming. I have seen seen this Kerala, they have developed a good, unique kind of this stall feeding model for the goat. And we should, since this our land holding capacity is going down and the availability of land will be less, so we should think about the small, utilize the small area and stall feeding model we should develop. And I think the scientific community should think about that and what are the feed will required, and everywhere this funding is required and funding is available. Not only for the entrepreneur, if some kind of research is going on, we are also, this government of India is also ready to fund that research project directly to the institutions. So we have a project in the National Livestock Missions called the Innovation and Research and Development. If some research work is happening, be it for the development of the feed for the sheep and goat, if we require this broiler goat and a good quality germplasm, if we want to develop it through various selection process, and any new technology interventions this institute can, any institute can develop. Government is ready to fund for that. Not only for the breeding aspect, government will also fund for the livestock products like meat development, various value addition product on the sheep and goat meat. So government will also help on that. So as this fodder is an issue for the this sheep and goat farming, is this sheep and goat, these are all nomadic and they require the large grazing land. So we should think about this converting of the fodder into the silage. For it, we have a number of schemes. Schemes are available, like the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund and National Livestock Mission. We are also promoting this entrepreneur for establishment of the small and big silage making plants. And already entrepreneurs are doing the silage in our country. It is available there. So for better utilization and storage of the fodder, so we are everything is available. If any research is required for the better utilization of the fodder, good quality of the fodder, especially for the sheep and goat, and region-wise, any research is required where this this right from the Rajasthan to the Gujarat and the eastern to the southern states. So government is ready to fund those institutions for the research products. So we need to develop to solve out this whatever the outcoming as shortcomings have been identified and intimated, that can be solved. Then we should identify the breed of the animal which will be the best suit for the meat production and meat milk production, and this other mainly the meat and milk production. And we this this goat milk is also getting popularity, and many this in our country there are organizations who are marketing the goat milk. So we are ready, and ICAR should come forward, and our scientific community should come forward to develop the good germplasm for the sheep germplasm. So research is required also for the development of the animals, and with the high FCR value, and we should have a scientific data like poultry. So poultry, what they have developed, they have every data for a particular breed, and everything is there. And like that, we should develop a goat breed that have a detailed information, so that farmer can obtain that animal, and they have the surety to produce this animal, that kind of produce this meat. With this, these are some of my observations in these sectors. So the government is promoting this sector, and I need an intervention on that.
Thank you, Dr. Sujit Datta, for your very important, valuable. I know that the moderator is noting all those things, and some of the issues can go in the policy. Now, I request Mr. Kalyan Kole, Sanjeevani Goats, West Bengal, to be kindly brief in 5 minutes. You should tell about the intervention you would like to put into this particular topic of breeding, production, and health. Only the interventions, please.
Okay. I am audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Myself, Kullan Kole. I am promoting our company, the Aegipan Animal Biocare Private Limited. And last 8 से 10 साल हम लोग आर्टिफिशियल इंसेमिनेशन इन गोट के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, स्पेशली द ब्लैक बंगाल गोट. अभी हम लोग फ्रोजन सीमेंट पूरा सिर्फ पश्चिम बंगाल नहीं, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़ और उड़ीसा, बिहार में भी काम कर रहे हैं, उसको मार्केटिंग कर रहे हैं. हमारे साथ 2 इंस्टीट्यूशन लाइक CIRG, NDRI एंड ऑल्सो द 2 भाषु इंस्टीट्यूशन वर्किंग विथ अस. जो मेन चीज़ मैं बोलना चाहूँगा कि आर्टिफिशियल इंसेमिनेशन अभी 3.5 में सुन रहा हूँ जो प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, तो आर्टिफिशियल इंसेमिनेशन कितना एक जरूरी चीज़ होने जाने वाला है कि ब्रीड कंजर्वेशन के लिए. हम जब फील्ड में काम करते हैं कि देखते हैं हमारे यहाँ पर जो ब्लैक बंगाल गोट है, तो ब्लैक बंगाल गोट जो एक प्रीशियस ब्रीड है वर्ल्ड मार्केट में मीट और स्किन के लिए, अभी भी काफ़ी सारे फार्मर जानते ही नहीं कि ब्लैक बंगाल गोट क्या है. वो जानते हैं एक छोटा वाला ब्रीड वो पालते हैं घर में, काला, रेड और व्हाइट कलर का होता है, लेकिन इस एनिमल का जो वैल्यू है उसका पता नहीं चलता. मुझे लग रहा है इसके ऊपर थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए कि फार्मर को कम से कम ये नॉलेज होना चाहिए कि ब्रीड वैल्यू क्या है, क्योंकि ब्लैक बंगाल अभी इनब्रीडिंग डिप्रेशन के वजह से 12 से 15 के लिए 15 kg के अंदर आ गए उनके एवरेज बॉडी वेट. तो इससे वजह से लोकल फार्मर जो है क्रॉस ब्रीडाइजेशन के ऊपर ज़्यादा प्रोमोटिंग कर रहे हैं. जो लोकल नॉन डिस्क्रिप्टिव बड़ा गोट मिलता है, ब्रीडिंग बग मिलता है, उसी से क्रॉस ब्रीडाइज करते हैं. तो धीरे धीरे ऐसे हो रहा है कि लास्ट 10 to 20 ईयर्स ब्लैक बंगाल धीरे धीरे उसका जो आइडेंटिटी है खो रहा है और उसका मीट क्वालिटी भी खो रहा है. तो हम लोग इसके लिए थोड़ा कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आर्टिफिशियल इंसेमिनेशन के थ्रू अच्छे जाम प्रजन हम लोग जो ग्रास रूट लेवल तक पहुंच सकते हैं. लेकिन एक छोटा कंपनी के लिए तो ये काफ़ी आसान चीज़ नहीं है. अभी भी हम लोग इसके लिए स्ट्रगलिंग कर रहे हैं कि लिक्विड नाइट्रोजन का जो नेटवर्क का जो जरूरी होता है वो भी अभी सफिशिएंट नहीं है सारे ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया में. तो ये हमारा मेन स्ट्रगल पॉइंट है. हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं. फिर और एक बात मैं पॉइंट करना चाहूँगा कि ब्रीडिंग का हेल्थ और उसका जो मोर्टेलिटी के लिए हम लोग बात करते हैं कि हर साल हम सिर्फ वेस्ट बंगाल की बात करता हूँ कि गवर्नमेंट के तरफ से फ्री में काफ़ी सारी गोट को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया जाता है रूरल फार्मर को लिए. लेकिन within 1 month after supplying the goats, the goat mortality above up to become 15%, 50%, and यही आता है बिकॉज गोट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने के बाद जो पैरामेडिकल सपोर्ट देना बहुत जरूरी होता है फार्मर लेवल पर, वो नहीं होता है. काफ़ी सारे पैसा खर्च हो जाता है सिर्फ गोट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में, फ्री में गोट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट देने के बाद. लेकिन एक्चुअली रिजल्ट आता है कि 50 से 60% गोट मोर्टेलिटी हो जाता है. तो इसमें क्या होता है एक्चुअली रिसोर्स जो है गोट का ये डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाता है, क्योंकि गोट जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया जाता है फ्री तो कोई बाहर देश से तो नहीं लेके आ जाता है, वो तो लोकल से डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया जाता है. तो इसमें क्या होता है जो लोकल रिसोर्स है वो डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाता है. इसीलिए हम लोग हमारा जो कंपनी लास्ट 5 साल से एक मॉडल डेवलप किया है कि गोट इंटीग्रेशन प्रोजेक्ट. इसके लिए मैं वेस्ट बंगाल लाइफ स्टॉक डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन को थैंक्स देना चाहता हूँ कि हमारा जो मॉडल था उन्होंने इसको एक्सेप्ट किया. डॉक्टर गौरी शंकर कुमार, डॉक्टर तापस कुमार घोष, उन्होंने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया था एंड लॉन्च किया था दिस पायलट प्रोजेक्ट को. फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग 500 फार्मर को सिलेक्ट किया था इस गोट इंटीग्रेशन प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, जहाँ पर उनको ब्लैक बंगाल गोट दिया गया था और 2 साल 3 साल के लिए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किया जाता है कि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बेसिस फार्मिंग. हम लोग उसको पैरामेडिकल सपोर्ट फ्री में देते थे फार्मर को. उसके वजह से हम लोग उसके साथ बाईबैक लेते हैं, क्योंकि उनके घर में जो प्रोडक्शन होता था 50% गवर्नमेंट बाईबैक थ्रू कर लेते थे. तो ये टोटल मॉडल हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट किए थे हमारे कंपनी के थ्रू, जो भी सक्सेसफुली चल रहा है. तो हमारा यही सजेशन है कि जब पॉलिसी बन जा रहा है गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू से कि ये फ्री में गोट बांटना और ये वेस्टेज करना पैसा और ब्रीड को, ये मुझे लग रहा है ठीक नहीं चल रहा है. तो अगर हम लोग पीपीटी मॉडल पे गोट इंटीग्रेशन प्रोजेक्ट को और भी सक्सेसफुली लॉन्च किया जाता है कि गवर्नमेंट थ्रू हो सकता है, CSR प्रोजेक्ट थ्रू हो सकता है, तो ये हमारा जो गोट ब्रीड जो है वो एक्चुअली अच्छे तरह से प्रिजर्व भी होगा और इसका सक्सेसफुल तरीके से मार्केटिंग भी आ जाएगा। और दूसरा पॉइंट है कि अभी फार्मर लोग जो गोट मार्केटिंग कर रहे हैं उसका कोई अभी तक कोई प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है जहां पर जाके वो अच्छे प्राइस से गोट को मार्केटिंग कर सकते हैं। हम लोग छोटे प्रोजेक्ट में जैसे बाईबैक सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं तो ये तो काफ़ी नहीं है। तो गवर्नमेंट लेवल से जैसे पोल्ट्री में भी एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, एक प्राइस रेट कंट्रोल होता है, लेकिन गोट मीट के लिए कोई भी प्राइस रेट अभी तक ऐसे कोई प्लेटफॉर्म से सिचुएशन कैलकुलेट पर निर्धारण नहीं किया जाता है। तो ये भी ठीक तरह से ध्यान देना चाहिए। तो यही हमारा बोलने का कोशिश है।
ओके,
थैंक यू सर।
okay, thank you Mr. Kalyan for sharing your concern about the some of the health issues, and you want to propose a model of under PPP this thing. I think the organizers would have taken note of it. We will discuss it further. Now may I invite Dr. Baswareddy Garu for his quick comments, just 2 minutes, because I think he would have already discussed with Dr. Sen. Dr. Baswareddy Garu, is he here?
Yeah, sir, I'm here.
He is there on the podium. Okay. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Baswareddy, basically animal nutritionist. My colleague from NANP has talked something about animal nutrition, sheep and goat nutrition strategies. So I'll not touch upon that. Just I'll quickly talk something on the production strategies, production systems itself, because this summit is intended to make strategies to organize this sheep and goat sector. But what I say is, instead of making strategies to organize this existing system, what would be ideal is to create an alternate organized meat sheep and goat sector rather than putting efforts to organize this unorganized sector. Because what we have seen in poultry sector is, in 80s, we all know, our mainstay of poultry meat and eggs was from backyard poultry. That time it was not sufficient, we were not self-sufficient. So that time, legendary visionaries and leaders like B.V. Rao and all, they rose up to the occasion and they created alternate poultry industry. And now today in 2021, we have the same situation in sheep and goat sector. We are not self-sufficient. The numbers we have are not self-sufficient. If we see the figures from 1951 to 2019, the CAGR in sheep and goat sector is less than 1%. That is at 0.9%. Whereas the human population has increased manifold and the purchasing power of people has increased manifold. And as a result, common man is now not able to purchase sheep and goat meat because of its higher price due to less supply in the market, higher demand and lesser supply. So alternative will be to create an alternative system rather than putting efforts to improve this system. Let this system go parallelly and an alternative parallel system should be created. For this, we need some bold decisions and maybe out of the box thinking. We are thinking of breeding and all. Probably this will help to improve the existing systems. But to become self-sufficient in the near future, we have to probably go for intensive stall feeding on a commercial organized sector. This is possible by bringing in the best possible breed from the world. If it is available in India, it's okay. I don't see any breed that is most suited for complete suited for organized stall feeding. As Madam Nimbukar was telling in the morning, for sheep, probably Dorper is the best possible breed for us to import. And for goat, as she said, Boer is the best possible, because on a day-to-day basis, I am involved with all progressive farmers in this part of the country. So some of the people are already doing, but there is no intervention from the government side, no support from the government side for them. So what I propose is, like a state like Telangana can infuse almost 15 million sheep in a span of 2 years from neighboring states to improve the sheep status in the state. Probably government of India can take a bold decision to bring as many possible numbers from outside, the elite animals, and distribute it throughout the country so that they are distributed all over the country and they are propagated in commercial organized sector. This is the only strategy that will take us forward to organize this sector into a futuristic sector. So my proposal is this: let this traditional system go on, with small interventions and all, they will be, because most of the landless poor people are dependent on that. We have to definitely encourage that. But to be sustainable, a alternative system has to come up, and that is commercial, organized, stall feeding sector. Otherwise, there is no scope for this sector in future. If the same 1% CAGR continues for the next 10 years and we are slaughtering at exorbitant rate, probably after 10 years, we'll not be able to see this sheep and goat in the rural villages. So my single point is, an absolutely alternate system has to develop for this sheep and goat sector along with the existing system. As far as feeding and stall feeding and all concerned, we have all the technologies at NRCM. We have conducted extensive field studies with rural feed processing units, and we have done experiments on TMRs and all in stall feeding conditions. We have got very good results. Those people who are interested probably will be able to support and guide them. But this is the mainstay for the future of this sector in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Basavareddy.
If I have some time, I'll
important points.
I'll talk something on marketing as well.
No,
sir.
please.
As far as marketing, probably my
Please,
friends in marketing will be.
let the other session, sir. One minute.
One minute. In marketing systems, sir, what I
Dr.
suppose
Basavareddy, please.
My colleagues will be discussing on it at length, but what I propose is one simple intervention of introducing regulated markets in each state, so that we will be able to monitor the price inflows of animals to markets, so that we will be able to project the price of animals on a weekly basis in the initial stage at least, and on a regular daily basis in the long term. If this is possible, then farmer will be benefited. He will be knowing what will be the price of his animals when he goes to market to sell his animals. And weight-based animal selling should be mandated in all the states. This should be one of the prime recommendations from this roadmap drafting. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you, Dr. Basavareddy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any quick points from the audience? One or two. We can take one or two points for discussion.
Sir, I think we can take questions or interaction.
If not, then okay. Then now let us go ahead with the next group, that is animal. To make a quick, already had a lot of basic information in the morning session. So, intervention particular area, markets, transport, and supply chain. Dr. Mandal, please. Dr. Mandal.
Yeah, PK Mandal, sir, you can share your slide, sir. So Mandal, sir, are you online?
He was here only.
Yeah.
Shall we take this group afterwards?
Yeah, I think in that case, we'll start with the next member, sir, in the same group. Mandal can talk afterwards, I think.
Okay.
Not the connection.
Okay. May I invite Dr. Ganesh Kumar? Dr. Mandal, are you there? Dr. Mandal, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Actually, there was a small problem. Now I am back. Shall I start?
You share the slide and make only the intervention presentation. Don't give the basic things now, because we have heard a lot of basic things in the earlier session morning. Okay, please make some good interventions in this area.
Actually, thank you, sir. I want to go quick. It's a big challenge because we prepared for 10 minutes. Then it became 7 and now it is 5 minutes. Anyway, I'll try my best. So I'll go very fast. This is about the total picture of the sheep goat value chain. So my job is in the second part, that is the blue section. This is once again highlighting the total value chain. Here it is in the 5 section, the middle one, with black and orange. That's the marketing part, traders and all that. This is once again highlighting the marketing channels with the brokers, collectors, big traders, small traders. I'm going to explain different model of marketing. So India being a very vast country with lots of diversity, there is lot of differences in the farming or in the socio-economic condition. So it is always difficult to generalize. So even if we tell certain things, issues or challenges, it may not exactly fit in every state. But firstly, I do not have much first-hand experience in this area, but I have childhood experience being grown up in rural villages. Even I had the experience of rearing goats also. Now, the marketing as such, I could collect a lot of reports and studies, and some of those reports are even supported by multinational companies, even the Bill Gates Foundation and IFA, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Such companies are behind to support and organize this section. So this is one model of marketing where from the farmers it goes to butcher and rural consumer. Sometimes it goes to the farm gate, sell points, trader, and to the abattoir, and then to the urban consumers. This is another model. They are also, it goes through different primary and secondary traders, either as broker or collector, retailer or wholesaler. And then it goes to butcher and to the urban market. And this is another state level or national level. So there are certain terminal market or national level from where the live animal export is also existing. And sometimes it goes to the urban consumer. So these are different model of marketing. Very quickly, I wanted to see this, of course, showing the overall issues in the entire sheep and goat value chain. I don't want to go for it. So I am going to read out the very specific points as is the need of the time due to the shortage of time. So very quickly, I will not talk anything, only I will read out the points. So about the marketing status, marketing is a major challenge for most of the farmers. Farmers are forced to sell sheep and goats at the price fixed by the buyer. The market is driven by traders which link butchers to the producers. In some states, sheep and goat markets are associated with agriculture produce marketing committees. In most other places, weekly hauts, mandis are governed by either gram panchayats or managed by private people. The model of market, as I told, there are village market, block or district level market, and terminal market. Sometimes it goes for export from there. And the traders are primary traders, secondary traders at block level, district level or city, and the national traders. And regarding transportation status, sheep and goats are transported from the point of production to livestock markets and then to abattoirs for meat production. Majority are driven on foot to livestock markets, and from there they are transported by road or rail. During transport, sheep and goat may be trucked together, even sometimes mixed with cattle. Sheep and goat transportation is crude, as we all know, overloaded many times, and it could be suffocating and sometimes death or lot of weight loss and affecting the meat quality. As we know, transportation sickness or stress or dehydration, all these things affect the meat quality. Most of the transporters and secondary traders unaware of animal transportation rules and the consequences. And here I should highlight the new transport policy. Many of us are aware that the vehicle should be very specific. It should have partition for every individual, and the vehicle used for animal transport cannot be used for any other purpose. That's a big issue to implement. So here is the issues and constants. There are very few exclusive markets for sheep and goat, as I mentioned earlier. High transportation losses due to too many intermediaries and high transportation cost, low market infrastructure, no proper place for buying and selling and transport facilities, lack of fodder, shelter, water for animal in the market, weight loss after purchase, lack of veterinary healthcare facilities, diagnostics, and vaccinations. Due to lack of organized production and marketing structure, India is not able to improve its export earnings compared to the developed countries. That's the major setback I feel for this sector. Lack of standards and procedures, no market information system. I think somebody was highlighting just now, market organization, market and trade regulations. So I think Dr. Reddy was also telling market and trade regulations. These are major issues. Now, what are the interventions I am suggesting? Actually, I did not get any input from my members, but I have made a details input. They have given input form, almost 5-page input form I have made. I will send it. Maybe my members will be able to contribute on this and we can make changes or corrections, additions, deletions. But I think morning we had 2 important presentations. One is from Lysias, which is a very high-tech modern marketing. And the other one is from that pastoralism. That is another extreme. I don't know whether these issues will fit into this. Both are extreme. So market supply to identify, market study to identify high value markets for live animals, seasonal requirements and consumer preferences, present suppliers, demand price. This is the area we need to study. At the district level, identify local traders and butchers and arrange meetings with farmers to promote networking. Identify specific issues of traders to improve their efficiency. Liaise with government to set up small scale market yards. Need to regulate the live animal transport, marketing and retailing. That is what Dr. Reddy was telling. Use sound knowledge of computer technology to support technology platforms for sale of sheep and goats. And link smallholder producers to modern supply chains to reduce risks among producers and buyers, manage quality and supply. So this is mainly indicating towards the contract farming and modern supermarkets and market supply chains. So some of the infrastructure related requirement, like developing market infrastructure on proper place for buying and selling, veterinary healthcare facilities with diagnostics, shelter for stay, fodder for animals, water for animal drinking, transport facilities with proper transport vehicles, market information system, market organization, and market and trade regulations. So this is the last slide, policy requirements, what I have suggested, but we can modify as per the discussion from the other members or other delegates. So the most profitable way to market is on-farm sales with no sales commission and transportation cost. An evolutionary approach is needed to bridge the gap between unorganized and organized supply chains. So number 1 is investment in infrastructure of mandis, specialized vehicles for transport, veterinary clinic and diagnostic center, establishment of live animal market with integrated market infrastructure in each district's clusters managed by state animal husbandry department. Number 2, reduce transaction losses by strengthening mandis, mandi protocols and intra-mandi information on prices, linking smallholders to markets, develop agreement with seller, buyer and banker, and branding. To solve the demand supply gap, organize farmers into producer groups as self-help groups or other cooperatives, developing clusters with well-established backward and forward linkages. So these are the very quick what I wanted to say. But then I feel because presently our situation is highly unorganized and there is tremendous differences or diversity between the place, between the region. So making a uniform guideline or uniform policy, how far it will help, I don't know. So whatever I could understand, whatever I could search and whatever I could compile from that, I have presented this. Now we will hear from my group members and if required, we can modify. Hope it is okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mandal, for making a very crisp presentation. You can unshare your PowerPoint. And really, you have restricted to the time limitations also. Now, I again request Dr. Ganesh Kumar, Principal Scientist, NAARM, for his comments or for his contributions or interventions in the animal market transport system.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair, and other members of the dais and the esteemed participants. I think I make a pardon to my chairman, Dr. P.K. Mandal. I could not share, but then I think you have covered the most of the salient points, I feel, in the topic given to our working group, sir. So without much repeating some of the points you said, I wish to emphasize some of the points for the audience to note and then debate also. I think with respect to animal market, he said we need to improve the infrastructure in general. That's what my chairman told. To be specific, I would just go beyond that. See, we all know that in our country, the animal shandies, animal markets are thousands of number, mostly governed by the local self-government. But then there is no role of the animal husbandry department and veterinary services in managing the affairs to go on a much regulated fashion. Unlike in the crop sector or horticulture sector, where there are regulated markets with the support of many infrastructure, you all know that animal markets happen in the open. We call it hard. So it is in open market. But from the existing situation to improve upon in the animal markets, in fact, based on the lines of recommendations given by one of the reports of the doubling farmers' income also, that specifically they say that weighing platforms are not there in all the animal markets, weighing platforms. So to begin with, I think we can think of recommending that, yes, especially to utilize the animal husbandry infrastructure fund, which has been announced by the present government to the tune of over 10,000 crore. There are ample opportunities. I think it is a central sector scheme. It is not a centrally sponsored scheme like vaccination. It is a central sector scheme. Basically, the state department has to demand from the center with a plan. So I'm going to tell some of the plans. Weighing platform can be provisioned as much as possible, at least a market in a district in our country. Electronic balance, it is not there. We all know that the price is being fixed, especially for small ruminants, by physical appearance. By head count only, the price is determined. I think my earlier member also, the other group also said it should be based on weight. In fact, through one of our study, we also found that wherever the animal pricing, the sale price from the farmers is decided by weight, the farmer receives major share. So electronic balance, presently we have a conventional balance, electronic balance, and of course other facilities like animal holding facility, everybody is telling. In fact, the morning we have seen the excellent contribution by the trust at Rajasthan. They are creating several animal holding facility. So animal holding facility, especially for small ruminants. Of course, in live animal markets, all sorts of animals are traded together. For small animals, we can think of holding facility separately, parking facility for the vehicles, and drinking water facility, the provision for keeping the feed and fodder for the animals after long hours of transportation. Those can be thought of as a part of improvement of animal markets in our country. Plus, I think my chairman also mentioned there should be a provision for treatment facility. I think presently there is no regulation. There is very little hand of animal husbandry department. If animal husbandry department is involved in managing the affairs of weighing the animal, even auction process, I think they can be providing the treatment facilities also for the small ruminants, maybe a vaccination or deworming or whatever it is, little thing we can do. So those kind of things also can be done. Mainly, the auctioning facility needs to be regulated if animal husbandry department is involved. And there should be also a mechanism to display the price in the market itself. We can create a big board, maybe I do not know, metal board or any black board or electronic board in the long run. Price display mechanism is not there. It is there in some of the regulated markets for crop sector, sir. For the perishables, it is there. Fruits and vegetables, it is there. For flowers, it is there. Our commodity is also high value commodity. I think we can think of the price display mechanism. This is with respect to animal market. I wish to say the other things I will flag in the. Then I am also thinking some of the lighting facility. Usually, live animal markets are situated in the outskirts of the town or villages. There are no proper lighting facility. If possible, we can create a big tall lamp, which you find it in the traffic signals in the big cities. Because many a times you see the trade is increasing, volume is increasing. Many times it goes beyond evening hours. So lighting facility, so parking facility, lighting facility, drinking water facility, animal holding facility, all those things can be thought of when we demand the animal husbandry infrastructure fund. So this is regarding transport. I think he mentioned, my chairman mentioned the major points like animals while being transported, the welfare, animal welfare needs to be taken care. We all know spacing requirements needs to be followed, which is not done. Some regulation has to be brought in. See, based on the present transport policy, which is common for transporting all animals, may not hold good for small ruminants, because small ruminants normally we transport in bulk. So, but if we maintain the floor space per head of the animal, and if we transport as a bulk, I think it will take care. We can take care. So spacing requirement for animals can be recommended by us. And there can be also provision for temporary provision for feed and water during transportation itself. I do not know. This can be thought of. This can be thought of. Because presently animals are transported for long distances without even feed water. Once animals are unloaded, then it is given. So we can think of while suggesting some the transportation policy, the spacing requirement plus provision for feed water. And I feel the small utility vehicles can be recommended. Suppose if the animal state departments are thinking of providing the vehicles for transportation of animals to the group of farmers, if they are, of course, the group of farmers like in the form of FPO or SHG or any number, it cannot be given to an individual farmer. If farmers make a group, vehicles can be given to them on hiring basis, custom hiring basis, like it happens in the agricultural implements. Same way we can think, if it is so, smaller utility vehicle can be given. This is the point regarding the transportation. Briefly on the supply chain, you all know we are dealing two animals today, two species today, sheep and goat. But generally, average sheep flock size is bigger for any farmer. Goat size is normally smaller. Our study also says like this: sheep average holding of a farmer is 88 in case of sheep, whereas 12 in case of goat. And that's the kind of situation. Mostly biannual sale happens. And as pointed out by my chairman, most of the animals, more than 60 to 70% of the animals, data says the first buyer from the farmer is the trader, who could be local trader or outstation trader. But then presently at the farm gate, I told you the pricing is decided by physical appearance, by number. So there itself, we should empower the farmers to sell the animals by weight if the animals are sold at the farm gate. If it is sold at the animal market, I already suggested weighing balance should be made, that to electronic balance. So that is the one thing. And presently there is no agreement between the buyer and the seller. Seller is a farmer and there is no such guideline. In case of crop sector, again, in case of fruits and vegetables, there are guidelines for contract farming, guidelines for purchase and sale. In small ruminants, it is nothing. I think being a central agency from our academy, we can also, the science academy, we can also come out with a brief guidelines for the state to follow for deciding the price. You know, the moment we think of
Dr. Ganesh.
Sir, 2 minutes, sir. Another 2 minutes, sir.
Please be brief.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So while deciding the guidelines, we can think of species-wise, age-wise, sex-wise prices. I think you believe prices are different for male, female, young one, the adult one, or even breed. So that can be thought of. And to improve the supply chain in general, the slaughterhouses can be constructed in the rural area closer to the farmers, so that efficiency can be improved much better. I think there is a provision of constructing slaughterhouses at rural area from even RKUA, Raftar. The same thing can be carried forward now in the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Fund. So rural slaughterhouses. So this is my brief points. And one last point, now as the market is expanding into a more modern side, especially e-markets, and see our friends are there. I do not know, by learning lesson from them, we can improvise upon connecting them closer to the farmers through some aggregators. I do not know. They must be already having. I think we will also take the lessons from them and then recommend to the authorities for wider adoption. So thank you, sir. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ganesh, for highlighting some of the important issues in this particular section. Now, may I request Dr. Vikas Pathak? Is he here? Dr. Pathak? I think he is not here for us. May I request Anshu Loja? We have actually heard.
Yeah, sir. In place of Anshul Oja, we
Dr.
have one
Navina.
more member from the same Urmul Trust, sir, Tatsam Motilal. So she will be speaking on behalf of Anshul Oja. She is also from Urmul, DRC, Rajasthan. Please.
So hello everyone. And
Mr. Anshul has already covered so many things in the morning. So I
Yes.
request her to kindly be very brief in her presentation.
Sure, sir. So I'll base just 3 suggestions for this working report. And my suggestions are a little unusual because I just came back from field work with sheep and goat herders last month. Like I was covering the entire Western Rajasthan fields. And the first thing is to see the importance of meat and to give the importance to the meat producer, the pastoralist in Western Rajasthan. I'm speaking in the context of Rajasthan. We need to have some identification for them, some sort of ID that gives them credibility. So we have created pastoralist passports. The government released in January a report to count the number of pastoralists and livestock animals. I don't know how it's being done, but when you go on the field, we are working in the field, we do not have any one number for the number of livestock animals or pastoralists. This pastoralist passport will provide security. How? Because right now, the demand for meat is so much and the supply is little because of lockdowns, and pastoralists are not able to travel from Rajasthan to Punjab, Haryana. They're not able to sell their meat, because of which while on their route, their animals are being theft. There's dacoitism. It has increased. The security for pastoralists, for meat producers in Rajasthan is a risk right now. So some sort of ID from maybe meat producer companies or for maybe milk producing companies, some sort of ID will be great in this. And we need to have market research for the desert context to decide the price, as sir was also saying. What parameters do we use to decide the thing? Because we were trying to trade with some meat company in Bangalore, but to get the meat either as carcass or as live sheep from all the way from rural desert hamlets of Rajasthan to Bangalore and Hyderabad, the cost that the meat producers are asking is 280 per kg, because that is what they're selling for in the local market. The meat producers in Bangalore are planning to buy it for 230, 240. The sheep herders, goat herders are never going to sell it because they're getting a better price. What parameters of pricing do we have? Because the local market cannot consume so much meat. The third point is there's a lot of talk about, yes, sir. There's a lot of talk about IoT, e-mandi, and cold chain, a strict cold chain support for the meat producing sector. But how do we plan to operationalize this for semi-nomadic pastoralists? Because the owners of the herd is somewhere, the herders are somewhere, the animals are somewhere, and they are getting the healthiest when they reach Punjab, Haryana towards the end of monsoon. Like right now, October is the time when they are at their healthiest. So it's not a steady supply. It's not a farm-based supply. It's very, very dynamic. It's more organized in its own way than any organizing plan can ever do to this pastoralist sector. And that's something that we are looking for from this conference. So some sort of plan as to how do these things work for the semi-nomadic pastoral ecosystem. Because there is less coverage, there is less communication coverage, the border areas, there is no network, there is no internet. How do you track these animals? How do you track them as servicing, as to when the best rigor mortis will set in, the best time for collecting these animals? These need to be in place. And if so many ICR organizations are involved here, I would request through Desert Resource Center, through Urmul Trust, if we can have some fellowship programs in the deserts. Me as a researcher, I know how difficult it is to stay there and work. So for someone to go and study the markets over there, to travel with the pastoralist for 10, 20, 30 kilometers per day in the heat, it's very difficult. So with all the centers here, I would request if you all can increase research in this sector, market research. We are looking at proper management, students and interns coming and studying these things and creating plans and piloting them. We have some common facility centers that are providing veterinary services, sharing facilities, fodder, water, but how do we pilot them in other contexts? Because the whole of desert is not equivalent. Everything is not just sand and heat. Even within the desert biome, we have different kinds of mini ecosystems. So these things need to be looked at if we want to connect the Western markets to the more demand-oriented markets like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Tamil Nadu. We need to see these things. These are some suggestions for the group. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for very brief suggestions and comments. Now, let us move on to the third group, that is slaughtering and processing. So I request Dr. Muthukumar, Principal Scientist, NRC Hyderabad, to make a presentation about slaughtering and processing.
Very good afternoon to all, respected Director NRCM and Chairman and members of the today's session, and my participants and entrepreneurs from various parts of this country. So my topic is on small ruminant meat production, the way forward. So thanks to my earlier groups, they have covered many aspects of the value chain. So I'm as a meat, this starts from, I feel, though it's from farm, I will just cover from the market yard where the animals are procured. So morning we have very elaborately discussed about the sustainability. So the competitive production cost, then the continuous and the remunerative price to the producer, and finally lesser damage to the environment is the major key elements in sustainability. But the key here is the continuous improvement in the production system. See, this is packed up with the technology as well as the policy requirements. So that will make the animal production system more viable and sustainable. So this unloading facility. So if I'm starting from, it's not visible. Okay. So I am going to, though there are many issues in the meat production sector, I am going to address the 5 major points. So it starts from the animal welfare, then the requirement of the infrastructure in the meat production aspect. Then also we are losing some germplasm, especially slaughtering of the young and pregnant animals, and also the waste disposal and value additions. The first sector is the animal welfare issue. So it is now Mr. Rajesh from Lysias, they told the animal welfare is part of sustainability activities. So the unloading ramp, that is one of the important facility which is required in all the market yard as well as the slaughterhouses. So this facility is almost lacking in many of the local body slaughterhouses. So there is no requirement of a very good infrastructure like this concrete one. But if it is possible, that's good. But if not, we can do with the locally made, like it's maybe to the land maybe elevated and use it as a ramp, or it can be the local gunny bags can be made into a ramp like thing, and we can do it. And my year point is we will be working because of this summit. We are really motivated to do some work in the aspect. So we planning for a small portable foldable ramp which can be attached to the door, where which is animal is the vehicle is open, and through that animal is taken out. So some portable foldable model can be attached to this one. So wherever the trucks goes, this can be go along with this foldable ramp, and that will make the animal unloading will be not a very stressful event. The other important aspect is the shelter. The Dr. Mandal also covered about it. So most of our animal markets are lacking it. Even the many of the slaughterhouses also don't have a facility for giving the rest to the animals. We all know that the importance of resting animal period to slaughter. So it will not only impact the animal welfare, but also it's affect the meat quality to a greater extent. So we have to have at least bare minimum facility like provision for shading and also some watering facility. So this will suffice to make the animal comfortable before going to be slaughtered. So other things, my friend also, they have insisted on having a weighing facility at the market yard. So this is a really need of the hour. So we don't have the quality grading system, but at least we can have the yield grade. So you can, the animal prices is going up. So each kg of the live weight will impact the profitability of the trader and even the butcher and as well as the farmer. So we have to have a minimum facility like, so nowadays in Tamil Nadu also there are a lot of small scale startups. They are manufacturing this digital weighing scale. This is a portable and movable one. So this can be kept in the market yard, even in the slaughterhouses for making the animal weighing is a very easy and accurate process. This will lead to a transparent animal trading. So there are very different types. Even the tripod with the digital weighing balance can be one of the easy way, very cost-effective mechanism to make the animal weighing is an easy process. So other thing is we could find a lot of animals are marketed in the age of 3 to 6 months. Though these 3 months old kids were purchased for fattening purpose, but even we could see a lot of animal within the age group of 3 to 6 months, they are getting slaughtered. So this makes a very big number. Even the survey conducted at CARG, they say around 30 to 45% of the animals are getting slaughtered within the age group of 3 to 6 months. So this we are losing a production potential of the animal, as well as a large amount of meat production is getting affected because of the slaughtering of the immature animals. So other one is even the pregnant animals are getting slaughtered because the pregnancy diagnosis in the small ruminants is a very big issue. It's very difficult for the farmer to know whether the animal is pregnant or not. So we should have such a facility. Is a very simple scanning scanner which can easily detect when the animal pass through the chamber, and it gives some noise when the animal is pregnant. So these are all very commonly used in the developed countries. So such a provision can be kept in both market yard as well as the slaughterhouses. Even when I was working with the organized export slaughterhouses, I could see about 20 to 30% of the animals are pregnant, and so we are using a good potential germplasm we are losing through this one. So a simple facility keeping at the market yard as well as the slaughterhouses will eliminate this issue. And thanks to the e-marketers and online marketers, so India is seeing a revolution in the way the meat is marketed. So consumer now have the option of getting a chilled and very nicely packed meat at its doorstep. So thanks to all these e-marketers. And but the one of the important point here I insist is, so as per the FSSI, these people have to source their raw material from the FSSI certified vendors. So this is actually, I feel this is a very good point. Because of this one, the slaughter sector, meat processing sector going to improve in leaf and pound, because they have to have a good slaughterhouses. Unless otherwise they have the good facility for slaughtering, so they cannot assure the good quality meat to the consumer. So the producing a safe and hygienic meat from the existing slaughterhouse is it's impossible. What I can say. So they have to go for a nice. I don't want a sophisticated slaughterhouse, but a minimal facility which has which favors the production of safe and quality meat. So we used to receive a lot of entrepreneur. They want to slaughter about 10 animal or 20 animal, 30 animal, not a maximum, not more than 50 animals in a day. So what should be the specific model? So again, the model we are working now. This summit really made us to put some more efforts in this angle. So I have come up with a small model. It's a 15 by 15 room. So where the animals are entered from one side, and there will be a bleeding platform, and then a stand like dressing stand. Then after dressing, that will be put onto a carcass holding stand. And we also have a small room for byproduct processing. And the next to the compound wall, we have provision for the solid waste as well as the liquid waste disposal. So this is a bleeding platform and a standalone dressing unit. So this can be more than sufficient for slaughtering a 10-20 animal in a day. And even the pollution control board norms says the small slaughterhouses, which means 1 lakh sheep or goat in a year. So that comes around 300 animals in a year. So this 300 animal is a very large capacity. So for our small scale entrepreneur, where they want to slaughter 10 to 15 animals, so this model will definitely work out. And nowadays there are a lot of biogas plant, portable model with 30 to 40,000 rupees price. So they are coming up. We can use this whatever the liquid and solid waste can be converted into biogas, and also some tanks are there for the effluent liquid waste treatment. These are very prefabricated models are available, and also we can go for the composting modular type, which can very well used for both vegetable as well as animal matter decomposition, solid waste disposal. So it's a small model, we are working on it. And the meat, what Mr. Rajesh was telling. So Indian consumer, in my opinion, they are not enjoying real meat. So they are really eating the muscle. So we all know that what is the meat and what is the muscle. So what is the importance of aging the muscle into a meat? Then all these things. So the need of the hour is we have to educate the processor that what is the importance of chilling and converting the muscle into meat. So we don't need even the sophisticated chiller-like facility. So nowadays the very portable, the high-density polyethylene insulator box are coming. So you can use the chilled ice to make the transport of the animal from the slaughterhouse to the retail shop, and where you can keep this same setup for controlling the microbial load. So because we all know that what is the importance of reducing the temperature of the meat to less than 8 degrees centigrade, so that the shelf life of the meat will be enhanced and the quality also improved. So the mutton price itself is very costly. That's why we are not much of the value addition is not done in the mutton product. But there is a scope. So there are elite consumers. So they also want to test the variety product from mutton. So even the retail cuts, now the online traders, they are able to sell the different retail cuts, valuable cuts like the chops and the thigh chops, lumbar, loin chops and all. So these are very palatable cuts with we can sell it at a premium price. So there is a elite customer for this one. And last year, NRC meet, we have given a technology to the Karnataka Sheep and Wool Development Corporation. So wherein we have 181 beneficiaries were given with meat on wheel. This is a very novel concept at the NRC meet. So this has provision for storing the meat and also trading your carcasses in a very hygienic way. And one more thing is there are good proportion of the sheep, spends eaves are utilized for meat production. So after 3 years or 4 years, a good proportion of the animals are utilized for meat production. So definitely the meat from these animals are tougher. So we have to have some certain means. There are a lot of work has been carried out in this area. So using the papain, fig and all, a lot of enzymes, natural enzymes which tenderize even the collagen, which is the major factor which contribute to the toughness of the spent animal meat. So even we can employ the electrical stimulation to make the meat tender. And in addition to that one, the comminuted meat product. So this will be the one of the solution for making the tough meat to a tender product. So there are a lot of products starting from the keema, seekh kebab, even the samosa, meatballs, cutlets, even the halim can be made from utilizing this spend tough meat into a very palatable product. And you know that the sheep and goat, most of the byproducts, only 1/3 is the meat and the 2/3 is byproduct and waste. But in sheep, almost all the byproducts are getting utilized for edible purpose, including the skin was having a good value. Around it contributes about 10% of the live animal. But last few years, there are no takers for the skin because there are some substitute products are available for the skin. So how to utilize this one? So this is a big issue. So this skin can be converted into a pet food, like this pet treat, and also the high value product, because the skin is nothing but a collagen. So that can be converted into a collagen powder as well as the collagen peptides. So definitely this will be untapped opportunities available with us. So now we can take up some project work in this area, and we have to come up with some novel product so that the sustainability of the sheep and goat meat sector will be enhanced. So this is what my presentation. So we have to have a sustainable livestock farming, quality and safe meat product to consumer, improve economics to the processor, employment generation, efficient utilization of byproduct and disposal of waste for clean and general immunity is the need of the hour. So we have to have a simple and relevant and cost-effective technology. So that will definitely go in a long way to enhance the profitability of the sector. Thank you very much. So I also take this opportunity to thank all my members, Dr. Mandiradha sir, Dr. Manish Chetli, and Dr. S.P. Fonglan for providing valuable inputs. Thank you, everyone.
Chairman sir, you can invite the next speaker, sir, Mandiratha sir.
May request now.
That
Head of the division LPT at
So thank you, Dr. Kulkarni sir. So at the onset, so Dr. Kulkarni, Chairman, Dr. Rai, Co-Chairman, Dr. Barbude, Director NRC Meet, Dr. Navina, other distinguished speaker, and my colleague. At the onset, I want welcome you all, and I thank NRC Meet team for taking this initiative on this appropriate topic and nicely organizing this seminar. Actually, what most of the things Dr. Muthukumar has already discussed. So just I want to supplement, like what Dr. Muthukumar had told, कि we need to avoid this slaughter of early age animal. That about the maximum male, especially male animal, they are being slaughtered at the age of these 3 to 5 months or 6 months. Because mostly these farmers, they are worried that if they will raise this animal for longer period, so either they have to get them vaccinated or they have to deworm, they have to do deworming, and they are afraid of this disease outbreak. For example, if disease outbreak will take place, their whole herd will be vanish out. So to avoid any economic loss, so they are going for early age slaughter. So we need to develop some policy, or we need to assure that farmer. So if something will happen, some disease PPR outbreak will be there, definitely their compensation will be given to the farmer. So only then they will raise this male animal for this larger weight or larger age group. Then second, that value added product. So most of the scientists and our young colleagues, so they are doing research on communicated this meat product or emulsion based meat product. That is good, but we need to be very selective when we are going for this value added product from goat or sheep meat, because that raw material itself is very costly. So a emulsion based product from a goat meat can cost up to 1,000 rupees per kg, whereas from poultry it is only 200 rupees per kg. So that consumer may not like to buy this expensive product from goat meat, whereas these chunks or this fresh meat is having more demand or more valuable for consumer than the product. So last year, so we trained one entrepreneur from Maharashtra, Prithviraj Chauhan. Actually, now we are getting regular feedback from him. So he tried different sausages, emulsion, and all these products, but ultimately he settled with the goat meat pickle. So he told that now goat meat pickle is having very acceptability, and he is making goat meat pickle from within. He is not removing bone. That bone in chunks he is taking, and then he is making pickle. So whole carcass, goat carcass, he is converting into pickle, and then he is marketing as per the convenience, and he is getting almost 40 to 50% profit. Instead of selling that raw chunks or raw cuts, he is preparing pickle from chunks, and then he is selling. So likewise, we need to develop some innovative product. We need to be very selective when we will be advocating some value added product from goat meat. Then second, that handling condition. So as we know that handling conditions are affecting the meat quality very much, and especially from the spent animal meat. So we need to ensure that the meat should not reach to consumer or to market when it is in the rigor stage. The consumer should not cook or cut meat when it is in the rigor stage. So either we need to have some chilling room near slaughterhouse so that marketing will take place after 12 hours or after 18 hours, or we need to ensure that when a butcher or a retailer will purchase that carcass, he should not sell, he should not make into cuts within, he should make into cuts only after 12 hours or 18 hours. So these are the few suggestions from my side. So I once again thank NRC Meet team and all organizers. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your comments. Chairman, sir, shall we go for the next speaker, sir? Yeah, because Kulkarni sir has a presentation at 5 o'clock under a NAARM program. Probably, are you still there, sir? Kulkarni sir? Otherwise, we invite Dr. Manish Kumar, sir. Are you online? We invite the next speaker, Dr. Manish Kumar, the Dean, College of Veterinary Sciences, Gadwasu, Punjab. Manish Kumar, sir. If he's not there, then we can go to next speaker, Dr. S.P. Fonglan, Allana Sons Exports. S.P. Fonglan, sir.
Yes, good evening. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Make your point, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity, and a very good evening to all. Most of the points my earlier speakers and our lead, Dr. Muthukumar, has presented. Still, I want to reiterate few of those points again. One is, the marketing of this sheep and goat, the way it is marketed. Like the poultry sector, they have a farm gate price that is based on the live weight. So like Dr. Muthukumar told, Dr. Ganesh Kumar told, even Dr. Ganesh Kumar was referring to the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Fund, which is a sectoral fund. This should be encouraged, wherein, you should give the facility to weigh the animals, and there should be benchmarking for the price based on the live weight. When there is more transparency in the sale price, the better margins will be for the farmers. This is point number one. And point number two, again, as covered by the other respected speakers, the scientific interventions at the farm level. Our farmers, pastoralists, they are not that much literate. So there are every likelihood that pregnant animals get mixed up with a lot and they come into the market system. And once they are marketed, means the animal travels from Rajasthan to Gujarat, Gujarat to Maharashtra, then to Hyderabad, then to South Tamil Nadu. During this travel chain, if the animal is detected, it's very hard to safeguard it. So the primary attention should be, these medical interventions like the installation of scanners and veterinary support, that should be stringent at the farm level, so that this animal should not be allowed to travel. Because, this is legally governed by a travel fitness certificate, which strictly bans transport of such animals. So this intervention is point number two. One big point is, like covered by Mr. Anshul earlier in the day from Murmal Trust, pastoralists are one big category which they contribute huge to the animal sector in India, but they are hugely neglected. If the reports goes, see, the Indian retail meat sector is 330,000 crore rupees, and out of which 20% is contributed by the sheep and goat sector. And if you go with the reports that is available, 74% of the Indian meat requirement is provided by these pastoralists, who are neglected totally. And they have a pastoral system of animal management rearing system, which has not been recognized. And throughout the world, there is a hue and cry regarding the green gas emissions and the carbon load in producing meat. If you look at the pastoral system of raising meat animals in India, it's almost carbon neutral. So I place on record, this August forum should give much emphasis on this neglected sector, which contributes huge to the Indian economy. See, the animal husbandry sector contributes 4.5% to GDP. And if you look at the contribution of the pastoral sector, it's huge. But we don't give any attention to them. And point number 4, regarding the marketable age of the animals. Our esteemed speakers were talking about the age. But here, the market demands a carcass weight of 6 to 10 kg, 12 kg as the marketable weight. So we should be more focused on the weight at which the animals are sold. Suppose if an animal is getting a carcass weight of 10 kg at the age of 4 months, I hope there is a lot of economy of scale for the farmers. So we should make a kind note of it. Then my last point regarding the pollution control. See, like Dr. Muthukumar was telling, the demand is we need to have standalone abattoirs of size 10 to 50 animals a day. And the regulation tells he should have a ETP. And what kind of ETP it should be? And are there any modular ETP that are recognized by the Pollution Control Board of India? So forums like this and organizations like NRC and MEET, they should take up this topic, collaborate with the Pollution Control Board of India. They should develop standard modular ETPs are available, technology is available. Only thing is we need to identify, promote it, and ensure that that is user friendly. So it will encourage more entrepreneurship in the market. See, there are two things. One is the rendering plant. Like Dr. Muthukumar told, if the throughput is less, yes, we don't need a rendering plant. Biocomposting is permitted. It is available in the statutes of the Pollution Control Board. But what about the ETP? What about the modular ETPs? So this is one big lacuna which is preventing small-term entrepreneurs to provide healthy meat into the Indian retail sector. Thank you so much. These are the 6 points I want to put on record. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your input, sir. In fact, we thought of we invited a couple of people from Pollution Control Board also. We thought of integrating with them. So finally, no one could turn up from the Pollution Control Board, but your points are very valid, sir. We'll try to take them on the board also for our these things.
Thank you.
So now the next working group is on entrepreneurship and policy issues. I will just again share my slides and we'll try to finish it in 5 minutes, sir. Which one? Okay, so welcome, sir. We have been discussing since morning. So huge livestock wealth in the country. So there is no doubt in it. In the last previous livestock census, there has been a significant increase in the population of sheep and goat in spite of heavy slaughter and in spite of increased consumption. The population is going to maintain. And again, it's almost worth $40 billion US, and it's by all means it's expected to reach almost $65 billion by 2022. We have different level. We have various stakeholders. There are various points within the value chain where there are entrepreneurship opportunities. Entrepreneurship opportunities at the QSR, convenience stores, institutional caterers, supermarkets, e-commerce. So there are plenty of opportunities if someone wants to do the business in the meat value chain actually. There are few successful. There are two or three different players. One is from the public sector. When it comes to public sector, so we have a couple of success stories. We have seen the West Bengal Livestock Development Corporation. So it is a public sector undertaking under the Department of Animal Resource Development. They are doing it almost a 5 to 10 crore annual turnover with an investment of 26 crores. They are marketing the sheep and goat meat around West Bengal, especially in the Kolkata and Darjeeling areas with their own brand name, Haringata Meat. They have more than 200 outlets within Kolkata. Actually, they have their own cold chain, own state-of-the-art sheep and goat processing unit. This is again under the public sector undertaking actually. So in addition to the West Bengal, we also have seen in Kerala with the brand name Meat Products of India. Again, the Kerala it's a public sector undertaking within the Animal Husbandry Department of Kerala actually. So they have an annual turnover of almost 5 to 10 crores. They got 15 crore subsidy funding from the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. How if sheep and goat boards of the states, if they want, they can actually do the job actually. So there are very few states who could able to demonstrate. They got 15 crore subsidy from the MOFP and they established the state-of-the-art processing plant. They have their own retail units in different parts of the Kerala and doing their business actually. Then one more recent success story, what we have seen is from Uttarakhand. The Uttarakhand MD is joining later in the next session actually. He will be explaining how They could able to integrate with the farmers, how they established a slaughterhouse, and they are marketing the goat meat, and also recently they exported to the UAE and Dubai actually under the brand name Bakra. So these are only 3 state sheep and goat federations or livestock development boards who could able to successfully demonstrate how business can be done in the sheep and goat sector. So we also have the Karnataka Sheep and Wool Development Board and also the Telangana Sheep and Goat Cooperative. They are in touch with NRC meat for the last 8 to 10 years. They thought of establishing a slaughterhouse, brand the meat and market it similar to other state. So which is so far not happening. But Telangana has undertaken a lot of sheep distribution scheme, and now it is the #1 state in the country when it comes to the sheep population actually. So they have, so that's about the public sector. And the public sector undertaking, there are only 3 or 4 state government who have done some good job. When it comes to private, there are again 1 or 2 success stories. So we have seen Ahmednagar Goat Cooperative Limited. So Dr. Ashok Kale, the late Dr. Ashok Kale, who established it almost 20 years back. We have seen these kind of slaughterhouses under cooperatives or under food farmers producer organization. They will come, the sector will change. But this is the only success story we have under public sector, under cooperative actually, which is not happening actually. So why it is not happening? That is a big question. We also have the Goat Trust from Lucknow. So its MD, he's joining in the next session. Probably he will speak about it. So they also have very good success story when it comes to a production, establishing goat banks, training Pashu Sakis, and now they are into the slaughtering and meat. They want to brand their meat to the name Ramesh, and now they want to market it actually. So these are a couple of success stories from private enterprises actually. So there are 2-3 state government and a couple of cooperatives, or other than that, we don't have any success story when it comes to meat marketing. So on the retail side, things are changing thanks to Licious and many other. The e-commerce, they're changing the ecosystem of retailing. We have some NGOs, FPOs working in the production side, but when it comes to slaughterhouse, waste management, there is no one who want to address that issue. There is a missing gap in the entire value chain, which we want to fill through this. So this is how there are a lot of brick and mortar shop. They are coming, especially in the metro cities. You have seen in the Delhi, Hyderabad, Bangalore, a lot of people are coming and establishing a modern retail plant, but not slaughterhouses. No one want to touch that slaughter part, mainly because of pollution control board clearances, local municipal approval. Then again, clearances from the local, if it is a Mandal Panchayat or if it's Gram Panchayat, there are many complexities involved with the slaughter actually. So people are happy with the production, they are happy with the e-marketing or retailing, but no one want to address that slaughter issue. That is a big issue in the value chain, which is missing. So which need to be addressed. So we all want the meat to be packed like this, the mutton or the goat meat, and served to the consumers. So what are the issues now? Now we have NGOs, trust, association. So why there is not much foreign direct investment in? So because when I was addressing, someone is telling why there is no foreign direct investment in sheep and goat. Even our New Zealand or Australian milk companies want to come and do business in India. I was thinking if someone comes with 100 crore investment and do business in India, we will have wonderful sheep or goat slaughterhouse. So why it is now happening? Is it the government policies which are preventing them? Private sector involvement in the slaughter and meat processing plant, of course, it is not happening. It is happening on the retail side, it is happening on the production side, but not on the slaughter side actually. Then government schemes for improving animal markets, slaughter facilities, waste management, state animal husbandry department, sheep and goat federation. The question is, we have discussed a lot actually. So finally, who will do it at the end of the day? So we have, because slaughter is a state subject, we have a state animal husbandry department. In some state, they have 2 or 3 demarcations. In some state, it is only veterinary and animal husbandry. Veterinary and animal husbandry, they think the treatment and vaccination is only their job. Slaughter, marketing, retailing, they think it is not their job. So some states, they also have other things. So I will show. In the morning also, I told the fisheries, they have NFDB who will take care. Under dairy, you have NDDB, they will take care. So who is going to take care of meat or sheep, goat, poultry? So this is it. So as I told, now on the state animal husbandry department, you have veterinary and animal husbandry department. Of course, their staff is mainly busy with the treatment and vaccination. In some state, they also created sheep and goat development cooperatives or federation, but they are understaffed. There is not much fund allocation. Only for the namesake, they created sheep and goat federation, and some state government were able to successfully demonstrate the success stories. Only 2 or 3, but many of the state government, I think it is the job of these state sheep and goat cooperatives to address the value chain, to address the issues concerned with every sheep and goat farmer. It is their job. So because animal husbandry and veterinary department, they are busy with the vaccination and treatment. Other side, we also have very good milk cooperatives, the milk federations. They have an IAS officer as the chairman of the milk federation, very good fund allocation. The milk is doing very good job, but the same thing is not happening in the sheep and goat. So through this policy document, we will give a suggestion to the state government that similar to the milk federation, the sheep and goat federation must be given good staff They must be given good infrastructure. They must be given a good allocation of the funds so that the same success story which happened in the milk can also be created in the sheep and goat. We are also joined by Deputy Director, Sir Narsim Rao. So probably later he will speak. We wanted that MD sheep and goat board must have been here so that this message need to be convinced to every state government that this is a priority area and very good staff and very good fund allocation must be done if the sector has to change actually. And there are some suggested interventions and also since morning we have been telling only thing is what we are advocating. In the city like Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Bangalore, where the population density is huge, we cannot allow all these live birds, live sheep and goat to roam inside streets of Mumbai. Because whenever there is a pandemic, whenever any outbreak happens, people will scold the meat sector. So stop marketing or stop these butcher shops inside the main major metro cities. Only chilled and frozen packed meat must be allowed. Other district places, taluk places, mandalis, hoblis, they are all fine, where there is not much population density. To begin with, at least there should be some regulation where marketing or movement of live animal within the city limits must be prevented. So that if everyone agrees, we can give this recommendation to our this. So there is a one, and at the same time, both are here to exist. Our traditional butcher shop and very state-of-the-art modern shop, they both are here to exist because it is a livelihood for millions of people. We cannot straight away say close down others. We need to we can improve these shops in the existing situation with a better fly catcher lights or strip cutters, with the tiles, better lights, elevators. So with minimum facility, how we can ensure, because our production and consumption patterns are different. So not necessary that we should go completely into the chilled or frozen meat. Some part can go into it, but existing situation will exist. Only thing is with a better intervention, how we can improve the facilities. That should be our approach actually. So with this, I think we'll finish it. We'll go for listening to other panelists. Thank you. So now with this, I think I request our next speaker in this group, Dr. Krishnan from NAARM, please.
Very good evening, and then some quick thoughts over here. As Dr. Navina has been highlighting, like particularly after this, we have a large number of stakeholders. I request, like in this platform, we have to come out with some solutions. So the stakeholders may organize their thoughts in two ways. Like they have to see like what are the real policy gaps. Like they want to do something, but what is not there, a regulation, be it a policy or a law. And second way of looking at it is like whether there is something law or a policy which is rather impeding them, like what change has to be brought, what is to be removed. So if they come so sharp, probably we can use this platform to put it straight to the government, because we will be having a wish. We should know like where the problem is. And broadly, just this is one suggestion request to all the subsequent stakeholders to be precise, like to suggest us. And three broad areas. One is to align with the government of their schemes, and then programs. Say we are all aware like one district, one commodity. And similarly in UP, there is a huge success with one district, one product also. Like so from institutions, probably we have to identify and map the districts or the taluks where goat and sheep, not only meat, even their products are a major livelihood, and see that how their supply chain and other issues can be plugged in that particular region. And for that, again, Government of India has launched a major program like Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. So the stakeholders may identify like in this large amount of fund, what are that which are not included in the schemes or the guidelines, what could have been there for the meat and sheep sector. So whether such infrastructure can be brought in. And second, from the institutional point of then we shall identify, say for establishing a particular, after identifying the prior area, what kind of infrastructure will be required and a guideline for prioritization. If sheep is a major thing, and what kind of infrastructure will be required. So one will know like, okay, this is there, what has to be created. So such kind of support can be provided to the state. And we had the session, Dr. Ella, like that is farmers can produce, but promotion and marketing is a major challenge. So there again, some 3 points. When Dr. Navina was talking about the development board, we could see the animal husbandry commissioner readily nodding it like, so there is a reception for the idea. So now probably we should be telling like why it is to be done with the data. Comparing with other boards, like but it be fish or any other board, like before that and after that, how the schemes have been implemented better, how the production has gone up, how the people are happy. We have to tell with quantity. Otherwise, they want to do it, but to present the case. And second, how? We have many commodity boards, plant boards, fish, dairy, all this have like, are we going to copy any one of them or to have a combination of some of the features or totally looking at a totally new thing specific to the needs of sheep and goat? So this, instead of telling just to have a board, we may have to come out with the specific needs, structure, function, mandate, because it's a very easy thing to do. Government has schemes, money, and creating a board is just creating an institutional mechanism. No new people will be there, like, so that will be possible. And this will bring in synergy also. Like, second, branding. Why, when I want to go for a non-vegetarian meat, like, why I have to pay more and then take more problem? Generally, there is a perception like meat and goat are, it is not such a good meat compared to chicken or a fish. So, but the price is also high. So we have to do a very different way of branding, like what are the health benefits or some other way of packing so that it is certainly becoming a part of the dietary choice. And third, we are telling about the private success stories like Licious and all. Like, we should be looking slightly different. Like, why don't we bring in for non-veg a kind of a Uberization concept, like, so that even a small person can come on board. There has to be a kind of literal, anybody today, if I have a car, I can come in, like, so there has to be a platform using blockchain technology, AI or IoT, so that the quality, everything, transport can be monitored. But at the same time, even a single individual small butcher can also be coming on board, means for that. And catching up with the latest government policy, like Prime Minister has personally intervened to bring in this drone, liberal drone policy in our country. Like, probably no other country has this. Security, so many concerns were there even after Kashmir incident, but still Prime Minister has come out like even very soon we'll be having air taxi and then delivery mechanisms. So what are likely to be the impediments and how this existing market system can use that also, at least in select places where it is available, how we can leverage this. Like, last is like capacity building and then leveraging with the Skill India focus. We may see, like, at least I was hearing like butchering is one area, like people are even taken from other countries. Like, so can we identify certain such specific areas, like where institutions can have a kind of a certification or some other program? I don't know, like, so whether such things can be done so that we have a large number of people who can do it. Like, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. Sir, do we have Dr. Bhaskar sir online? Dr. Bhaskar from FSSAI? If not, Rajesh, you would like to make a few more points? Because already you are given presentation in the morning. Maybe a couple of more points you can add. We have Rajesh from Licious, so he will be with us since morning. So he'll make a few more points.
Yeah, so I'm not going to make the points that I made in the forenoon, repeat it again. But I would like to talk about 2-3 aspects that I was listening afternoon. One is about Dr. Navina said about the FDI, why there is no FDI. So I think to invite FDI, we need to address the ESG, which I talked about that morning aspects. The environment, social and governance aspects we need to address. Then only the investors will have the confidence to put money into the Indian ecosystem. As Dr. Fogland was mentioning about, it is a hue and cry across the globe now because of the different models of rearing or intensive farming they have. So when we define our extensive, semi-intensive, intensive model, we need to have data around it. What is the aspect impact assessment? That is my suggestion. So as part of our policy, we need to mention that we need to do an aspect impact assessment of all these 3 pillars: environment, social, and governance. What is the current? We don't have any data about that. What level of carbon footprint for our goat and sheep is in ecosystem is making it or having the impact. So we need to do an aspect impact assessment. And I would like to endorse Dr. Sujit Datta and Dr. Baswa Reddy was mentioning about the need of the hour is we need to replicate the 80s of poultry. And we need to do that in such a way that now we need to have an alternative, absolutely alternative ecosystem, not just addressing or enhancing the current ecosystem. Let it be remain as such, or we need to give assistance for the rural community, rural farmers as well. But we need to have a proper plan or roadmap to create some absolutely alternative ecosystem by putting or replicating what the entrepreneurs did during the 80s or 20 years back to make one and only organized sector, that is the poultry. That is the one thing. And coming into the other points like encouragement for the private entrepreneurs to do the slaughtering, as you mentioned rightly. That is the gap as of now. We are not authorized to have a license for slaughtering by our own, or if there are a lot of regulatory hindrances are there, like PCBs and all. So we need to have a clarity into that. And apart from that, what I mentioned earlier, the harmonization of various rules and regulations, especially in the slaughtering and other things, panchayat to panchayat, municipality, and different, even for the shelf life. I think once I mentioned to Dr. Muthukumar also, one of the notice what we received in Hyderabad is like that FSSAI is stipulating a shelf life for meat product, but the Hyderabad Municipal Corporation is having a different narration about the shelf life, which is controversial to what FSSAI is stipulating. So these things we need to address, then only the investors or the entrepreneurs will get confidence. So this is all what I would like to say. And once again, thanks for.
Thank you very much once again. So we have come to an end of this roundtable discussion. So definitely all the inputs, all the valuable suggestions will be taken while designing a policy, while developing a policy document. So now we are almost 1 hour late. We are supposed to start this session by 4. Now it is almost 5 o'clock, but still we have a good number of participants who are available online and also the offline. So really we thank you all for this. So we'll be starting our next stakeholder interaction. For this, I invite our director, Dr. S.B. Barbude sir, to chair this session. We also have our co-chairman, Dr. K. Srinivas Rao sir. Are you online, sir? K. Srinivas,
Yeah.
ADG, IPTM.
Yes, I am here.
Please welcome, sir. We welcome you for this interactive session. You are the right person. We also have Dr. S.K. Mendiratha, the president, IMSA, and the head LPT IVRI, who will be the co-chairman. I also request my colleague, Dr. Muthukumar, to moderate this. So now I request our director, Dr. Barbude sir, for his initial.
Thank you, Dr. Navina. Straight away we'll start the stakeholder interaction. So what are their the problems and the suggestions from the stakeholders? So yeah, so I request my co-chair, Dr. K. Srinivas, to give his initial remarks, please. Srinivas sir.
Thank you, Dr. Barbude. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity for this particular session. And I'm happy that this particular stakeholder meetings, not only the stakeholder meeting, is a techno-economic type of webinar which is going on in a mixed mode. Some of them you are present physically there, and many are present virtually in this particular mode. Actually, when we talk about the stakeholders meet, definitely the expectation of the stakeholders need to be known more. And couple of things we have already seen from the experts who have talked about the entrepreneurship, who have talked about the policies, who have talked about different technical aspects of the meat production. Definitely that we'll be considering it. And rather taking less time in this particular thing, I wanted to listen more to the stakeholders, and finally we can make a comment. Will it be good, Dr. Barbude?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I think we can. Dr. P. Srinivas, MD, Karnataka Sheep and Wool Development Corporation. Please, there he can make his points, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to everybody. All the dignitaries on the board. I'm Dr. Srinivas, the MD, Karnataka Sheep and Wool Development Corporation. Dr. Naveen spoke regarding what we are doing in our corporation. So there are certain schemes that we are implementing in our corporation, particularly to help breeding. We are giving some breeding rams to local sheep societies. We have a sheep societies. Through them, we are giving a breeding rams, particularly that Kangaroo, Deccani, and Bandur sheep also. And to conserve the Bandur sheep, you know that the Bandur sheep, the Bandur meat, it is highly delicious and highly demand sheep. For that, we are under NLM scheme, we are with the help of CSWRI, we are distributing rams, particularly in the 3 districts, Mandya, Chamarajanagar, and Ramnagar, and also in Mysore district. We are distributing rams so that we can conserve the Bandur sheep, as well as we can increase the number of Bandur sheep. In turn, in the initial phase, we are distributing only the pure breeds. In a later stage, this pure breed is collected from the farmers and it will be distributed to the other farmers so that this breed, number of breeds and this population of the Banur will be increased. Sir. This is doing under the cooperation of CSWRI. And one with the help of NRC meet, we have introduced the scheme mobile meat stall, and also for fabrication and other things we have taken help. Already under SC/ST program we have given 2 years back, we have given a 200 mobile meat stall. Now under RKVY we are also giving another 200 mobile meat stall to the sheep societies. In initial stage we have given to them, to the individual. Now we have given to sheep society so that the development of the society can be seen here. And also the last year our honorable CM has announced a new 2 programs to give emphasis on sheep and goat to establishment of Nari Swarna breeding center at Koppal Jile, and also Nandi Durga goat farm at Chitradurga, sir. Out of this we can give a good quality sheep and goat to the farmers. And also, sir, one more thing we are underway it is under pipeline. We are having a MOU with National E-Marketing Limited. Here we are going to create a platform between a buyer and a farmer. Through online marketing they can do it, so that in this we can avoid the middleman, sir. For this we are having a MOU with National E-Marketing Limited. These are all some of the important points to be highlighted here. And for the summit and my submission, since morning I have seen nobody speak about health coverage of the sheep and goat. I have seen, sir, as far as guidelines of the government of India, only PPR. Now only 30% of the population is being covered. But in a practical situation, if you come to the ground reality, it is very difficult to cover only the 30% of the population which are newborn. If we go to the village, we cannot expect only the newborn to be vaccinated. I request this summit, I request this forum to recommend at least 100% for 5 years, so that we can decrease the loss of the sheep and goat by way of vaccinating 100% with PPR vaccination. And one more, it is not this guidelines, this vaccination program, particularly blue tongue, it is not included in Government of India program. I'll request this forum to recommend BT also in the regular program like FMD and PPR. And recently we have seen so many deaths and so many problems with regards to the mycoplasma. I request this board or rather summit to recommend give a more importance for research work on mycoplasma, so that they can develop the vaccine and it can be that vaccination can be taken up both in sheep and goat for mycoplasma. Anyhow, right now in Bangalore, IH and UB, they have developed the vaccination, the vaccine for the mycoplasma. They have applied for the license.
चले जाए टाइमली, मैं नहीं जाऊँ, मैं पैदल जाऊँगा.
Sorry, sir.
Go
ahead, sir. Yes. And one last year, say about 2 years back, in the NABARD there was a scheme for marginal and small farmers. There was a 25% back-end subsidy. They used to support through the bank for 10+1, 25+1, and 40+2. Now they are removed, and under NLM, they have included 500 plus 25 sheep. This will help you only with entrepreneurship. But here the small and marginal farmers will be deprived of these facilities. I'll request this for submit forum to recommend reintroduce or relook regarding the implementation of encouragement of integrated development of small ruminants under NABARD scheme. And also see, regarding vaccination and deworming, you know that in the sheep husbandry They are very, very important. Regarding deworming, since morning or nobody spoke about this, yeah, I request the Government of India to make some guidelines regarding the deworming, because you know that there is an indiscriminate usage of the deworming. This is the one which causes some hazards to the human population, even to the animal population. That's why I request you to form some guidelines, and when we have to give the deworming, when the what type of deworming should be given, the area specific should be, the guidelines should be given by the Government of India. And also the most neglected one, it is fodder and feed with respect to sheep and goat husbandry. Since I have seen two eminent nutritionists spoke about silage, nutrition, and stall feeding, other things. But I'll tell you, as by my personal experience, only the stall feeding hardly we can see in 5%. Remaining 90% still it is in grazing stage. Still they do depend on the crop residues. I request give a more emphasis on feed and fodder, because I'll tell you one example. Even a small supplement of the zinc, it gives a lot of improvement in fertility as well as the weight gain. These recommendation can be made to the Government of India while giving a development for sheep and goat. These are some things, some points to be highlighted. And one more thing, that Chandaka Nimkar, Dr. Chanda Madam, and one more speaker was speaking about a DARPer, import of DARPer, and introducing to our sheep. But somehow, my opinion, my individual opinion, instead of going for the foreign breeds, let us improve our breeds. We have a lot of potency. Only thing is we are not providing a proper feeding and management. If you provide a proper feeding and management, I'll tell you, see our Bannur sheep, at the age of 6 months, it weighs up to 12 kg, 13 kg, even up to 14 kg. If you give a proper feed, at the 9 months, we have achieved 20 kg, 22 kg if we give a proper feed and management. Instead of going for the foreign gene, we can improve or we can exploit our gene pool through selective breeding. Why I am telling? See, suppose if you introduce a foreign breeds locally, actually the local specific population, they will adjust it to the local meat taste. If you do some cross breeding, definitely there is a changes in the taste of the meat and also in the odor of the meat. So this is what I wanted to tell. And I request once again, whatever the points that are mentioned, please recommend in our guidelines, and please give emphasis on this. And thank you for the opportunities for provided, in particular Dr. Naveen and also Dr. Barbude sir. Barbude sir has giving very good information and input to even start our slaughterhouse. Somehow it is unfortunate, because of the corona we could not provide so much of money, but still our Barbude sir and Girish Patil sir providing input to start our slaughterhouse. Anyway, we thought of going for the PPP model. Once we start with the PPP model, and we can provide a source to transport to the shop nearby to the metros, then they can sell it. These are all the things that I have to share with you. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate the efforts of Karnataka Sheep and Wool Development Board, the proactive activity covering the entire value chain, starting from the animal rearing, then the slaughterhouse, as well as the marketing. You are playing a role model role in this country. What the Sheep and Wool Development Corporation can contribute to the livestock sector. So really, we appreciate all your efforts and your feedbacks regarding the animal health care and all the activities will be noted down, and it will be placed into the policy paper. Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Dr. Avinash Anand, Managing Director and CEO, Himalayan Goat Meat, Uttarakhand. Sir, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I have one presentation also. Thank you, all the eminent scientists and all the dignitaries. And it has been a very successful and very enlightening day today, because this sector, the summit organized by NRC, that on the sheep and goat, which was always a very neglected sector, but this is the need of our now, that we should do the best what we can do in this small ruminant sector. Fortunately, Uttarakhand, I myself and Uttarakhand has done two such things in this sector in the last in less than 2 years. One we did in the sheep sector, we imported Australian Merino sheep for all three states, Himachal, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir, which well adopted here, and they gave the very good result in form of springs and their performance in the wool. So that sector we covered, and now we have gone for the export of our goats, Uttarakhand goats, in name of the Bakra Himalayan goat meat. So these two achievements in less than 2 years given us very given impetus, and we are so excited about doing something for this sector, because Uttarakhand is a small state, though the population of sheep and goat is quite a good number, like 18 lakhs sheep and goat population is here. And irony is that the goats, as we heard since the morning, that Indians or as in the Uttarakhand, more than 75% are the non-vegetarian, and the Indian goats are preferred by the Indians. Our taste is for them. But irony is this, that the goats are going from Uttarakhand to the other part of the country, and the sheep are coming here for as a meat purpose. So this is the irony which has to be very much to be taught to our consumers, that what is the difference between a sheep and goat meat. What we are eating is the mutton, not the Shivan, in fact. And goat particularly has a very interesting taste, and but unfortunately, most of the butchers and the butcher shops, what we are getting, that is the mutton, the sheep meat we are getting. So keeping these things in mind, and keeping in the mind that Uttarakhand hosts a lot of military organizations, army organizations, and there are certain very good residential schools, renowned residential schools. There is a demand for a good, hygienic, healthy meat, and we went for it. And through the support of NCDC, we started this project 2 years back. And from the last year, in the month of October, we in the front end, we went for this marketing of our Himalayan goat meat. So just I would like to give us just insight of what is the project. Project is that in the back, this is a complete value chain, which we are hearing from the morning. This is all eminent scientists and eminent speakers have spoken of. There has to be a one value chain well developed in this sector. So we tried our best, and we did what in the back end. We integrated our unorganized farmers, about 10,000 farmers, in the primary cooperative societies, and that has to be federated into the state level sheep goat cooperative federation, which is I am heading at this moment for last many years. And in fact, there is a two organization in this state. One is Uttarakhand Sheep and Wool Development Board. We are part of the Animal Husbandry Department, and one is this recently developed this federation. And fortunately, I have the opportunity, I have this honor to head this both organization. So with the able leadership of our secretary, fortunately, we have a secretary who is a veterinarian, Dr. R. Meenakshi Sundaram, and very much engaged, and with his leadership and with his guidance, only this project are being done, and we have done whatever we have able to do in the last few years. So this way we have developed our federation, and in the back end, we are supporting our farmers by providing them a 20+1 viable unit of a goat, more than 10,000 farmers, out of which more than 7,000 are the women farmers. So this part, which has not been done so far in this part of the state or this part of the country, we have done it. At least 10,000, and not only 10,000, there are more than 14,000 farmers who are associated with us. So on that part, we have organized them in the primary cooperative societies. We have given the animal induction. We have given the inputs in the form of veterinary services, insurance, deworming. Those things are regularly provided to them, the weighing of the animals, the scientific way of rearing the animals. And we have provided them with the this animal unit also in the, for the semi-intensive farming, we have given them chain link fencing also. So this part we are doing, and And from there, there is a one agreement with our farmers that those born, the kids born from those unit will be taken by our federation, and we will be putting them in our aggregation cum breeding farm. So this at the end there is induction and rearing of the farm, then the animals are coming to the aggregation cum breeding farm, which is again the, you must be seeing our photographs, pictures of this our ACBF, so which is a training center for our farmers also, the members of our cooperative society and federation. So we are training them in the best way, in the scientific way, and from here the animals are going for the this Bakra brand, the Himalayan goat meat. So the complete chain has been maintained, and as the members are our shareholders, so whatever as federation earns or any money coming to the federation is going to be shared with the farmers. So these are our farmers, through which each and every animal is traceable, tagged, insured, and they means what the animals which is coming for as a Himalayan goat meat or bakra, they are all traceable. So these things we have already developed, and the complete chain as a model has been developed. And fortunately, for the breed improvement and to get the better growth rate of our kids, we have crossed our local females. These 20 are the local females, and we have given them the Sirohi bucks, good quality Sirohi bucks, and you can see the results of these kids born in our project area in the remote hill areas. And they have the weight have increased from 1.5, 1 to the 2.5 to the 3 kg also. So they are getting a good weight and well adopted in this, even the highest part of our state, like in the mid Himalaya, not the highest, but in the mid Himalayas part of it is well adopted there. So with these interventions, and as you see, this is our Himalayan goat meat, as Dr. Navina has already mentioned in that 3 states have started. So this is what we have started. There is a home delivery system through this our scooters, and the home delivery, there is a SCGs, women and girls are involved delivering these things. So this is important again, but this is again coming as a that the girls and the women can come into this is the unique idea we have developed, meat on wheels. This is on mobile, the meat shop. This meat on wheels have both the chiller and the shop. As you are seeing in the back end, there is a chiller where we put our carcasses, and the customer has a complete opportunity to see which part of the carcass he needs, where in the front of this can be cut and given in to him in the front of that. So this is a unique, this mobile van or mobile meat on wheels is like this, that even the women can come and take the meat from this shop, which is not happening in our neighborhood shops where our ladies don't go to take the sheep. So this changes have been done. So Bakra has been well received by our customers in the Dehradun, and once I think we have more than 5,000 customers in the Dehradun district. We started from the Dehradun. There is a plan to move from Dehradun to the NCR region and to the export. So we, from all 3 stages, we have crossed as a initial trial basis. We have gone there. These are our feedbacks, and this is online e-commerce system is available. Everything is available on the site. So issues, these are the Himalayan goats, which has a uniqueness because USP of our product is because each and every animal is traceable, and they are the free grazing animals of our mid Himalayas. So there is the difference between the test. We have tested it, got it laboratory examined, and for even the given to the good meat eaters also, that they have realized that there is once any customer has taken our meat as a Himalayan goat or a bakra, they have shifted from their earlier shops. So these are the challenges we are facing also, because now we are competing with so many such a field which is very new to our as a government organization. This is very new for us, but we have to face those challenges also. Their repercussions we are facing also. So, but we have entered, we have created a model, we have done this thing, and as you see that we have done on the 11th of August, this last month only, first export to the Dubai also. So this complete chain from rearing to the export has been created in Uttarakhand. This is one part of it, but there are issues. There are certain issues I think most of them have already been covered since the morning with the different speakers speaking on different subject on all the subject almost. As our products is a premium product, it has to be premium because this is coming from the remote areas of the hills. There are certain charges, and this is coming through a system where the veterinarians are involved, where the logistic is involved. We are following all the rules, regulation of the land in the transportation of animal, in the prevention of cruelty of the animals. And we have designed our vehicles. We have designed one combo vehicle where we can take our animals in the same vehicle, and we can bring the killed carcass in the same vehicle. So that is a new concept we have developed here. Our vehicle for the carrying as a livestock carrier is again designed as per the keeping in the mind all the directions of the cruelty of the prevention against transportation rules. So,
excuse me, sir. So due to shortage of time, please propose
yeah,
your
I'm just
issues and we
finishing
can
this.
conclude.
The issue is that the price, what we are getting, what we should get as a farmers organization, that goes to the retailers. In fact, if you go in the market, and the organization like government organization can't be survive on the retail market, it has to be the bulk market has to come, and bulk market has to come through the export market in this field. The bulk demand is coming from the export, not from the local our retail market. So once we are going, we are entering in the retail market or bulk market, the retailers are not ready to pay the price they are charging from the customers in the comparison to that. This is the one issue which has to be, because there is a margin of 30%. 30% is the high. In the NCR region, meat is selling, good meat is selling at the 900 or the 800 rupees, but they are not, because they are comparing our meat to the what is available in the local market in the Gazipur Mandi or in the Delhi which is coming. So this is one issue where we need to train our customers, our consumers, and educate them what is the difference between the sheep and goat meat, and what is the value of the meat which is coming from a different value chain. So this has to be this part. If you can take in your submissions into government, I think this is the part I would like to highlight. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Very happy to see the success road you have made it, and also reaching higher heights of branding and even entering into the export market. Thank you very much, and we will take all your suggestions and we will be placing into the policy paper, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now I request Dr. Narasimha Rao, Deputy Director, Department of Animal Husbandry, the Government of Telangana. Oh, sorry, Dr. Satyanarayana, please. Yeah, please. Sir, please restrict to few only suggestions.
Good evening to all. I am Dr. Satyanarayana, Assistant Director from Telangana Sheep Federation. Actually, our MD has to come, but because of some reasons, he could not. So, since morning, I have been attending this. The deliberations are very essential for us. And actually, we are at that juncture that actually we need all these things at this moment. As you know that this Telangana state government is implementing sheep rearing development program in the state, wherein we have distributed more than 3.5 lakh sheep units of 20+1 size. And huge number of sheep has been introduced, and we can see the census, the population, where there is an improvement of 48% in sheep population. And in meat production also, there is a tremendous improvement. However, still there is a lack, And one more thing is this has happened in the first phase. So after attaining this first phase, after completion, almost we have come to the completion of the first phase, and we have identified certain issues. Like I'll list out them. The managemental issues, that especially the feeding, the grazing, because the grazing lands are decreasing, and it is finding very difficult to maintain the animals. So we are actually going for a semi-intensive method of rearing. So that is one aspect, and we want some inputs, some technical inputs from this forum, so that we can give a low-cost feed for maintaining on a stall feeding. So that is one aspect. And another, the major aspect what we have identified after introducing this scheme, that marketing facilities. Because as it was said in the morning, that the majority of the profit is going to the middleman. So in order to avoid that, we want to introduce these marketing facilities in all the districts, if possible in mandals also. And also at the same time, we want to attach the mini slaughterhouse with this marketing facilities, so that we can provide marketing facilities as well as the hygienic meat production. So that is one of our the issues we have identified. And also we want to go for branding of the meat, a specific branding for the Telangana. And we have this Dakkani breed also. We have to conserve the Dakkani breed also. We are also in that aspect. We have been planning all these things. As it was said by Dr. Navina, that the Telangana state is planning for such a long time, but it is not implementable. So now we identified the budget is the main constraint. And in this second phase, again, we are proposing another 3.5 lakh units in this second phase from the NCDC. It is almost done. The government has accepted it. The DPR we have submitted to the NCDC. It is in the final stage. So wherein we have included the financial requirement, the financial support for all these marketing facilities, as well as the slaughterhouses also, and also the semi-intensive method of rearing. So we are taking some of these initiatives in that. So for that sake, I think whatever the discussions, this value chain has been discussed here in this forum, I hope that this will be more helpful to us. So we hope that a very good deliberations and very good the suggestions will be coming from this forum. So thank you very much for this. So I'm expecting for that.
So happy to hear that you are getting ready for the second phase of the SEEP project. So congratulations for that one. So you have the privilege of having the NRC meet at Hyderabad in Telangana state. So you can utilize the NRC meet service for all your future endeavors. Thank you very much, sir. Your suggestions will be taken care. Now I request Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, founder advisor, the Goat Trust, Uttar Pradesh. So Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, sir, please. Sanjeev Kumar, sir, are you there? Mr. Gaurav Chaudhary, CEO, Pasushala, Bangalore. Are you there? Mr. Gaurav? So now I request our entrepreneur, Mr. Abdul Bajit, to share his experience with NRC meat and what are the issues he is facing in the marketing of meat and meat product. Mr. Abdul Bajit, please.
Respected Chairman, sir, Dr. Barbude, and Director NRCM, and all the principal scientists who are on the dais, and all the NAARM scientists, and all the dignitaries, all the entrepreneurs, and all the dignitaries who are participating in online also. My name is Abdul Basit. We have started a small startup company with the brand name of Farm to Fork. So, sir, this today's session has made me realize that I have more job to do in my business, because I have my problems will be started from the farm level till it reaches the fork of the consumer. So what I suggest to the dignitaries here is, please consider, sir, the farmer at the farm level needs to have a good breed of goat or sheep, because this is the biggest challenge, whether he is going for a farmer or an organized sector, like a intensive care farming. They need to have a selective breed where the output of that breed is a good, so he can have a profit there itself if he is having it. So, but there is no proper mechanism to supply this breed. Today, if I want to start a goat farming, I don't have resources where to buy this, because I go to the mandi, I purchase the animals which are for a slaughter, and I started rearing on them, expecting that there will be a huge return on my farming. And I ended up, because I worked on a breed which is not at all suitable for the farming. Because what is the reason? The reason is I am not having a source where I can get the good breed. So if we start the problem from the first step, a farmer is supplied with a good breed, then I think there is a Japanese policy says that do it right from the first time. The first time is selection of the good breed and supplying it to the goats. If it is supplied to this breed of goats and sheep to the farmers, I think we are addressing the problem at the first level only. Then the farmers has a second problem of feed issue, sir, which is not economical. So I suggest that agricultural waste in my region, carrot and beetroot waste are considered as a supplementary food for the goats, and it is cost effective. So like this agricultural waste, like in Punjab, they burn all the agricultural waste that can be utilized, and we can contribute to the environmental also. So in feed issues, as a policy, we can include the agricultural waste, utilization of agricultural waste as a feed to the goat farmers. And how that can be done, it can be, you are the best person to decide on that. The third one is the marketing issues of the farmer. Like if we are able to make a weight-based price, I think that is going to solve the issue of the farmer. And coming to the traders, traders are also the part of an ecosystem, sir, because all small farmers cannot sell their goats and sheep to the market because they have a 10 or 12 number of goats. It is not viable for them to transport it. So here trader, what he will do is he will collect all these small numbers. He will transport in the big bulk quantity. So we have to address their issues also to make this ecosystem a viable system. Then comes to the butchers. In all this summit, I found that the main stakeholder of this ecosystem is a butcher, and I appreciate that NRCM, they are educating the butchers also. We should consider them also and should not make them as a villain, like in the films, butchers are made as a villains. So they are the stakeholders. We should educate them. We should take them into the system. The new generations, we should take them and be a part of the ecosystem. That is the thing. And other thing is the customer, definitely, if he get at a affordable price, definitely he will enjoy the meat. So thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, since he has to leave, I request our director to kindly present a memento to him.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaurav Chaudhary, CEO, are you online now? He said, Mr. Gaurav Chaudhary.
Yes, sir. Yes, okay, sir, I am online.
Since morning, we have been talking about online marketing. This is a one firm who is doing difference actually. He is a former IIM graduate. And if I want to buy 5 Osmanabadi goats from Maharashtra, or if I want to buy 2 high-yielding Murrah buffaloes from Haryana or Punjab, they will do the logistics actually. Very novel concept they have come out. So just explain your activities, Mr. Gaurav Chaudhary, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir. Respected dignitaries on the dais, and very good evening. Very good evening to the audience members. Thanks for granting me this opportunity. My name is Gaurav Chaudhary, and we are running an organization called Pashushalla.com. Pashushalla.com is an e-commerce marketplace, an online marketplace through which a livestock can be traded. When we talk about livestock, it can be cow, buffalo, goat, sheep, oxes, bull. Later on, we want to add horses and camels also on the platform. So today, as we talk, we sell buffaloes, at least 6 breeds of buffaloes, and 7 breeds of cattle, cows on our platform right now. We also sell goats and sheep through our platform. And we are trying to basically provide 24/7, 365 days a year market access to the buyer or seller of the livestock economy. And it is being supported by an ecosystem of services. We provide transportation of the cattle, we provide insurance of the cattle. We also make sure that cattle are insured in transit so that any loss while transporting the cattle doesn't happen, or say goat and sheep doesn't happen in that. At the end of the day, what exactly we are trying to do is we are trying to connect different stakeholders of the livestock economy together to provide value to the end users. So today, some of my colleagues were talking about that market is not having access to, or say end users, or end users are not having access to the market. That is what the bridge, we are trying to be the bridge in the economy. We are also providing knowledge and best practices as far as the industry is concerned. So just quickly, I would like to share my screen to walk you through my presentation, what we do, and just confirm once my screen is visible, sir.
Mr. Gaurav, I think you can just explain it, I think, because we don't have much time for the presentation.
Sure. Okay. Got it. So in totality, what business opportunity that we have seen is there is a lot of pain point that a farmer have in terms of geographical reach, in terms of transportation, in terms of time that they have to invest into buying or selling cattle or goats and sheep. And in the same time, the local hearts are very tiring. A lot of bargains happen there. That is where we come up with a standardized model and e-commerce platform through which they can be sure of that the cattle will, or their goats and sheep or their livestock will get proper rates. That is one thing. We also ensure that veterinary support is provided to them while the trade happens. We provide transportation and insemination support. So basically, an ecosystem and infrastructure is what we are trying to build. All the services are different stage. We can't say that we are at 100% at all the locations. Some of the mature markets, we can provide transportation quite easily. But in some of the locations, some of the terminal locations, we can't provide transportation. That is the infrastructure barrier that we as a company is facing today. And we are trying to build a set of entrepreneurs who provide transportation legally, a licensed form of transportation. Similarly, we are also working towards insemination support. And that is something that we are working with a number of agencies and organizations out there to provide proper high quality breed assistance to a lot of farmers who are actually doing it as a primary source of income for themselves. Ultimately, only by providing market access, only by providing the right price for the livestock, we can enable a farmer to earn its livelihood. That's the key objective for which we are working here. And in the entire process, we are also promoting entrepreneurship through animal husbandry and dairy. And lot many people, many organizations and foundations are working with us. For example, we are in talks with a couple of foundations like HCL Foundation, who is working explicitly in Uttar Pradesh for promoting women entrepreneurship on goat farming, right? And they have got 1,200 women working for them. And we are trying to provide market to these 1,200 females who are working for, or who are actually doing goat farming for themselves. Unless until they get a proper market to capitalize on what they are doing today, the value is not there. At the end of the day, the money has to come in. At the end of the day, the livelihood of the farmer has to go up. That is something very important. And in the entire process, what we are trying to do is, besides the market access, we are trying to provide a clear source of income through animal husbandry, unleash the potential of animal husbandry. Like Indian market is like 52 crore population in terms of livestock. Still, the global contribution is very low, right? And we have a potential to exploit that. And this is what we are offering for platform Pashu Shala. We are an Android application. At the same time, we also have a web portal through which anybody can avail our services. And the platform is available in 12 different vernacular languages, Indian languages, through which farmers can benefit out of the platform. And there is also a set of services, expert solution and services, which is being offered by animal husbandry and dairy background professionals, through which the consulting services can be offered. So that's in brief what we do, sir, and we'll be happy to take any other questions. But a lot of support is required in terms of making this model. We have been running this business from past 3 years, and each of this model, say, even if it is a transportation support, or say for insemination support, or feed proper nutrition plan, feed guidelines for farmers, we take a lot of time. Getting access to the right people who can pre-plan and give us this data so that we can propagate out this in the market is a challenge. Second thing is a lot of rules and regulation which exist in terms of transportation of cattle within India and even abroad. So as we talk, we are getting a lot of inquiries from different, from neighboring countries, right? And we don't have access to that license through which we can export livestock to different countries. So probably we can provide India market access to the international market, but we may need support in terms of getting proper licenses, proper statutory requirement, and so on and so forth. The potential of livestock is not just within India. the main economic upliftment will happen only if we provide best of our resources to the international market in terms of we start selling it internationally. And I would request this forum to pay attention to that part of the economy as well, because that's a very, very big opportunity for us. That's from my side, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please unshare your screen. Really appreciate your efforts. Doing great job, especially in terms of marketing of live animals. Actually, hope you will be able to import some best animals. If your farmers want to import a best quality sheep from Australia or New Zealand, you will be able to do it. I think you will provide the logistics. That's what we expect from you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jinto John, Desert Resource Center, Rajasthan. Mr. Jinto John, are you online?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I just want to add one sentence. Since we are drafting a new policy document, we may include or we may give a due space for pastoralism and pastoralists. That's all from myself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sure, we'll consider. So if Mr. Jinto John is not there, do we have next we'll have Venkat, One Star Consultancy, Hyderabad. Are you online, Mr. Venkat? Otherwise, we'll go to next Mr. P.V. Krishna Reddy, Meat Mart, Hyderabad, who is available here physically. He has.
I'll just start quickly. I don't have time.
Okay.
Just giving access for the starters because audio has to be taken care of. Yeah. Try to give access to the individual entrepreneurs for the slaughter house outside the city. So that will help us out in getting the slaughter out outside the city and getting
someone talking, I am not able to hear it properly.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Sir, please come here.
Please. Yeah, he's here, sir. Mr. Venkat.
Then better he talks from the main frame.
Yeah, he's coming, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to add quickly because most of the points has been covered. Giving access for the slaughterhouse for the individual entrepreneurs outside the city limits would be help a lot, because right now we have to come to the slaughterhouse to pick up the animal, and there is totally controlled by the traders and everything. But if it's outside the city, then we can start and we supply to the like leashes or like we have our own meat marts or some of the people like which has stores but they don't have access to the slaughterhouses, so we can supply to those individual shops. So that has to be given some importance in the policy making.
Thank you very much for your suggestion, sir. Actually, there is a concept of peri-urban slaughterhouses. So that will be in the outskirts of the city. So morning session or early morning, they may be using for the domestic purpose, and after that, it can be devoted to the entrepreneurs. So because you can do it maybe after 9 o'clock, and then you can go for a chilling, then you can market it. So that we will be proposing to the Telangana government, sir. We'll try our best. Thank you very much for your feedback. Next.
Do we have anyone from Hibachi, Hyderabad?
Shekhar Verma.
Shekhar Verma, Hibachi, Hyderabad. Mr. Biswajit Dar, Memo Foods, Tamil Nadu. Okay, if no one else, if anyone else from either APEDA or any sheep and goat development boards or any entrepreneurs, if someone want to make any quick comments, so you're most welcome, sir. Anyone would like to give any suggestions, please. So otherwise, we are going to wind up this session because it's almost now 6. So if no more comments, I request our chairman, co-chairman Srinivas Rao, sir, to make your remarks, sir. Srinivas Rao, sir, please. Srinivas, sir. Srinivas, sir, are you online?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah,
it was muted. It was muted anyway.
So now we are done with all the comments and suggestions, sir. Now it's time for co-chairman's remarks. Please make your remarks, sir.
So thank you very much, Navina, for giving me this opportunity again, and Chairman Dr. Barbude, Director NRC Meet. So a couple of things I was listening to the different experts, Mr. Srinivas, Mr. Avinish Anand, Narasimha Rao, Abdul Basit, Gaurav, and P. Krishna Reddy. A couple of things I wanted to react on almost each of them, specifically when we talk about the Karnataka development in this particular aspect. Definitely, Karnataka is one of the leading states who has taken a lot of leads in different aspects, specifically not only in the meat, because meat I am listening the first time, sheep and wool I am listening to the first time, but beyond that, there are many things which you can actually integrate it. Someone else from this particular Bangalore region, probably Gaurav, was talking about different types of services that they require, because they are facing a lot of services, specifically for transport, or you are talking about the insemination or that thing. Here I wanted to tell to both of them that there are many entrepreneurs in different types of entrepreneurs are there in this Bangalore city itself who can do lot of things. Specifically, when you talk about the insemination, there is a company in the particular Bangalore. I'm just forgetting. I can get you the name. You can take my address later on, email later on. I can get you the company which does the insemination in a very scientific manner. Likewise, transport, we have got a company run by one Mr. Srinivasa Murthy that is recently been incubated at PJTSAU. Likewise, different types of services are available from Bangalore city itself. Regarding the exports of things, definitely I was looking at Uttarakhand, Himalayan goat meat, Uttarakhand, and they have been doing a lot of things in this particular area about the and they say they had the first consignment to the Gulf country for this particular thing, and they are also wanted to concern about how the meat and can be sold in a better way to within the Indian market, because most of the consumers do not differentiate between a meat which is a real meat or which is a meat from other sources and all those things. Here I wish like to tell you, you have already developed a branding, but you have to improve the valuation of your branding by really telling the customers. I think Rajesh is here only from the Licious, how they have developed the brand of Licious. Today, if we talk about anyone in the non-vegetarian sector, everyone talks about the Licious only. The brand development was important. That means the quality is also important. They are very careful to take their quality aspects. The most important risk factor, they believed in the quality aspect of the meat that they deliver to the customer. And if you can do this, and if you can tell the customer, convey it to the communicate it to the customer that your brand value is better than anyone else in the market, or at par to the best companies in the market, probably that will help you in increasing your share of your customers within the Indian territory. But definitely you are going to go for the exports, and in fact Gaurav also talked about the exports, and he really wanted some help of the some sort of help from the export. Both of you, if Muthu, you can pass on my email addresses to them, and they can write to me. I can help in some way, connect here at Delhi in some way to a couple of people who are really into the exports from the government side, who wanted to improve the export points here. Because yesterday, if you many of you have heard about the Ella's this Ella's speech yesterday, and he clearly said there should be at least 20% of the export, really to see our farmers happy. So exports in the meat definitely is one of the important thing. At least 20% of our meat production should go to the international market, and for that you have to do a lot of phytosanitary and sanitary regulations. You have to look into that. Abdul Basit called about the investment and ecosystems development. Yes, important point about the ecosystem development is very important, because present scenario specifically of non-vegetarian eaters are very lose, and not a very good market is there. You need to develop the people, and you need to educate the people. Besides why you sell, that see there is a difference between a good meat and a bad meat, hygienic meat. You have to impress upon them. And the last one, Mr. Krishna Reddy was talking about the access to these slaughterhouses. That's important aspects, and presently Muthu has given some hint about that. But besides that, I can tell you, if NRC meat, here is the action point for meat itself. NRC meat can actually tap some sort of infrastructure fund from the government of India and develop a meat a slaughterhouse through any of its entrepreneur, which can be sublet to the different types of entrepreneurs. This is one thing which I wanted to say. And second important point which I wanted to tell about the whole scenario is also my area of work, that is the technology management and IP issue. Everyone who is there in the field of the things, because I was listening to Anand, who was telling a lot of things they have developed. What about the copy, different types of intellectual properties? You have not thought of that, how I can protect them, because anyone can take it from national and international and duplicate it. And if he is a smart, he will protect the intellectual property, not only protect the intellectual property, take the full value of it. So you have to look into this aspect also very nicely. Entrepreneurship development, in fact, after the ABI of the NRC meet, we are seeing a lot of vibrant situation in the whole meat institutes. Not only the meat institutes, but many other ICR institutes are also getting vibrant, because the new generation entrepreneurs are coming, who are not only doing the basic work of the production part, but also making the whole value chain connected from production side to the consumer's plate. So this is another important thing. And anything in this particular thing, in this particular ecosystem development, definitely NRC meet is there for the whole scenario. And I really am happy to be here, and also congratulate and give all the best wishes to NRC meet for conducting such a nice organization in this pandemic season. Thank you very much for this. And over to you, Chairman, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your concluding remarks.
And just a request, anyone who requires my email, you can give it. Muthu and Navina, you can pass it on my email address.
Okay, that will be done. So thank you, sir, and I thank all the speakers in this session, particularly given their frank views. So a lot of suggestions have come, so that what the document we want to go submit to the different policy makers and also stakeholders, and also the other agencies in India, that government agencies. So it will be very good material for us also to brainstorm upon, and some of the research issues which have been mentioned by the different entrepreneurs also, and the chairman or MDs of these sheep and wool the development corporations. So we have noted all your points. Definitely, I'm happy that some of the brands of the meats, particularly Bakra, the Dr. Avinash Anand has mentioned, then Harin Ghata meat in West Bengal. Also, same way that the Telangana government is that is also coming up with some branded brand of the meat. So these all things will be definitely, these are though the late beginning, but it is going in all the right directions. And NRC meet in Hyderabad will definitely help whosoever comes forward, actually any help, right from the full meat value chain, right from the rearing of the animals to marketing. We are there, our agriculture incubator will be taking care of a lot of entrepreneurship activities. Recently, we had one program, entrepreneurship program, the training program last week of the August. We had some 15 participants, and I found that 50%, more than 50% are engineers from there. So elite people, actually, they are entering this sector, and a lot of new ideas and new innovations are coming. So, of course, whatever the suggestions on feeding or marketing facilities, development of slaughterhouses, branding of meat, or development of good breeds of goat and sheep, also marketing facility, transport facilities. So many areas actually already entrepreneurship are there, opportunities are there. many more people had to come actually. So though we have a lot of populations of sheep and goat in India, but he found actually still we call it a poor man's cow. So that notion should go now, and people and more investment has to come, and private people should come with new all new ideas. So we are coming to the end of the session. So as a director of NRC Meet, I thank Dr. Director NAARM and his colleague Dr. Krishnan and Dr. Ganesh Kumar and all other colleagues who have helped us to organize this summit here. Also, I thank the convener of the NAS chapter Hyderabad, also Indian Meat Science Association, all their office bearers, where whole day they were sitting with us and giving a lot of these inputs to us. Also, all these suggestions from our DDG and also Animal Husbandry Commissioner, we have already noted. And something good, definitely we will try to give all the suggestions so that this sector, meat and goat sector, this sheep and goat meat sector gets some boost. Also, whatever the government policies are pro-government, all the government policies related to this sector will also be narrated in the document. So officially, vote of thanks will be given by my colleagues. So this is all from the final remarks on this stakeholder interaction section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So before we go to the vote of thanks officially by Dr. A.R. Sen, so we want to thank all our entrepreneurs and stakeholders who have joined all the way from Rajasthan, from Bangalore, from different parts of Hyderabad. They are here in spite of all the Corona lockdown or in spite of even heavy rains in Hyderabad, sir. So we just want to express our gratitude. I request our director to present a memento to our speakers as a mark of memory. I first invite Mr. Rajesh from Licious. So you have been associated with the NRC and Meet in all our activities. We really thank you for your efforts. Yes, sir. Photo. Now I invite Ms. Tatsama from Urmul, Rajasthan. She has come all the way and very nicely interacting. And I hope she got good interaction with other stakeholders, sir. I also request our director to present a memento to Dr. Sanid from Licious. You can do it. I request Mr. P.V. Krishna Reddy from Wheat Mart, who is our entrepreneur, our trainee from NRC and Meet, very actively interacting since morning. I request Dr. Satyanarayan Garu, Assistant Director, Telangana State Government, sir. So because the sheep and goat and Telangana Animal Husbandry Department is very actively interacting with NRC Meet, we look forward for greater collaboration. Please convey our message to your MD, Dr. Ramchandra Garu. So you have been here. Now I request our director to present a memento to Dr. A.R. Sen, who has been a chairman of a working group and also associated with this. I request Dr. Ganesh Kumar sir to please receive the memento as a mark of gesture from NRC and Meet for all your help. I request our director to present a memento to Dr. Baswareddy, part of our working group, and giving all your inputs. I also request our director to present a memento to Dr. Krishnan. So who is actively involved in organizing all the logistics for this summit. I request Dr. Yogesh to please receive a memento from our director, who is a rapporteur for all this session actually. He is the one who has noted. So we'll be making all the document with his help actually. So I request also Dr. Muthukumar, the co-organizing secretary and the man behind all this work, to receive memento from our director. Now I request Dr. A.R. Sen for vote of thanks, please.
Good evening, everybody. Now we have come to the end. We started in the morning. Now it's going to come night, I think, to complete all the sessions. So respected all the dignitaries. Really, it was very wonderful discussion and excellent deliberation, covering all the production, our animal transport, marketing, slaughtering, and entrepreneurship development aspect. Since the morning, we have discussed all the issues and then noted all the suggestions, which we will be incorporating in our policy document when we will be finalizing. And some of your success story, what we have seen from different states like Maharashtra, Karnataka, West Bengal, and especially Uttarakhand for their bakra who are exporting in some other countries. So it shows the strength of the sector, and it gives also strength to us to think and make policy level decisions so that we can send to all the stakeholders in the state government and different policy in the sheep and goat meat production they can formulate to strengthen this sector. As far as I'm really happy to propose vote of thanks. First of all, we are really thankful to our Honorable DDG, Dr. Tripathi sir and Dr. Malik sir for their sparing their valuable time in the inaugural session. And we are grateful to all the participants, all from the industry, from the university, from the academic institutions, and all the farmers, all the stakeholders who have actively participated throughout the session. And I think the suggestions they have made, it was wonderful. And we have everything we have noted and we will include in our policy document. And last but not the least, we are really thankful to our director, Dr. Barbude, our NAARM director, Dr. Srinivas sir, all the NAARM staff, scientist, Dr. Krishnan, Dr. Ganesh, and all other staff who has directly or indirectly made this program a success. And thank you, NAARM, for excellent lunch offered here. And we are really thankful to all the staff who has given holistic for this hall management, for the audiovisual aids. And really, it's a wonderful day. And I am happy that in the same hall, I joined in 1996 at NAARM. I think Dr. Mandal is also here. We joined together. And after 2-3 months, Dr. Barbude also joined in the same room. We have joined. And so it's really wonderful. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, now I request all to stand for national anthem before we end this.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I think all the participants can leave the meeting. Mandal sir, thank you very much for joining since morning. So we will receive your memento next time when you come to Hyderabad, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Well done.
joining the meeting. We really thank you all for this. So you all
Well done,
can
well done.